spoken about his own grief rather than about the subject of that grief. She had decided that Camilla could be at the funeral as a friend of the Queen Mother, but not as Charles's partner. In truth, she had little choice. The latest opinion polls showed that the majority of Britons were now in favor of Charles and Camilla getting married. There was no doubting Charles's deep grief. During the funeral ceremony he was openly distraught. He stared at the coffin, his lips trembled and he was close to tears. A solitary figure, he traveled with the coffin to Windsor Castle and watched its interment in St. George's Chapel. Then he flew to Scotland to meet Camilla at Birkhall. By then speculation about his future, encouraged by Bolland, was rife. On the back of his tearful speech, the son urged him to marry. Follow your heart, Charles's. Camilla's position was sealed when it was agreed that later in the month she and Charles would meet the Queen for 30 minutes before a concert by the cellist Mstislav Rostropovich at Buckingham Palace. The objections to normalizing their relationship were finally peeling away. Everything was in place for Buckingham Palace's modernizers to rebrand the monarchy. The Queen Mother's death, combined with that earlier in the year of Princess Margaret, had removed two obstacles to reform. Charles's complaints about the conduct of the minor royals were reinforced. When Princess Michael of Kent allowed her children to host a party for more than 100 friends at Kensington Palace until 5 a.m. while the Queen Mother was still lying in state. That was quoted as another example of exploitation of their privileges. Without any formal announcement, the Queen agreed that the official lineup on the balcony of Buckingham Palace for future state occasions would be limited to 5 royals: the Queen, Prince Philip, Charles and his 2 sons. A few days later, Charles flew to Greece to stay for 3 days on his own in a monastery on Mount Athos. In the aftermath of his grandmother's death, that seemed reasonable. However, a newspaper photograph showed the prince stepping off a boat with a butler in tow. The contrast between the bereaved royal carrying out his duty, and his lifestyle, billionaires' yachts, private jets, 6 homes, shooting, a huge staff, all funded by the duchy, and a remarkable amount of luggage for a few days of meditation, sat uneasily with the theme of the imminent Jubilee celebrations, to emphasize the monarchy's relevance in modern Britain. Julia Cleverton, one of his charities or break Jubilee celebrations, the Queen became less relaxed, noted one advisor. 5 years planning was coming to a climax, but she remained uncertain about the public's response. Naturally sympathetic to the lives of her people, she had earlier opposed the suggestion by a senior official that she should emerge from Buckingham Palace to watch the changing of the guard and observe a minute's silence with the crowds after the Islamic attacks in America on the 11th of September 2001. Such an action, she replied, could be seen as a gimmick, but after a reasoned discussion she agreed, and was surprised by the success of her appearance. Similarly, she overcame her initial reluctance to fly by helicopter to a hospital, land on the roof and visit some patients. That too met with an enthusiastic reaction, encouraging her to trust her advisors, radical suggestion, a speech to both houses of parliament to celebrate her jubilee. She would start by refuting any speculation about abdication, rejoice about the nation's continuing support for the monarchy, and set out her manifesto for the future. On the 30th of April she stood in Westminster's Great Hall as the pillar and protector of Britain's enduring and timeless values, as she named them. "We in these islands have the benefit of a long and proud history." She read. Credit for drafting the speech was given to Robin Yonren and Richard Luce. This not only gives us a trusted framework of stability and continuity to ease the process of change, but also tells us what is of lasting value. Only the passage of time can filter out the ephemeral from the enduring. And what endures are the characteristics that mark our identity as a nation and the timeless values that guide us. These values find expression in our national institutions, including the monarchy and parliament, institutions which in turn must continue to evolve if they are to provide effective beacons of trust and unity to succeeding generations. The magic was restored. An early evening reception for 200 journalists at Windsor Castle soon after converted many remaining Republicans into admirers. Charles could not have made a similar speech. As a rebel, he was unsuited to unite political foes with an appeal to Britain's traditional values. Whatever the latest opinion polls said about his possible marriage to Camilla, only a minority of his country respected him, and few felt affection for him. Until he reframed his challenges to the government in less sermonizing tones and resolved his domestic status garden at the Chelsea Flower Show, which he had dedicated to the late Queen Mother. Under pressure, mother and son had evidently come to an arrangement, or at least a truce brokered by Yanran for the Jubilee. During the parades in front of Buckingham Palace, Camilla would sit in the royal box. Over the first weekend in June, 2 sunny days, more than 1 million people gathered around Buckingham Palace to watch spectacular classical and pop concerts, highlighted by Queen guitarist Brian May playing from the palace's roof. The whole event was a masterstroke, judged the Cabinet Secretary Andrew Turnbull. Few had anticipated the extravaganza. A choreographed 5-hour march by 22,000 people down the Mall, appearances by Cliff Richard, Paul McCartney and Rod Stewart, a dramatic flight past and 3 tons of fireworks exploding for 14 minutes over London. Amid astonishing scenes of affection, ecstatic crowds waving Union flags sang, "God Save the Queen." As indeed he had. All the Queen's doubts about the country's loyalty vanished. The following day, a further 1 million followers lined the city's streets to watch the royal family gather at the Guildhall for lunch. Tony Blair spoke for the majority when he said, "Affection is earned and the affection this country feels for you is real." The Queen in her reply said to the people of Britain, "I'm so proud of you," and praised Charles's gratitude, respect and pride for his country. In his tribute, catching the mood and watched by Camilla, Charles was more effusive than usual. "I am so proud and grateful for everything you have done for your country and Commonwealth over 50 wonderful years." He was loudly cheered. Celebration led to opportunity. 3 weeks later, the afterglow of the celebrations still lingered. 90 American multimillionaires were brought to Buckingham Palace by Robert Higdon. The cast for the 5-day visit included Blaine and Robert Trump, Betsy Bloomingdale, Kip Forbes, Perry and Nancy Bass from Texas, Stephen and Kimberly Rockefeller, Queen Noor of Jordan, King Constantine of Greece, Jem and Alara Uzun, and Lily Safra, whose third marriage, like the previous 2, was about to end in unusual circumstances. Charles paid particular attention to Joe and Barbara Albritton, in spite of recent accusations that the chief executive of Riggs Bank had overseen illegal financial transactions. Each couple had paid $20,000 for dinner with Charles and Camilla in the Buckingham Palace ballroom, lunch with Camilla at a polo match featuring Charles and Harry in Cirencester, drinks with Princess Margaret's son Lord Linley in his furniture showroom, a day's racing at Ascot, and finally another dinner, was ensconced on a gilded armchair covered in crimson brocade. "If you grew up in Hobo Town," explained Higdon, $20,000 means nothing to you. And then you drive to Highgrove and see Elton John or Rod Stewart, and it is special. Charles was so gracious, that's what he's trained to do, and so in the end you agree to offer the $250,000 donation. Single quote. The target was $3 million, with the promise that small amounts of that sum would be passed on to 3 American charities: the Phoenix Trust, the New York Academy of Art and the Harvard AIDS Institute. One unfortunate hiccup for Higdon was the hosts. Charles and Camilla didn't like all the people who gave them money. But they'd say, "We'll get through." Getting to that point always required an effort. The meals, orchestrated by Michael Fawcett, featured organic food either from Highgrove or from suppliers approved by Charles. The tables at Highgrove were lit by 20 candelabras that Fawcett had brought from Buckingham Palace. The dinner in London was eaten off china from Highgrove. Such glitzy fundraising annoyed Prince Andrew. In his opinion, his elder brother was promoting himself in the name of duty, while spending huge sums of money on himself. Charles's decision to move into Clarence House after his grandmother's death was understandable, but the estimated cost of refurbishment had soared from £3 million towards £6 million, all funded by taxpayers. More millions would be spent by the duchy. Charles had also taken over Birkhall, a 14-bedroom house, from the Queen Mother, and inherited the Castle of May, her 15-bedroom house by the sea at Thurso in Scotland. His sixth home would be rebuilt with the aid of a £1 million gift from Julia Kaufman, a Canadian-born heiress living in Kansas City. Charles's extravagance passed unnoticed by the public, but it was only grudgingly tolerated by civil servants in the Protocol Department of the Foreign Office. The same officials were less understanding about Andrew. Within months of his appointment as the special representative for British trade and investment, the younger royal had attracted complaints. Too often, objected the Foreign Office's Protocol Department, he refused to stick to the agreed itinerary and left a trail of glass in his wake. Andrew's relations around the world, commented one official at the weekly heads of department meeting, are dicey. He's showing bad judgment about people. He's rude. Report from Belize about himself and successfully sued for libel. Diplomats had been warned by the Foreign Office not to include adverse comments about people in their dispatches. Thereafter, anything unfavorable was conveyed in telephone calls. These included comments about Andrew. The public only became aware that Air Miles Andy refused to fly on commercial airlines after the government published a list of his destinations. Included were a golf tournament, a football match and social visits across the globe to beautiful girlfriends. An example of Andrew's capricious behavior was overheard in an early morning exchange in his ski chalet in Verbier. A young guest was making his breakfast tea when Andrew suddenly appeared. "Andrew, would you like a cup?" asked the guest. "I'm Prince Andrew to you," snapped the host, and walked off. Initially, the foe relied on Charlotte Manley, Andrew's private secretary, to ask him for better behavior. She failed. Following complaints from embassies in the Middle East and Chile, Yonran discussed the Andrew problem with his senior officials. The Queen, it was agreed, needed to be told. As usual, she prevaricated and suggested that Philip be consulted. If he agreed the problem needed to be dealt with, she said, she would make a decision. Unusually, Philip was annoyed, and suggested that Andrew be officially told to sharpen up his act or lose his job. An official met Andrew and issued the warning. Don McKinnon, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, felt that Charles needed the same medicine. 1 year after his unimpressive encounter with the High Commissioners from the Pacific countries, Charles, again reluctantly, agreed to meet the High Commissioners of Africa and the Caribbean. Ever since he had spent 5 days trekking across an isolated area of Kenya with Lawrence van der Post in 1975, digging his own latrine and swatting mosquitoes, his opinion of Africa had been jaundiced. Nevertheless, diligent as ever, he briefed himself about the difficulties created by the EU to the exports of sugar, bananas and other agricultural produce from Commonwealth countries. Come the meetings, to his irritation, the diplomats were only interested in arranging photographs of themselves with Charles to send home. As they spoke, Charles rolled his eyes. The diplomats, he signaled, were dead wood. Bruised by the prince's anger, Michael Peet mirrored his employer's attitude towards Whitehall's next suggestion, a long-distance Commonwealth trip. The mechanism was well tested. An FO committee considered the requests for all royal visits to promote Britain, but they knew that negotiating with Charles would be difficult. Unlike the office provoked his anger. In red ink, Charles firmly wrote, no, or maybe, but rarely, yes to the first suggestions, other than the Middle East, where his sympathy towards Islam was welcomed. Even then, he demanded refinements. He would drive me bananas, admitted a former head of protocol. Can't you see? Charles shouted in disapproval at Pete. "You're stupid." Quickly identifying the unacceptable destinations, Pete bluntly told the FO emissaries, "You're wrong about the choice of countries His Royal Highness should visit." Single quote. Don McKinnon experienced the private secretary's prejudice head-on. He effectively said, "I don't know anything about abroad and I'm not interested. I refuse to discourage the prince from his selfish behavior." The Commonwealth leader's reaction was blunt. Pete was so English, an old-fashioned British bulldog. He was the opposite of unassuming. As an accountant he wanted to show that the prince was good value for money, and that was arrogant. Single quote. To remain in control, Pete always hovered when Foreign Office officials called to represent their proposals. Charles usually headed towards a compromise, recalled one official. He would agree to visit one place identified by the Foreign Office on condition that the foe would organize an add-on, a place he wanted to visit. So he would agree to visit the Middle East if the plane would then go on to India, where he wanted to check out a local wheat for his duchy originals. Single quote. Steadfastly, Charles refused to fly commercial, and insisted on a private Airbus. "That's outrageous," Michael J., the new permanent secretary at the Foreign Office exclaimed, but before long he too climbed down. Reflecting Charles's preferences, Pete became more uncompromising towards McKinnon. He did not like being told what to do, realized the diplomat. And Charles refused to engage with me. I met the Queen once a year, but never Charles. If McKinnon had represented fox hunting rather than the Commonwealth, he grumbled, he would have enjoyed greater access. That very cause, so important to Charles, resurfaced in the summer of 2002. While Tony Blair was preparing for the invasion of Iraq, Charles and many in the countryside hoped that the government would implement the carefully crafted compromise presented by Terry Burns, the former Treasury Permanent Secretary, to avoid a ban on fox hunting. Blair seemed inclined to accept the deal despite his party's opposition. His neutrality provoked protests. But then Iraq scuppered any chance of a compromise. To secure parliamentary support for the war, Blair could no longer sit on the fence over the divisive sport. That left everyone dissatisfied. About the metropolitan Blairites' animosity towards rural communities. The Countryside Alliance's planned protest in London on the 22nd of September was supported by Charles. To those marching, Labour's encouragement of immigration and the criminalisation of fox hunting reflected the Blairites' self-hatred at being English, and Blair's betrayal of British values. Nearly 2 years earlier, Charles had agreed to become a patron of the alliance, but withdrew after being advised to do so by both Bolland and Lamport. While he reluctantly resisted any public endorsement of the 400,000 people marching through London, he did personally repeat one farmer's complaint to Blair. "If we as a group were black or gay, we would not be victimized or picked upon." He then authorized the leak of that riposte to a journalist. Charles's contemporaneous letter to Blair, accusing the government of destroying the countryside, was also published. If hunting were banned, Charles threatened, he would spend the rest of his life skiing. The Prime Minister had good reason to be shocked by such uncompromising conservatism. The Prince appeared to believe the scurrilous story that Blair had sought a prominent role in the Queen Mother's funeral in spite of resistance from Sir Michael Wilcox, Black Rod. Regardless of the truth, in a speech to celebrate the Jubilee, Charles had mentioned the seldom-sung second verse of the national anthem, as a dig at the government. The verse asks God to scatter the monarch's enemies and make them fall, confound their politics, and frustrate their knavish tricks. The Prime Minister's advisers, Charles said to an aide, should understand that, they need to take my opinions into account. Why can't they understand this all means a lot to me? Supporters of fox hunting hailed him as a hero. Out hunting, jumping the highest fences, if not always successfully, Charles had won respect for his bravery. On one occasion the master of a Staffordshire hunt had rapped on Camilla's car window to say, "Ma'am, I hope you've got some sharp teeth tonight." His Royal Highness has just pulled himself out of a hawthorn bush. Single quote. Later that afternoon, Charles sat in a dilapidated barn eating pheasant stew with local farmers and listening to their problems, many caused by Whitehall. Those who knew his fondness for walking with his dogs in the Lake District would have recognized his genuine pleasure at being among country people. Even sleeping once in a B&B with strangers was part of his rural lifestyle. "We have to do something," he said as he finally got up from lunch at 5. Had also raised concern about inadequate equipment for the military, poor roads, the pollution of the sea with plastic bags, and government programs to deradicalize extremist prisoners. His influence, he continued to fear, was negligible. On China, GM crops and foot-and-mouth disease, he had been ignored. "I'm not going to change my mind," he would say stubbornly. The government, he believed, should attempt to persuade him, but Blair refused to engage, suspecting that Charles had been captured by the right wing. However, he had little choice other than to indulge the prince in private, and oblige Pete's requests to protect him in public. In the real world, to help secure his party's support for the Iraq War, Blair finally betrayed his own convictions and supported a fox hunting ban. That left Charles exposed, especially to his Labour critics. Tony Banks, a vocal London MP, spoke for many when he accused the prince of getting into dangerous waters. Others believed that his letters to ministers, he was suspected of writing about 100 of them in recent years, were extremely ill-advised and foolish. Undeterred, Charles wrote to Blair that hunting was environmentally friendly and good for foxes. The opponents, he claimed, were driven by agendas other than the welfare of the fox. He added, "There is bewilderment that the government is responding to calls to ban something which uses no modern technology, which does not pollute the countryside, and which is completely neutral in that it relies entirely on man's ancient and, indeed, romantic relationship with dogs and horses." Single quote. To embarrass Charles just after the Countryside March, someone in the office of Derry Irvine, the Lord Chancellor, leaked the correspondence between him and the prince. Since Charles's handwritten letters were kept in Irvine's locked safe, the culprit could have been identified, but no one was ever named. In these letters, Charles had protested about the Labour government's welfare policies, political correctness, and red tape. Irvine did not dispute the prince's right to engage, but complained to his officials about feeling bombarded, a strange lament for the physically imposing, exuberant lawyer. In the first leaked letter, dated 26 June 2001, Charles railed against the growth of American-style compensation payments. Such a culture can only lead ultimately to an atmosphere of distrust and suspicion, let alone the real fear of taking decisions that might lead to legal action. He condemned the decision by Norwich Council to chop down some chestnut trees because people might be injured by falling conkers. New laws and over-regulation, echoing the opinion of many, had the potential to be deeply corrosive to the fabric of our society. Even the Army's capability was being reduced because, to minimize risk and remove the threat of a commanding officer being sued for negligence, live ammunition was not used during training. Convinced that the leak had been orchestrated from Downing Street, Charles published the letter in full. "It does seem to be that over the past few years," he wrote, "we in this country have been sliding inexorably down the slope of ever-increasing petty-minded litigiousness." He complained about the remorseless obsession with rights without there being any corresponding requirement of obligation. Challenging Irvine's argument about the value of human rights legislation, he said, "I simply do not accept, as you suggest in your last letter, that rights and responsibilities are marching forward hand in hand. That's rubbish. We're a society based on rights alone." The law, he insisted, did not focus on the individual's responsibilities, and that was a threat to society. 6 days after the letter was published, Charles spoke at the rededication of a vandalized war memorial and mentioned the lawless youths responsible for the damage. In his judgment they were shallow-rooted and bereft of a spiritual and moral dimension. They represented, he wrote, the blighted product of labor's human rights laws. Again, he spoke for many Britons. Irvine replied forcefully but politely. His fundamental disagreement with Charles was unshaken. The prince would not retreat, but was charmless in defeat by the unyielding politician. In normal times, such an exchange would have been barely noticed, but in the wake of Labour's second landslide election victory the previous year and the Tory opposition's continued hopelessness, Charles appeared to be the government's single significant opponent. Pitt should have reminded his employer about the requirement for impartiality, but he wilted when Charles raged that, to counter the government's leaks, he would reassert his right to send letters to ministers. Pitt was struggling with many problems. Unsurprisingly, on his arrival at St. James's Palace he had not announced, "I'm here to kill Bolland," whatever he may have felt, but Bolland harbored suspicions. Unlike some of his predecessors employed as Charles's spokesman, Bolland was not unctuous, and on many occasions had been helpful to journalists. Pitt was well advised not to challenge those relationships. To conceal his hostility, he had told journalists, "I'm just a boring accountant, here to look after finances." That approach changed as Robin Yanron and others in Buckingham Palace suspected that Bolland had aggravated the scandals involving Prince Andrew. By spring 2002, Yanron and Pitt wanted Bolland out. Both had apparently forgotten the palace's cack-handed management over a decade of disasters, including its A Royal Knockout, the humiliating TV show featuring Edward, Sarah Ferguson and other junior royals, Camilla Gate, Squidgy Gate, Sarah Ferguson's toe-sucking and the War of the Waleses. They resented giving any credit to Bolland for rescuing Charles. His punishment for being effective was to be crushed. The public charge against Bolland, dubbed the puppet master of St. James's, was led by Charles Moore, the editor of the Daily Telegraph. He echoed the anger of Yanron and Pitt. In a battle between the three privately educated Eton and Marlborough and Oxford Orthodox conservatives and the Middlesbrough schoolboy, the latter was doomed to lose. "The big guns are now turned on Bolland," wrote Richard Kay, by this time a friend of Bolland. In December 2001, under the headline, "Revenge of the Old Guard," Kay wrote in code about the weak and ineffective courtiers who have done so much to harm both the monarchy and Britain over the past 30 years, and now had their knives out for Bolland. The result, he warned, would be regretted. There will be a rapid resurgence in everything we have come to despise about the misuse of royal privilege. Unable to resist the pressure, Charles and Camilla finally agreed that Bolland should leave St. James's Palace, although he would continue to provide advice as a consultant. Kay himself could never have foreseen the accuracy of his warning. Nor, more importantly, did Yanron or Pitt particularly anticipate. 14. Shuttlecocks and skirmishes. Over Christmas, after reconsidering his position, Paul Burrell and his lawyers put together another statement, which was delivered to the police on 13 February 2002. They rated it as a bombshell. The defendant will say that in a private conversation with the Queen she indicated to him that his relationship with Princess Diana was unprecedented. The defendant will also say that he received private counsel with the Queen which was in part a harbinger to future problems which may have been directed towards him. He remembers spending 3 hours with the Queen when he sat with her on her settee shortly after Princess Diana's death. The Queen was telling him that she had tried to help Princess Diana. She warned the defendant to be careful. So many people were against Princess Diana and he had sided with her. If Andrew Shaw and Alex Carlyle, Burrell's lawyers, calculated that the revelation of a 3-hour conversation with the Queen would alarm the prosecution and provoke new inquiries at the palace, their expectation was misplaced. Michael O'Kane was on the eve of leaving the CPS, and Patrick Stevens, his successor, appeared not to have fully mastered the case. The CPS's lawyers decided that since Burrell's statement did not mention Diana's property, it was not relevant to the charge of theft. After all, Even Shaw and Carlyle had not suggested that anything relevant to the prosecution had been discussed. In normal circumstances, John Yates and Maxime de Brunner would have interviewed any potential witnesses at the palace, but without an explicit directive from the CPS the police did not react. Taking the initiative had been firmly ruled out by Assistant Commissioner David Vaness, Yates's superior, who was close to palace officials. The traditional investigators' practice of closing every possible avenue of escape was abandoned. "We got caught in the headlights of dealing with royalty," said one police officer, ruefully recalling the awe of Scotland Yard's chiefs towards the monarchy. By then the police were more influenced by the discovery that two of Burrell's contacts in America, Ron Ruff and Chuck Webb, had in their safe a watercolor by Charles which appeared to have come from one of the Burrell brothers. They also claimed to have found evidence in Burrell's home of his meeting Ruff and Webb in New York. But the investigation could go no further. Since the decision had been made that Charles could not be called as a witness, he could not be interviewed as a potential victim of a crime. Accordingly, nor could he be asked whether he had given any of his paintings to Burrell. So that trail of evidence had to be left unexplored. In April, Detective Sergeant Roger Milburn flew to America. He returned with a signed statement by the memorabilia dealer Dr. Will Swift that Harold Brown had sold him items from Diana's household for between $2,000 and $3,000 a time. Swift's website showed frequent trade in royal items, so he seemed a credible source. Milburn also reported that after Diana's death Burrell had given some of her possessions to associates in America, including key rings silver, these attached to a leather fob and a religious medallion that had been a present from Mother Teresa. However, in the most important purpose of the trip, Milburn had failed. He found no evidence of Burrell selling items. Soon after his return, he visited Fiona Shackleton to report his lack of success. "I told my boss i.e. Charles that the police had no evidence of sales," Shackleton would later tell Milburn. The prince did not react to the news. Nor did Shackleton. Unseen by outsiders, the partnership between Charles and Shackleton was fraying. Under pressure, her assertive reassurances had been replaced by a tendency to take every complaint or problem as a personal attack. "I'm just protecting my client," she would reply huffily. "I want to do what's right." Those so addressed wondered whether she was playing her part in a team or angling for power. Charles's reduced faith in her was fanned by Camilla's conviction that Shackleton was not an ally, but rather than voice personal ill will, she criticized the quality of her advice. Fiona's strength was her self-confidence, observed an official, and by then her self-confidence was misplaced. This had its repercussions. To say that the deterioration in the relationship was unhelpful would be a massive understatement. In an unexpected sign of Burrell's increasing concern, Andrew Shaw again approached the police. His client, he said, was offering to return all the royal items in his possession if the prosecution was dropped. The police, he was told, were no longer in control. He should approach the CPS. As a lawyer, Shaw would have been aware of that, but he bizarrely insisted that the offer should be passed directly on to Charles. The waters were truly muddied, with the result that the proposal never reached its intended destination. Burrell's trial was due to start in 6 weeks' time. His latest threat to make embarrassing revelations from the witness box coincided with the publication of Diana. Closely spent with Diana. Breaking the confidentiality expected of a royal protection officer, Worf described Diana's love affairs in detail, her possession of a vibrator, and how Britain's intelligence service had bugged her telephone calls because the establishment was out to get her. Portraying his charge as a helpless but perfectly sane victim, Worf revived public anger against Charles and Camilla, who was now dubbed the Rottweiler, because of her fierce attacks on Diana. Upset by the effect of Worf's revelations, Charles had also become aware of Burrell's offer to return all the property. He hoped that the proposal would stop the trial, although legally that was impossible. Burrell should have formally declared his position before he was charged. Ignoring both the law and the CPS's sole responsibility for the prosecution, Charles ordered his private secretary to tell the police that the prosecution was a lost cause. Michael Pete had only formally taken over his new role on the 12th of August, and as would become clear over the following years, he was occasionally underprepared. In the Burrell case, he knew little about the background, he was not a lawyer, and without any experience of a police investigation he had an unhelpful temperament when managing sensitive issues. "I warned Pete that the police were not always 100% truthful," recalled Bolland, who was willing to contribute to his new colleague's steep learning curve. But he wouldn't accept an anti-establishment view without a huge confrontation. He believed in the hierarchy. Pete's natural inclinations thus conflicted with his employer's instructions. By the time Pete, on Charles's orders, summoned Maxime de Brunner and Roger Milburn to St. James's Palace on the 30th of August, he thought he understood his brief. With Shackleton and Colleen Harris, Charles's press secretary, present during the 2-hour meeting, he adopted his favored manner. At the outset he directed de Brunner to a low chair so he could look down on her. A higher chair was noticeably moved away, and thereafter spoke only to Milburn. "How can you be sure that these items were not gifts?" he asked the junior officer. Milburn redirected the question to de Brunner. Not persuaded by her answer, Pete was emphatic that the prosecution should be stopped. "You have not got enough evidence," he said. "We want the property back without a fuss." In his concern to protect Charles, he forgot that Burrell had been charged with stealing property belonging to Diana's executors, not the print. Disturbed by Pete's performance, but the train has left the station. The meeting ended inconclusively. There was much that still baffled Scotland Yard, not least the CPS's strategy about which case to bring first. In the straightforward prosecution of the alleged theft of the model dhow, Harold Brown's conduct could be more easily established than Burrell's. But the CPS chose to prosecute the more difficult, more controversial case. Charles was well aware of the inherent dangers, and again directed Pete to remove them. Even for the secretive House of Windsor, the meeting between Pete Shackleton, Sarah McCorquodale and Michael Gibbons in St. James's Palace at 5 p.m. on the 11th of September 2002 was unusual. All three visitors knew the topic for discussion, and that the initiative had come from Charles. The police, Pete told the executors, don't have enough evidence to mount a successful prosecution and the case must be stopped. There is a risk of acquittal. His disdain for Yates and de Brunner was obvious, and Gibbons shared some of his doubts. As an accountant, he had been Pete's superior at KPMG, and he was equally not accustomed to managing the political pressures swirling around the royal palaces. The police, he thought, were enjoying their involvement in the case too much, and had failed to appreciate the nuances. Considering the unique circumstances, that may not have been surprising, but Scotland Yard had a credible track record. The same team had successfully prosecuted both the novelist Geoffrey Archer and the politician Jonathan Aitken for perjury. Nevertheless, Gibbons was uncomfortable. By contrast, McCorquodale was absolutely focused. She told Pete that she wanted all the property returned, and that she had sought the advice of John Nutting, a senior criminal barrister who was close to the royal family. He was the Queen Mother's godson. Nutting had approached William Boyce, but like Robert Seabrook he had been rebuffed. His first advice to McCorquodale was not to interfere. Nutting would be criticized by Burrell's lawyers for being too close to the coterie around Charles, and for failing to put clear water between McCorquodale and the royal family. He would dismiss the accusations. His advice to McCorquodale echoed Seabrook's to Charles. Burrell's latest offer was too late to stop the prosecution. The meeting had just got underway when Pete came to the point. "Charles," he said, feared Burrell testifying in detail about the rape tapes, Diana's anger at her treatment by the royal family, and her love life. But it was no good. Wasn't interested in deals. After the meeting, McCorquodale called de Brunner, with whom she had built up a working rapport. The trial, she warned, would be thwarted in some way. At that time, supervising more than 10 other investigations, de Brunner decided there was nothing more she could do. With the same objective as Pete, Alex Carlile met Robert Seabrook. A conversation between two criminal lawyers representing different sides was not unusual, but the content of their discussion was unprecedented in modern royal history. Carlile repeated his belief that the police briefing at Highgrove had misled Charles, and that since then the prosecution had failed to understand the relationship between Burrell and Diana. According to a subsequent report for Charles by Edmund Lawson QC, a criminal barrister hired by Pete to investigate the accusations, Carlile threatened that Burrell's embarrassing revelations would cause the three princes distress and embarrassment, and described the case as a disaster waiting to happen. He said that Charles might be called as a witness, and added that the prince had been deceived by the police. He urged Charles and McCorquodale to intervene to protect the royal family. Seabrook was in no mood to agree. Carlile, he said, was making a huge assumption that Yates had persuaded Charles to support the prosecution. Whatever Yates said about the sales had not influenced the prince's decision. 15. The Queen's recollection. On Monday 14 October 2002, Paul Burrell, 44 years old, stood in the dock of Court No. 1 at the Old Bailey, accused of stealing 310 items together worth £4, $5 million. To be acquitted, he would need to show the jury that, from the outset and during the 3 years he possessed the items, he never intended to steal them. Nearly a dozen famous people had been listed to testify on his behalf. The celebrities would enhance his reputation as Diana's rock, praised for his 17 years loyal service and for his public pledge to preserve her memory, as decently and as respectfully as possible. None of Burrell's witnesses was aware that he had planned to resign from Diana's service and move to the United States. After the first jury was discharged because one member was the wife of a policeman, a second jury was addressed by William Boyce. The prosecutor was competent, but with questionable self-confidence, and his unusual unwillingness to discuss the case with other lawyers suggested that he did not fully appreciate Burrell's threats, nor understand the implications of Alex Carlile's accusation of police deception, nor Burrell's unprovable sales in America. Apparently unaware of what had been going on behind the scenes, he did not anticipate the traps that Carlile would spring during his cross-examinations of Maxime de Brunner and Roger Milburn. Both officers assumed that Boyce would protect them. They were wrong. In his opening statement, Boyce told the jury that the prosecution would seek to prove that Burrell had not informed anyone that he was holding property belonging to the executors of Diana, the Prince of Wales, or Prince William. Before the police arrived at his home, no one knew about the hundreds of items he had taken from Kensington Palace. Further, after his arrest he had refused to return them. His subsequent letters to Charles and William about safekeeping proved only that he had been holding their property without permission. The prosecution's case rested on the evidence of Sarah McCorquodale. Francis Shand Kidd and the question to Burrell after arriving early in the morning at the butler's home in Cheshire. "Do you have any items from Kensington Palace in this house?" Milburn had asked. "No," was the reply. Burrell's lie, and his obstructive answers during two subsequent police interviews, were crucial, yet Boyce chose not to ask Milburn for any details about those exchanges. The officer was puzzled. After all, in each of the interviews Burrell had said that he was unwilling to return Diana's property, even those items that he later told William he held for safekeeping. Equally bewildering was Boyce's silence during Carlile's cross-examination of Milburn. Towards the end of the day, Burrell's counsel produced into court Diana's large mahogany box. Burrell would subsequently write in his autobiography that, according to the police, the box's lock had been forced and broken. That was untrue, as both de Brunner and Milburn insisted after the trial. Lifting up the box for the jury to see, Carlyle asked Milburn to describe what had been inside. Milburn knew that a full answer would terrify Charles, and also that the box's contents, not being part of the charge, were irrelevant to the trial. He looked at Boyce for help. The lawyer's rotund face remained expressionless. Instead of protesting to the judge that the defendant was not accused of their theft, so the box's contents should be excluded, he said nothing. A chance of protecting Charles from Burrell's threats was lost. Milburn was on his own. To avoid falling into Carlyle's trap, he refused to answer the question, and instead asked the judge, Anne Rafferty, for guidance. As an experienced criminal lawyer, Rafferty was trusted by both sides. She ordered Milburn to write down one single item found in the box. He noted James Hewitt's signet ring. Rafferty was handed his piece of paper and announced that she would decide whether that detail should be disclosed to the jury. She then adjourned the hearing until the following day. Charles's legal advisors were nervous. They assumed that once in the witness box Burrell would mention both the rape tapes and Prince Philip's letters. Here they may have misread Carlyle. The barrister and his defense team would later say that at this point they didn't know what the box contained, and that they were simply hoping to discover whether the prosecution had withheld any evidence that might help their client. They would also claim they were unaware of McCorquodale's allegation that the box's contents had been stolen by Burrell. Milburn doubted both claims. Without knowing the answer. The following morning, Rafferty allowed the jury to hear Milburn's testimony. About Hewitt's ring, Carlyle did not ask any further questions, and the box was taken out of the courtroom. Despite that piece of good news for Charles, there was panic in St. James's Palace. Assuming that the defense lawyer had fired a warning shot, the prince's legal team could not guarantee that the judge would exclude evidence of other scandals, and Boyce was steadfastly refusing to discuss the case with Robert Seabrook. Charles's fears grew during the cross-examination of Maxime de Brunner. Carlyle ridiculed the notion that the original reason for the police raid was merely to find the paperwork for the model dhow. They were fishing. In their blunderbuss approach, he alleged, they couldn't decide what to take and what to leave, as was illustrated by a video of Burrell's house after the raid. A huge number of items taken from Kensington Palace remained there. De Brunner was asked whether she had entered the loft. No, she replied. She disliked heights. Carlyle openly mocked her, as if her faint-heartedness proved Burrell's innocence. Next, he sought to persuade the jury that Charles and his sons had been misled by de Brunner during the meeting at Highgrove, although only John Yates had spoken on that occasion. First, because the police had implied that the man in the photograph wearing Diana's dress was Burrell. Second, more importantly, because de Brunner had failed to understand the source of Burrell's income. In his briefing to Charles at Highgrove, Yates had described how the butler's bank balance had soared after Diana's death. One reason was undoubtedly his book sales and lectures. He was a man in the news. However, before the trial, forensic accountants employed by the fraud squad had examined his bank account. Their report, in 2 large green volumes, showed that a credit of about £30,000 remained unexplained. The jury would have to decide whether the police had misled Charles about Burrell's wealth. Next, Carlyle asked de Brunner whether she had told the princes that no evidence had been found of Burrell selling any items in America. No, she replied. Carlyle accused her of having grossly misled the royals. She was then addressed by the judge. Is it right that you allowed the 2 princes to remain under that misconception? Yes, she replied. As she watched journalists leave the courtroom to report this dramatic news, de Brunner realized too late what she had failed to mention. Milburn had told Fiona Shackleton on the 30th of August that there was no evidence of Burrell could have been rebutted. De Brunner had every right to expect Boyce to pick up on her forgetfulness on re-examination, but he never did. The impression was established that the police investigation had been botched. In the prosecution's opinion, that was irrelevant to proving Burrell's guilt or innocence on the actual charge, but the blaring media headlines disturbed St. James's Palace. On that Friday afternoon, proceedings ended unusually early, the judge sympathizing with Carlyle's plea that he was tired. The trial, it was assumed, would resume after the weekend. Just after 8:30 on Monday morning, the 28th of October, Boyce was reading his papers in a small exhibits room adjacent to the court when John Yates unexpectedly joined him. "I've just had a conversation with Michael Peet," the policeman said, then repeated the private secretary's exact words. "Her Majesty has had a recollection." Single quote. On the previous Friday, Peet had explained, the Queen had recalled a meeting one afternoon 5 years earlier, soon after Diana's death. Paul Burrell had come to the palace to tell her about preserving some of Diana's papers. The Queen agreed that he should care for them, said Peet. According to Yates, he had replied, "Michael, that clearly scuppers the prosecution." Peet had said, "Oh, surely not." Single quote. Boyce visibly paled as he heard the news. Taking off his wig, he seemed to shrink. For a barrister who would later boast on his website, "He fights every case with tremendous passion," one eyewitness recalled, he looked crushed. A vibrant man was shell-shocked, destroyed. The little courage he had disappeared. Boyce's panic infected others, lawyers and police officers, who had arrived in the room for that day's trial. He appeared to believe the case was as good as lost. Eventually he explained his reasoning. In his opening statement, Boyce had said that Burrell had been silent about taking Diana's possessions. During the years after her death, no one had been told about any safekeeping role her former butler might have assumed. Now Burrell would testify about what he had told the Queen and how he received her approval. He could quote her recollection in his defense. Only by questioning the Queen in court could Burrell's version of the conversation be rebutted, and that was constitutionally impossible. No reigning monarch could appear in Her Majesty's court. "That's the end of the trial," Boyce told his perplexed audience. Next, he texted de Brunner, who was drinking tea in the canteen. "I'm sorry for what is about to happen." With that, he went into the courtroom to continue what was left of the prosecution. During that same day, the circumstances of the Queen's recollection emerged. Peet revealed to the CPS lawyers that the previous Friday, she, Charles and Philip had driven together to St. Paul's for a memorial service for the victims of the Bali bombings. Driving past the Old Bailey, she asked why a crowd was standing outside. Charles answered that Paul Burrell was on trial. The Queen was apparently unaware that he was being prosecuted. Then she mentioned that, some years before, Burrell had sought an audience with her to explain that he was caring for some of Diana's papers, and she had agreed that he should do so. After the royal family returned from St. Paul's, there was unusual activity in St. James's Palace. Lawyers were summoned for a conference to discuss the Queen's recollection. Peet was told that Boyce should be informed immediately. Next, Robin Yonren was called. Told about the new evidence, the Queen's private secretary expressed his astonishment. "Oh my God," an eyewitness heard him exclaim. Thereafter Yonren did nothing, allowing Peet to continue managing the crisis on Charles's behalf. Then something very strange occurred. Contrary to Seabrook's advice, neither Boyce nor the CPS was told on that Friday afternoon about the recollection, and the lack of communication continued through Saturday and Sunday. According to palace rumors, however, Peet did tell Peter Goldsmith, the Attorney General, that the recollection was a golden opportunity to get rid of this embarrassment. Early on Monday morning, Peet called Yates to report the Queen's remarks. To some in the prosecution team, and to the police at the Old Bailey, Pete's version of the circumstances connected to the trial, subsequently described in the written report by Edmund Lawson QC commissioned by Pete and submitted to Charles. The Pete report lacked credibility. First, Yanran, an assiduous official, had been regularly briefed about the investigation, not least because William and Harry were involved. He would certainly have fulfilled his duty and reported the main details of the case to the Queen during their daily meetings. Second, the Queen was known to read the newspapers regularly, and for over a year Burrell's plight had been widely reported. The trial itself had dominated the front pages for the 11 days before her drive to St. Paul's. Third, it was unusual for the monarch and the heir to travel in the same car. For security reasons. The coincidence that mother and son, who seldom spoke to each other, should have been so publicly united on that particular day while driving past the Old Bailey was a coincidence that raised questions. Fourth, the version offered by Pete contradicted that of others in the palaces. He failed to explain why the prosecution was not told about the Queen's recollection for 2.5 days. He failed to report his own consultation with a lawyer to understand the significance of the recollection. And he omitted to explain why he, rather than Yanran, asked the Queen about her suddenly jogged memory. The reason for that at least was clear to observers inside the palaces. Yanran wanted no part in the undertaking. All those inconsistencies led to one question: who had masterminded the operation over the weekend? Amid the speculation there was also admiration. Using the Queen to halt the trial was a masterful tactic. The police and the CPS were unprepared for a challenge at that exalted level. Both had been naive to believe that they could prosecute without the establishment's wholehearted support. "Stardust clouded our judgment," confessed one stunned officer. Inevitably, some of those involved in the case questioned whether the Queen had ever met Burrell in the 3-hour audience he had described in his statement of 13 February 2002. After all, even Pete would claim to have been unaware of the statement in which Burrell mentioned the meeting. But 3 witnesses would have been available had the police sought that information. First, Michael Gibbons had been asked by Burrell in December 1997 for permission to visit the Queen to complain about the activities of the executors. Second, a palace page told Richard Kay about accompanying Burrell to the Queen's sitting room, where he remained for between 45 and 90 minutes. And finally, soon after that audience, Burrell told Kay that he had met the Queen to complain about how the Spencers were destroying history, and to tell her he wanted to save documents for posterity. The Queen had, he said, replied, "How interesting. Good idea." Pertinently, in Kay's version Burrell mentioned only documents. The police failed to seek those witnesses, and in hindsight allowing Burrell's disclosure to remain unquestioned appears inexplicable. In their self-interest, both palaces blamed the police and the CPS for failing to follow up. But in reality, Pete and others knew that each organization was under orders to limit its access to Charles, while the police were forbidden to interview the Queen. And both the police and the CPS harbored doubts about Burrell's crucial meeting at the palace. Few believed the butler's version of spending 3 hours with the Queen, and in any event his description of their conversation, about documents and not hundreds of Diana's personal possessions, was irrelevant to the charges he faced. Similarly, none of the prosecutors or police expressed at subsequent meetings their outright belief. No one told her, nevertheless, that explanation could well have been true. The Queen, by nature a reactive person who absorbed enormous amounts of information, would not have taken any initiative after meeting Burrell. The surprise was the timing of her revelation, coinciding with Charles's increasing despair and the palace's highly convenient interpretation of that meeting. An act of genius, was the judgment of one Whitehall observer, a machination to solve desperation. Only a golden bullet could have stopped the trial. And they invented it. A senior police officer was more succinct. The palace lied. The skeptics could not name the mastermind of any conspiracy, but they assumed that Charles participated in the crucial discussions. Identifying the other participants, and establishing the timeline of their conversations, was impossible. When required, members of the royals' inner sanctum were masters at protecting their secrets. At 8:30 a.m. on Tuesday the 29th of October, Boyce chaired a meeting with de Brunner, Milburn and two CPS lawyers, Patrick Stevens and Sue Taylor, at the Old Bailey. The prosecutor had decided to ask the judge to stop the trial, but he added a peculiar twist. He intended to ask for the court to be cleared of everyone, including the police, the defense lawyers, the jury and even the stenographer. To suspend proceedings, he would apply for a public interest immunity hearing, although without any intention of pursuing that application. The ruse would conceal the true situation from the outside world while the prosecutors secretly sought a way around the Queen's intervention. To protect himself, Boyce asked the police to hide 2 tape recorders in a briefcase that would be placed on his desk in court. The tapes would then be kept under seal by the CPS. He did not reveal who had advised him to follow this extraordinary arrangement. Next, Boyce explained why the Queen's recollection had skewed the trial and would help Burrell. By telling the Queen that he was caring for documents, he had covered everything, including 2,000 sensitive photo negatives, Diana's wombat, cards to William, and the family photo albums. Why? A police officer asked. Sarah McCorquodale would never have destroyed family photographs or Diana's letters. On the contrary, the evidence was that all such items were to be sent to Highgrove. Boyce ignored the question and said, Burrell wants to keep Diana's underwear and clothing, which will make him a multimillionaire within 1 month. The only way out is to negotiate with the defense. For his audience, to start such a negotiation in the middle of a trial was uncharted territory. Princes Charles and William need protection from threats, said Boyce. He mentioned Joseph, another defense lawyer, who said that Burrell was anxious to talk and be indiscreet. Boyce continued, we must protect the source from the media frenzy if the recollection is released. The source was his way of referring to the Queen. Boyce's defeatism stung Patrick Stevens. Surely it is not as bad as you think. Surely we can carry on. We can't put a lid on this. We'll just put a statement about the Queen's recollection to the court and leave it for the jury to decide. Single quote. Yes, replied Boyce, it is not hopeless. The jury will come to the right decision. Then suddenly he somersaulted. My gut feeling is that after hearing about the recollection, the jury will not convict. After wondering how the Queen should be approached, he said, I need to speak to the Attorney General. Single quote. At exactly 10 a.m. Boyce walked into the courtroom, asked the judge to halt the trial and send the jury home, then disappeared for the next 90 minutes. Neither the defendant nor his lawyers had any idea why the trial had been halted. Burrell hadn't told his counsel any more about his conversation with the monarch than his mention in his statement about her warnings during 3 hours on the settee. Andrew Shaw was certainly unaware that his client had supposedly mentioned to the Queen that he was safekeeping or acting as a custodian of any of Diana's possessions. At 11:30 the same morning, Boyce returned to his small office and dictated a list of questions for the Queen. Who else was present at her meeting with Burrell? What was said at the meeting? Why was the meeting not revealed before? How many meetings did she have? Were any entries made in the Buckingham Palace diary? At 4:35 that afternoon, de Brunner and Milburn met Pete, Seabrook and Shackleton at St. James's Palace to present Boyce's questions. 2 hours later, Pete handed over the written answers provided by the Queen. You're overreacting, Seabrook told the officers. This is a storm in a teacup. The case can continue. He added, someone's fingerprints are all over this to disrupt the prosecution. He did not identify the culprit, but the officers wrongly assumed he meant Mark Bolland. For their part, the police regarded Seabrook as part of the establishment conspiracy to end the trial. Again, they were mistaken. Like other criminal lawyers, Seabrook could not understand Boyce's dogmatic pessimism. There was nothing, he would later say, to prevent the prosecutor from describing the Queen's recollection to the jury, obtaining a ruling from the judge that Pete's statement could not be challenged, and allowing the trial to continue. Any references in the charges to Burrell stealing Diane, intervention to the police and lawyers. The palace, he said, was concerned that any failure to disclose Burrell's meeting with the Queen would reflect badly on the royal family if he were convicted, or if he harmed himself because of his depression. None of his audience was disposed to accept this explanation. Moreover, the police were struck by Pete's incredulity about the consequences of the Queen's action. Shackleton shared his amazement. The prosecution lawyers, she told Milburn, were reacting too quickly to the information. Milburn and de Brunner returned to the Old Bailey in a state of bewilderment. As an independent institution, Scotland Yard could have pushed for the truth, but Assistant Commissioner David Vaness told them, "We must protect the monarch," and ruled against any further activity. Charles and William similarly required protection. Yates passed the order down. "I think the prosecution left a number of open goals," he said ruefully in the aftermath. The first crisis meeting of the prosecution lawyers was held at the offices of the CPS on Tuesday evening. The principal players present were the prosecutors William Boyce and Richard Whittam. David Perry, a criminal lawyer and constitutional expert invited by the CPS. John Yates, and Maxime de Brunner. In the chair was the CPS lawyer Patrick Stevens. David Calvert-Smith, the director of public prosecutions, who should have been present, was away on holiday in Greece. "Why are you doing this?" Perry asked the prosecutors and the police. "You should let it go away. It cannot be in the interest of the monarchy to pursue a simple theft." Single quote. "We have enough evidence," replied Boyce, "but it is not my call." In the brainstorming session that ensued, there was even discussion about whether a new trial could be convened inside Buckingham Palace, with a jury of courtiers and peers empowered to hear the Queen's testimony. That fantasy was discarded after it was generally agreed that there was no legal reason to stop the trial. The following day, the same group met again. Decisions were needed. To bring the issue to a conclusion, Peter Goldsmith, the Attorney General, and David Calvert-Smith, now back from holiday, joined them. Richard Whittam, the junior prosecutor, again suggested that the prosecution could withdraw the charge of the theft of papers or documents and continue with the theft of the remaining items. Boyce ignored him, and Burrell testified that he and the Queen had discussed the decision about Burrell's guilt or innocence would then be left to the jury, as it always had been. Only two people could order the trial to end: Calvert-Smith and Goldsmith. Calvert-Smith prevaricated, speaking, on the one hand and on the other, so Goldsmith took the lead. He went to see the Queen to explain the consequences of what he termed the fiasco, then consulted Tony Blair. Robin Yonrin had also called Downing Street. At that moment, Blair was immersed in deciding the size of Britain's military commitment for the invasion of Iraq. Once again he was being asked to consider how to save the monarchy. His decision was that the trial should be brought to an end. Goldsmith reappeared at the meeting of lawyers. Understandably, he did not want to direct Boyce to stop the prosecution. Technically that was the responsibility of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Accordingly, Calvert-Smith had invited Milburn and de Brunner to the final stages of the meeting. "If the coffee pot is half empty," Milburn told de Brunner, "it means they've made up their minds before we got there." On entering the room, Milburn looked at the cafetiere. Half full. Little was discussed. At midday, Yates said to Milburn, "Give me 6 good reasons why the case should go ahead." Single quote. "I can give you 30, sir," replied Milburn. Thereafter, according to a hostile eyewitness, Yates was as useful as a Chocolate Fireguard. Late that afternoon, Milburn and de Brunner were asked to meet Calvert Smith in his office. Over a glass of cheap wine he asked them why the prosecution should continue. After they had again given their reasons, the DPP said nothing except to bid them farewell. Reflecting on the mismanagement of the royal interests over the previous 2 years, not one of those involved, Yonran, Pete, Shackleton and all the lawyers who regarded themselves as among the finest in London, appeared to consider what Burrell would do after the trial. None openly discussed how the former butler might make his fortune by doing precisely what they had sought so hard to avoid, selling royal secrets. Led by Goldsmith, an insecure attorney general, the seemingly blinkered satraps composed a statement for Boyce to announce in the courtroom on Friday, the 1st of November, the complete end of the prosecution. His statement, expressly mentioning the Queen's recollection, took everyone in the court by surprise. The trial was over. Charles and Pete breathed sighs of relief. So did Burrell. His life had been ruined. Burrell headed off towards Covent Garden to celebrate. Among those drinking with him was Richard Kay, who had cared for Burrell for 2 years, especially during his nervous breakdown and a drug overdose. In return, Kay expected that Burrell, steeped in debt, would sell his story exclusively to the Daily Mail. Instead, as he had always planned to do, Burrell offered his revelations to the Daily Mirror, which had secretly paid money to his brother Graham and had broken the story of Burrell's arrest. His agent mentioned £1 million as the possible fee. The Mail was not given the opportunity to make a counter-offer. Not only Kay felt double-crossed, all of Diana's famous friends who had been prepared to testify about her butler's loyalty would be shocked by his duplicity. While Burrell drank champagne, Maxine de Brunner was hiding in the Landmark Hotel in Marylebone. Unrelated to the trial, she faced a serious threat to her life from a known terrorist living in London who was involved in another of her investigations. He had recognized her from the media coverage. Isolated in her room, she feared criticism in the following morning's newspapers. The comments were even more vitriolic than she could have anticipated. The police have covered themselves in disgrace, said the Daily Mail, referring to a black farce. In a withering attack on the CPS and the DPP for having shown an incompetence that beggars belief, the paper accused de Brunner of lying about the Burrell photograph, and the CPS of concealing his conversation with the Queen. Both accusations were unjustified. Other papers charged Shackleton and McCorquodale with ignoring Charles's wise judgment and pushing for a prosecution that was doomed from the start. Bolland was reported to have threatened Shackleton that he would have her legs blown off. Everyone was blamed except Charles. On the 4th of November he had flown to Italy, and he returned 4 days later determined to ensure that responsibility for the embarrassment fell upon the police. In his reception room at Highgrove he emphasized to selected newspaper editors the folly of Scotland Yard. Simultaneously, palace officials aggressively briefed journalists about the office's deception. Leading the charge was Stephen Pollard, a respected commentator who had not previously written about the royals. His article, prominently featured in the London Evening Standard, eviscerated the police. There was no crime and no victim, he wrote, only a conspiracy to put Burrell behind bars. The prosecution was a result of a potent mix of malice and quite astonishing incompetence. The entire case was based on the idea that Mr. Burrell was flogging the Princess of Wales's possessions in the U.S. To implement that conspiracy, wrote Pollard, de Brunner went to stage. Did she inform the Prince of Wales or his solicitor of her mistake? De Brunner, he wrote, had either been lying or had been grotesquely incompetent. He concluded that the world had witnessed a once-in-a-generation, high-profile prosecution which defines the reputation of the police for years to come. And they have blown it quite spectacularly. Single quote. Given the source of his information, Pollard's invective was inevitably based on multiple errors. The media's humiliation of the police nevertheless failed to suppress entirely the suspicion that it was Charles who had orchestrated his mother's recollection. A handful of perceptive journalists conjured up a scenario of courtiers inventing the ruse to stop Burrell, describing a palace riddled with staff who indulged in cross-dressing, selling official gifts, theft and rape. At the center of this narrative was the world versus Maxime de Brunner, with the police officer the inevitable casualty. At 2:30 on the afternoon after the trial, de Brunner's mobile rang. "I'm so sorry," said Sarah McCorquodale. "They shouldn't have done that to you. It's disgraceful. We're totally behind you. This investigation has been sabotaged." A deal was struck by Paul Burrell and the Prince of Wales. Single quote. As McCorquodale went on, de Brunner made sure she wrote down all that was said. "They agreed that the trial would be stopped if three things happened," McCorquodale continued. "First, Burrell would not mention certain things in his book. Second, William's property will be given back to William. And a third thing which I don't know." Once the deal was agreed, Fiona contacted the police to tell them about the Queen's recollection of events. She concluded, they couldn't afford for Paul Burrell to go into the witness box. Burrell had told the Prince of Wales that he would tell all unless the trial was halted. The palace have maintained that they didn't know about the Queen's and Burrell's conversation. Single quote. McCorquodale agreed to sign a note describing the meeting organized by Pete on the 11th of September to end the trial. At de Brunner's suggestion, she met Milburn for coffee on the 12th of December and signed the handwritten account on an A4 sheet of paper that he had prepared for her. Michael Gibbons signed the same note a week later, agreeing that Pete, on Charles's behalf, had sought to stop the trial. In Milburn's words, "I was protecting my back." Single quote. "Let's nick Pete for seeking to pervert the course of justice," Milburn said to Commander. That same week, still isolated in her hotel room, de Brunner answered a call from Stuart Osborne, one of Charles's protection officers. "You can't fight the establishment," said Osborne sympathetically. That press statement about the recollection from the palace was a lie, but the police view is that the House of Windsor must be protected at all costs. De Brunner wrote down what Osborne had said on the Landmark Hotel's notepaper. By this time, she and Milburn were feeling so battered that both were convinced by an official at the Scotland Yard's Department of Professional Standards that a police group was on standby at Putney Police Station to await an official complaint from Buckingham Palace that would trigger their arrest for perverting the course of justice. The truth about the existence of such a group has never been established. Charles, despite his immediate relief, was similarly beleaguered. Burrell had apparently agreed not to embarrass the royal family, yet the publicist Max Clifford had obtained not only his original 39-page statement but also his proof of evidence. That document, composed by his lawyers, described in explicit detail Diana's relationship with many boyfriends, including Hasnat Khan, a Pakistani surgeon who more than once had been smuggled into Kensington Palace either under a blanket or in the boot of a car for nighttime encounters. Burrell described cancelling Diana's public engagements so that she could stay with Khan, even specifically so that she could stay in bed with him. To add spice to such revelations, Burrell presented Charles as a pampered, absolute monarch similar to France's notoriously self-indulgent kings before the Revolution. In his statement, he revealed that the prince had ordered him to lie to Diana about his movements, and once, after the butler had inadvertently told the truth, had thrown a book at him. How Charles insisted that his own crystal goblets and silver cutlery be brought to the hospital after his polo accident so he would not have to use institutional crockery. That the prince had ordered staff at Highgrove to burn a crafted table presented to him by South Sea Islanders. And that he would sneer at Diana about her clothes, describing her on one occasion as looking like an air stewardess and on another as a member of the mafia. In graphic detail, he described how Michael Fawcett had held a specimen test tube for his master to pee into. He did not mention that at the time Charles was handicapped by having one arm in plaster. Clifford obtained £300,000 for the two statements from the News of the World, undermining Burrell's relationship with the Mirror. The paper splashed headlines about Diana's sex life, including Burrell's breathless account of her seduction of Khan wearing just sapphire and diamond earrings in her fur coat, and about serving the Pakistani doctor breakfast in bed on one occasion after Diana had left Kensington Palace early. Burrell cashed in further in the following day's Mirror, this time giving a taste of his cast of mind as directed against the Spencers. Depicting the grieving family as a collection of snobs and predators, he targeted Charles Spencer for his refusal to rent his sister a cottage at Althorpe in the summer of 1997, ostensibly to avoid public intrusion. The Spencers found Diana unacceptable in life, wrote Burrell, but after her death they found her very acceptable at £10.50 a ticket, referring to the price the public were charged to visit Diana's grave at Althorpe. He held back a letter Spencer had written to Diana on 4 April 1996 in which he branded her as manipulative, deceitful and mentally ill. That tidbit was saved for his book. Amid the tsunami of media vilification aimed at Charles and his family, such an omission was barely a mercy. The royal palaces were being plagued by recriminations about the trial. The internal furore was concealed from the world outside by discreet courtiers, with one notable exception. At 8:30 a.m. on Thursday 7 November, Fiona Shackleton telephoned de Brunner and in the course of a tirade said that Mark Bolland had organized the Queen's recollection. "He's the head boy, he's evil and he hates the police," she ranted. "Bolland has infiltrated the whole system. He knew about it the recollection on the day it happened. You cannot let that man win." After confessing that her own position was now in jeopardy, she ended up, "It's disgusting and unjust. Why couldn't they have seen it through? At least Burrell wouldn't have sold his story." But despite her fury, no evidence existed that Bolland, by then a consultant to Charles, had been involved in the recollection, or in any strategic discussions that fateful weekend. Moreover, he denied any participation. Days later, during the opening ceremony of the Field of Remembrance in Westminster Abbey, the Queen looked unusually morose. At the cenotaph later that week, Charles barely spoke to his mother, and avoided lunch with his family. Palace officials warned them both that there was much worse to come. For once they were right. Edmund Lawson mistakenly states in Pete's report para 2.80, page .69 that the note was made on the 19th of December, whereas it was made on the 12th, the same day that Milburn and McCorquodale met. Gibbons would subsequently deny that he was at the meeting on the 11th of September. 16. A private secretary goes public. The calamity Charles feared had materialized. Despite his generous payoff, George Smith sold his story to the News of the World, waiving his right to anonymity. For the first time, the media could explain some of the background to the royal machinations over the previous years. 1 week after the Burrell trial, the News of the World published Smith's allegation that an unnamed man, an employee of the royal family, had raped him. Referring to the mahogany box tapes, Smith also revealed that he had recorded a secret about a family member so devastating it could destroy the monarchy. The newspaper described the rape tape and allegations of a cover-up by Charles. The headlines ensured that 5 years of hard labor to restore the public's trust in the Prince of Wales disintegrated. With Charles's financial help, Michael Fawcett sought an injunction to protect his identity, while simultaneously denouncing Smith through an expensive firm of solicitors as an unreliable alcoholic, whose allegations included demonstrable discrepancies about when and where he was raped. In retaliation, Smith claimed that there had been a second rape. Constrained by the threat of an injunction and the laws of defamation, the media could still not reveal the full story behind Smith's confession, and that ignorance was precisely what Charles was relying on. Pressed to explain the outcome of inquiries into Smith's original rape allegation, Scotland Yard issued an unconvincing reply. After a full investigation, it declared, the investigating officer had submitted a report to the CPS recommending that no prosecution be brought. That explanation would be contradicted by a subsequent admission that Hounslow police had in fact abandoned their review after Smith refused to make a complaint. Neither statement was accurate. The truth had been buried. In 2016, Detective Superintendent Steve Gwilliam would say that he could not recall the case, and a similar memory loss affected the CPS lawyer responsible for the file. In the same issue of the News of the World that featured Smith's allegations, the paper revealed for the first time that Paul Burrell was gay. The comedian Michael Barrymore, who was known to have had homosexual affairs, described how the butler had attempted to seduce him 3 days after Diana's death by showing him 3 of her diamond rings then lunging at him. Burrell denied the story. His wife did not comment. Amid more revelations about his sexuality, Burrell had flown to America to sell some of his secrets to all 3 major TV networks for huge fees. Telling my story was never about money, he said, omitting to mention that he had previously pledged not to betray Diana's privacy. It was only about truth and justice and telling it honestly and properly. He left behind a furore about Michael Fawcett's conduct. At the very moment that Burrell was making his announcement on American television, Fawcett was supervising arrangements for a dinner at Windsor Castle for Charles's American Foundation. By then, his hold over the prince was well known. Although George Smith did not name Fawcett, media allegations linking him to the misuse of Charles's property under the headline, "Fawcett the Fence," had surfaced. Before the end of the day, Charles was forced to condemn his trusted employee to indefinite leave and exile from the castle. In a foul mood, he now had no one on whom he could rely to rebut the consequent gossip about his paying Fawcett off, or dampen the speculation about whether his valet would be forced to give up his rent-free home in Richmond. For very different reasons, 3 men, Burrell, Fawcett and Smith, were all creating major problems for Charles. The combination of adultery, alleged gay rape, drugs, sex orgies, thefts and the unprecedented end of a criminal trial was no longer a soap opera, but had escalated into a real crisis. Charles considered appearing on TV to deny that Smith had been raped, then abandoned the idea, not least because Fawcett obtained an injunction to prevent anyone linking his name with Smith's allegations. It is impossible to exaggerate the devastation wreaked on the House of Windsor in the last week, wrote Trevor Kavanagh in The Sun, adding ridicule by revealing that one of Fawcett's responsibilities was to squeeze the toothpaste onto Charles's brush. There is a cesspit of intrigue at the heart of the realm. Single quote. The thunder of derision heaped upon the royal family appeared to bemuse Pete. Asked if Charles was shocked by the uproar, he replied, "Yes, I suppose so, to the extent that you can believe it." He added that Fawcett, despite the public accusation of taking commissions both on the sale of gifts to the royals and from suppliers, is here and is working. Pete's air of nonchalance angered Whitehall. A senior official suggested to him that only an inquiry could end the frenzy. The appointment of a high court judge was instantly discounted as dangerous. Instead, Pete announced on television whether Smith's allegation of being raped had been covered up, whether Charles had sabotaged Burrell's trial, whether official gifts to Charles and his family had been sold by his staff, and whether Charles's staff had received improper payments. And more importantly the Prince of Wales, said Pete, are totally committed to openness and accountability. He did not trouble to explain how he, as Charles's private secretary, could be truly independent when conducting an inquiry into the conduct of his employer and his own staff, including himself. Anyone who says it is going to be a complete whitewash doesn't know me very well, was his glib justification. Hours later, he undermined his own independence. I don't think any of us are going to take the rape allegation seriously, he said. What can one do, except to laugh? He added, "I can give you my 100% assurance that there was no interference in the trial." Similarly, the allegations against Fawcett the fence were dismissed by Pete before his inquiry began. "We have absolutely no evidence of it," he declared. "I think it is very unlikely. What people have told the press that he has done, no one told us. We have no allegations at all about Mr. Fawcett's behavior." Single quote. Pete also displayed his prejudice against the police. At the same time as the inquiry was being announced, Burrell was claiming that he had not been charged with the theft of the hundreds of items belonging to Diana that had been left in his house by De Brunner after his arrest. The police, said Burrell, accepted that they had been genuine gifts to him. At that moment the police were so overcome by criticisms of their conduct that Burrell's assertion passed unchallenged, but eventually Maxime de Brunner explained that her priority had been to seize everything that might embarrass the royal family, and that she would have removed more, but 10 hours after their arrival at Burrell's home the police could not load any more items onto the lorry sent from London after the local police truculently refused de Brunner's request to provide a truck. Her mistake, she and Yates would later admit, was not to seal off the house as a crime scene. Pete immediately exploited that error in an interview with the Evening Standard. The police well know that high-value presents had been given to Paul Burrell because they didn't charge him with stealing a large number of items of considerable value, because they accepted that they had been given to him by the Princess of Wales. It was totally clear to everybody that the Prince and Princess of Wales gave gifts, and valuable gifts, to their staff. Pete was dancing on a pinhead. In the end, the CPS and not the police had decided to charge Burrell. Moreover, some of the alleged thefts had not been evidence at a trial, and that had been ruled out. Pete appeared to be spreading confusion. In a lengthy interview with the media, he angrily complained that the police had failed to listen to a long briefing about the gifts donated to Burrell. The law officers said that was not true. The denial, said Pete, is difficult to understand. There is no question of the CPS having been misled. Scotland Yard had heard enough. While Pete was proving to be protective of Charles, the Yard's chief showed his robust support for de Brunner. She was heading for promotion to Deputy Assistant Commissioner. In that retaliatory atmosphere, William Boyce made another announcement in court. The charge against Harold Brown had been dropped. Once again, the police were surprised. There was clear evidence that Brown had sold the Dow after Diana's death, had lied in his statements, and that the money from the sale had disappeared. Those facts were not mentioned in Boyce's court declaration. Brown, the lawyer explained, possessed a note from Charles which read, "There is a very good gold wedding ring here which someone in the office might find useful." The valet had then sold the ring. Although that piece and the Dow were unconnected, Boyce said that Brown could have relied on Burrell giving him permission to sell the Dow in good faith. Brown was also formally acquitted by the court over the sale of Diana's earrings in January 1998, and his offering for sale of her emerald and diamond bangle and a diamond brooch. The most vulnerable person was still Charles, approaching his 54th birthday. His defenselessness was increased by his separation from Bolland, who told a friend, "Pete never misses an opportunity to trash me. He wants to destroy my relationship with Charles." The prince's two foremost henchmen now openly detested each other. The final breach between them took place in the wake of Burrell's acquittal. Pete received a warning from a trouble-seeking lawyer that the news of the world was planning a honey trap for Charles's younger son in what had become an unceasing quest. Using a girl to forge a relationship with Prince Harry, the newspaper hoped to obtain a sample of his hair. According to the lawyer, the hair's DNA would be tested to establish whether Harry's father was not Charles but James Hewitt. Pete's solution was to alert the police and call Rebecca Wade at the News of the World. Bolland opposed both calls. "Let's find out first," he told Pete. "I just don't believe it." He said that Hewitt and Diana had not seen each other for a full year before Harry's birth, and that to date the media had abided by the strict guidelines that forbade any breach of Harry's privacy. The News of the World called Wade anyway. In a heated exchange, he warned her that publication would result in dire repercussions, and despite her advice not to put anything in writing, he sent her a formal letter of complaint. Inevitably, under the headline, St. James's Palace Goes Mad, a full account of the conversation appeared in Wade's paper, along with a quotation from a senior palace aide, that Charles was furious to have been bothered by such a ludicrous story. Pete assumed the senior palace aide was Bolland, and encouraged Charles to reprimand him. For more than a year Charles had been under pressure from his private secretary to fire Bolland. That had been one of Pete's priorities on arriving at St. James's Palace. He had resisted because he needed Bolland's special talents, but now, utterly dependent on Pete to save him from the Burrell and Fawcett calamities, he felt he had no choice. Charles called Bolland at the advisor's Clerkenwell home at lunchtime that Sunday the 15th of December. After listening to the complaints, Bolland replied, "This man," meaning Pete, "is destroying everything. It's ridiculous." Single quote. "How do you know it is ridiculous?" asked Charles. "Because I'm having lunch here with Rebecca Wade, and she tells me it is ridiculous." Single quote. "We can't go on like this," said Charles after a pause. "You have other consultancies. It's time for you to go." The call ended on a sour note, and a productive 6-year relationship was over. The following day, Bolland formally resigned. "To survive and thrive you need to be there to see the knives coming out," he mused, so the part-time consultancy had to end. Single quote. Over the following days, he reflected that Pete had never wanted their extraordinary relationship to work. He knew better than most how vicious the palace could be, but even he was unprepared for what appeared in the Daily Telegraph that Friday, and 2 days later in the Mail on Sunday. First, the papers published a story that he was disgruntled not to have succeeded Stephen Lamport as Charles's private secretary. He blamed Pete for that piece of untrue mischief. The Mail on Sunday also quoted Charles. His words relayed to the journalist, Bolland assumed by Pete, dismissing Bolland's work for himself and Camilla as dirty deeds. "Their betrayal," said Bolland, "upset me." He knew all too well that few left the Prince of Wales's employ happily. "There's an absurdity about him," said the dismissed retainer. "Charles cares about no one other than himself." Single quote. Did not host a farewell party, nor did he recommend Bolland for any honor. He never even said goodbye. Nor did Camilla, who, as a friend explained regretfully, did what she was told. Stung, Bolland agreed to write a regular column for the News of the World. Under the pseudonym, Blackadder, for many months he vented his spleen against the courtiers in the three palaces, Princes Andrew and Harry, and above all Pete and Charles. In retaliation, and to prove that Bolland's services were not missed, Charles attempted to win over the Daily Mail by giving the newspaper an interview, and inviting its editor to a state dinner at Buckingham Palace. 1 week later, he invited Tony Blair for lunch. The scene at Clarence House was surreal. The host was struggling in a swamp of sleaze, while the Prime Minister was in the midst of his own scandal. His wife Cherie had been exposed as having lied when she denied a financial relationship with an Australian conman who had arranged her purchase of 2 flats in Bristol. Blair was also under pressure to explain his relationship with Carol Kaplan, his lifestyle advisor. In that familiar predicament, he could hope only that his accusers would eventually give up. Charles could hope only for the same respite. But there was no relief. In a poll by BBC's Radio 4, listeners were asked which British personality they would most like to deport. Charles ranked 4th. He had had enough. 17. Money matters. Charles was worried about money. With his reputation once again in tatters, American donors were canceling their appearances at his fundraising events, making a nonsense of Robert Higdon's target of raising $5 million a year. Similar difficulties faced his British charities. His savior was Michael Fawcett. Based in Clarence House despite the public announcement of his suspension on indefinite leave, Fawcett continued to gather the donors, organize the parties, and decide who to admit to Buckingham Palace, St. James's Palace or Highgrove. When Fawcett took against a person, Charles echoed his judgment. One casualty was John Stujinski, a sophisticated American-born investment banker and a generous donor to British causes. After Stujinski delivered a finely worked speech at a lunch at St. James's Palace to raise funds for the homeless, Charles told an organizer, "John shouldn't have made the address, because Michael says that he doesn't give me enough money." Although that rebuff did not diminish Stujinski's continued work with the prince, Fawcett was inclined to value the size of a donor's check rather than his sincerity. The management consultants from Bain and McKinsey were more popular than some individual donors. In return for their pro bono work, Fawcett organized a dinner with Charles. "It was red carpet fever," said one consultant. In their excitement, the consultants speculated that a big donation might secure a knighthood personally from Charles. Nothing appeared too vulgar for consideration, including Fawcett's taste in entertainment. One performance by the Irish dancer Michael Flatley was accompanied by a troupe of female dancers who whipped off their robes to reveal skimpy bikinis, with violin music coming from their crotches. Aides noticed that Charles did not comment about such tawdriness. Fawcett was too valuable. The master valet had encouraged the flamboyant Turkish businessman Cem Uzun to give another donation, although in early 2003 this profitable relationship soured when Uzun was accused of non-repayment of loans, and in the follow-up was sentenced by the High Court in London to 15 months in jail for failing to be present at a hearing. Some reproached Charles for ever having welcomed Uzun to Buckingham Palace, but that criticism paled into insignificance when set against his relationship with the American oil tycoon Armand Hammer. "Hammer had no morals of any kind," wrote his biographer, Neil Linden, of an international criminal whose death in 1990 had removed the legal constraints that prevented writers and journalists from revealing the truth. He described Hammer's criminal greed as the cause of 167 men dying as a result of the explosion on the North Sea oil rig Piper Alpha, and how, as a Soviet agent in the 1920s, the tycoon had made billions of dollars by illegally trading in food and oil with Lenin and Stalin. In an attempt to rehabilitate his reputation, Hammer had contributed about £40 million to Charles, either to his charities or his personal expenses. Among the gifts was £2 million in return for being allowed to stand next to the prince while the Tudor warship the Mary Rose was raised from the Solent in 1982. And at a charity gala in Palm Beach he pledged $50,000 each time Diana danced with one of his friends, mostly mafia bosses. Linden had found in Hammer's archives a bundle of handwritten letters from Charles overflowing with thanks for money, flights on his jets and hospitality. "My dear Dr. Hammer, read one letter. We were both enormously touched that you should have thought of sending us that beautiful Christmas present." He signed another thank you note, "With warmest best wishes and everlasting gratitude." The death of Hammer, and of Yanis Latsis in 2003, deprived Charles's charities of millions of pounds, and the prince himself of free holidays on their yachts. Charles's understanding of money was rudimentary. Despite a good education and contacts with a succession of rich businessmen, he remained determinedly ignorant about financial matters. He was happy to assume that, under his control, much happened without his knowledge. His response when a duchy accountant told him that a proposal was unaffordable was characteristic. "Why is it unaffordable? Because you haven't got the money." Charles left the room and told an assistant in his office, "I never want to see that man again." Michael Pitt was asked to negotiate with the Cabinet Office for more money to sustain Charles's official duties. To some in Whitehall, Charles's passion for his charities showed his unselfishness and integrity. Others felt uncomfortable about his concern for the disadvantaged while he himself enjoyed so extravagant a lifestyle. The contradiction was revealed in early 2003. The rapaciously ambitious chief executive of the Royal Bank of Scotland and the chairman of the Prince's Trust in Scotland had sought to fire Tom Shebier, the trust's director. Goodwin had complained to Elizabeth Buchanan, the assistant private secretary recruited by Tim Bell, that the trust was badly managed, and it was time for him to go. The plot to remove Shebier was aborted by Bolland and Lamport. Goodwin's criticism remained unanswered. Shebier was, he said, charismatic, but his skill was not the boring management of an organization, and he was powerless to contradict Charles's. By 2003 the trust's problems had worsened. Staff redundancies were inevitable. Its plight was to be considered at the charity's annual board meeting. On 17 July 2003 the businessman William Castell formally retired as chairman. After 5 years leading the charity, he had assented to Buchanan's nudge that Goodwin should inherit his post. "He's bringing in a lot of money," said Buchanan. Goodwin was personally giving about £250,000 a year, by far the biggest contribution of any trustee. He had also committed his bank to making a £5 million donation after he became chairman. Castell had joined the trust after meeting the Prince in a fish and chip bar in Aberdare in 1990. Charles was visiting on behalf of the trust. His mission was to persuade a group of drug addicts to improve their lives. The charity, he felt sure, could help them. Charles, Castell observed, had real passion, and the young people loved him. To the Prince they represented the lost generation of 1 million young people who preferred welfare benefits to education and work, and who had been abandoned by those in power. 10 years later, Castell was proud that he and Angus Ogilvy had managed to persuade Tony Blair to contribute £50 million to the trust, but that money alone could not resolve an increasing hazard shared by all of Charles's charities. At its best, the Prince's Trust could provide instant help to the disadvantaged. Young. An applicant asking for money to improve his employment chances, or needing a musical instrument, could watch as the chairman wrote a check on the spot. The Trust's remit was expanded to help unemployed school leavers undertake 12-week courses to develop their self-confidence. Through the Trust, 500,000 children at the bottom of the social heap had been helped by courses financed by private employers and the government. Then in 2000 Charles agreed to devolve management to the regions, and centralized control was lost. Within 3 years, the flagship charity was stumbling. Critics questioned why Charles was competing with the more successful Duke of Edinburgh award. Too often the Trust was helping less vulnerable children, while the most desperate cases were left to other organizations. It was accused of adopting a fortress mentality, and of being unwilling charities. And, on the eve of his retirement, Castell acknowledged a pressing financial problem. The Skilled City exhibition for vocational skills, hosted in Birmingham by the Trust, had lost about £2 million that year, contributing to a £3 million deficit, an unacceptable situation for a royal charity. It was a true shock, Castell acknowledged. An internal investigation by David Brooks, a local businessman, blamed Shebier's lack of management skills and his disregard of risk assessment. Shebier's vagueness, said his critics, had caused the financial hole. The next item at the Trust's board meeting after Castell announced his departure was the unexpected mention of Brooks's report. One trustee suggested that Shebier should go. Feeling ambushed, Castell listened as the majority fell into line against Shebier. He was horrified by what he characterized as a bitterly divisive meeting. They had agreed to cut off Tom's head without consulting me. Shebier, in Castell's view, had, for years successfully raised funds to make sure the trust was not insolvent. But having left his post, Castell was powerless to intervene. In a normal organization Shebier would have been asked to step down, but He was the face of the trust, and close to Charles, so the trustees reckoned his dismissal would be a self-inflicted wound. The prince's trust had allowed Charles to reinvent himself after 1997, recalled one of the trustees, and it would not have been helpful to sack the man associated with that success. Instead, the trustees' unhappiness was passed on to Charles through Elizabeth Buchanan. He was torn, battered by the Burrell saga and bewildered by the financial disarray among his charities. He was in a state of shock. Although Shebbeare was mocked as a court jester, he was also a loyal supporter who worked well with the prince. He could tease, praise, entertain and motivate Charles to help young people, and most vitally to restore his lost self-esteem. "Let's look at all the positive things you've done, sir," said Castell sympathetically during a post-mortem dinner. Spoken in the wake of the Burrell crisis was Charles's use of his charities to improve his profile and buttress his self-belief. Accordingly, Shebbeare's mistakes needed to be concealed, despite his honest confession. "I'm culpable for the loss and I'm vulnerable. What would you like to do?" Michael Pete asked Shebbeare. Instead of the director departing, Pete proposed what one trustee called an elegant solution. Shebbeare was promoted upstairs to oversee all the prince's charities and to big up the prince as a charitable entrepreneur. But to critics, Shebbeare's new responsibilities were fanciful. The charities needed reorganization, not expansion. Driven by his sense of mission, Charles was still dabbling in too many ventures, and directing staff to create new charities on little more than a whim. After a trip to Japan he established the Prince's Trust Volunteers, without realizing that a similar organization already existed. New ventures overlapped with identical setups elsewhere. The Prince's Drawing School and the Prince's Teaching Institute, dedicated to encourage real teaching and the understanding of literature through weekend schools, were both on the verge of insolvency. A well-constructed smokescreen concealed the truth. Pete put out 3 promotional brochures to publicize the Prince's initiatives. One, Working for Charity, described his patronage of 350 organizations and his successful raising of £70 million that year. In parallel, high-profile events featured Charles at their center. The first was a star-studded Shakespeare Gala. The next was Fashion Rocks, a spectacular entertainment at the Royal Albert Hall attracting 5,000 people and financed by Lily Safra. By then Safra had become famous after the mysterious death of her 4th husband, a billionaire banker, in a fire in Monaco. A previous husband had died after shooting himself, twice. She wanted to be accompanied to the event by Robert Higdon, but Pete excluded the American and inserted Jacob Rothschild as her companion instead. To avoid any distraction from the publicity coup of an event that eventually raised over £1 million, Pete also sought to prevent Camilla from accompanying Charles. He lost that battle. In retaliation, Camilla's friends badmouthed Pete to the Daily Mail. Higdon joined the carping after Pete arranged a 3rd event, agreeing during a chance meeting at Wimbledon with Anna Wintour, editor of American Vogue, for the magazine to have exclusive photographs of Charles's next fundraising dinner in Buckingham Palace. That agreement undercut Higdon's identical promise to Vanity Fair. "I got screwed again," complained the fundraiser. Pete was acting big pants. He had the political sense of a hamster. Single quote. Charles's secretary could not so easily override opposition from Whitehall. After the 3 fundraising events, a senior civil servant again called Pete and in an exasperated tone told him that Charles's trading on the allure of the royals was open to corruption. Buckingham Palace was no longer for sale. Pete responded by circulating new rules of engagement. Fawcett and Higdon were told that they could no longer sell seats at dinners in a royal palace to the highest bidder. Instead, donors would be asked to buy a table for around £20,000, with an unwritten understanding that they would also be expected to make a hefty donation. To prevent the entry of dubious characters into the palaces, Shebbeare was tasked to oversee both. Fred Goodwin was uninhibited in his complaints to Charles. As he was the Chief executive of RBS, the director of each of Charles's charities would call and ask him for money. "We need to put a lid on things," he said of the multiple approaches to the same banks and corporations. Charles's charities, he warned, were also in danger of attracting renewed criticism for inadequate governance, poor management and substandard trustees. Pete agreed. "Don't we need some reorganization?" he asked Charles. "It's not going to happen," chimed the charities chairman in reply. Pete was reluctant to challenge Shebbeare directly. Each charity had its own chairman, board of trustees and administrators, and each resisted reform, mergers and loss of control. Presentations to the prince followed a predictable pattern. Shebbeare, Pete, Julia Cleverton, Buchanan and invited heads of his charities would gush about the joy and privilege of working for His Royal Highness. In his own presentation, Shebbeare fluently described his progress towards making Charles's charities super efficient. Sensible rationalization would have reduced the charities to just four. For the arts, business, the environment and the Prince's Trust. But that was opposed by the charities, directors, and, shuddered Shebbeare, would be an insult to Charles. Instead, he merely offered a hymn of praise, and after finishing his review sat attentively to listen with his A4 notebook open. Invariably, Charles started with a lament about so many of the good things he'd done going unrecognized. His audience cooed in sympathetic agreement. When occasionally during these meetings the prince directed that another charity be created, Shebbeare never said, "No," or, "Hang on a moment." Instead, critics described his responses as soft drivel to justify his salary. There was a lot of muddle, Shebbeare later admitted to a friend, grateful at least that Elizabeth Buchanan fought my corner to win Charles's agreement to accept dinner invitations to thank donors. Charles concluded every session with polite thanks to his employees. "I got the sense that the whole stable was not being pulled together," observed Mike Lake, an experienced charity director for Help the Aged who was recruited by Shebbeare as his deputy, and to be groomed as his successor. Lake had first met Charles through Prime, which had been set up by Charles in the late 1990s to develop opportunities for old people. Like some other charities, Prime had lost its way. "I saw signs of a financial situation being allowed to continue," said Lake, which beyond the palace would have created alarm. Single quote. Department of Culture. Both were trusted administrators and skilled problem solvers. The arrival of two such heavyweights did not disturb Shebbeare. Instead, he minimized Phillips's role, not only ignoring his advice to reduce the number of charities but, at Charles's request, creating new ones in Afghanistan, China, Burma and Romania. "I was better at starting organizations than running them," he admitted. At the same time, Lake was asked to implement Phillips's recommendations. No one appeared to consider the possible consequences of the two incompatible objectives. Aware that Charles's public image was under threat, Pete planned to publish a mission statement. In advance, he briefed a Daily Mail journalist that Charles does not enjoy a champagne and caviar lifestyle. Contrary to the public's perception, he continued, the prince possessed only one car, and did not even own his own home. In reality he owned at least 6 cars, including 2 Aston Martins, a Bentley, an Audi, a Range Rover and a Land Rover, while Pete's quibble about the legal ownership of the 6 homes variously occupied by Charles Clarence House, Highgrove, Burkhall, the Castle of May, Balmoral and Sandringham was clearly disingenuous. The newspaper report was met with derision and the publication of the mission statement was abandoned. Other events forced Pete's hand. Pressure for more candor started after Buckingham Palace revealed that the royal family had avoided the payment of inheritance taxes after the death of the Queen Mother because her jewels, antiques and art collection, including a Monet valued at over £50 million, had been given to her daughter and grandchildren in 1993. By law, gifts made 7 years before death are not liable to inheritance taxes. Although the gifting, was suspicious, because the Queen Mother's collection of jewels was found in her cupboards after her death. The Inland Revenue did not challenge the Queen's claim for tax exemption. The convenient settlement nevertheless raised suspicions about the royals' finances. Although the accounts showed that the monarchy cost each British person just 61 pence a year, the revelation that Andrew had spent £3,000 on a flight from London to Oxford, and that 18 journeys on the royal train by various members of the family had cost £750,000, persuaded the National Audit Office to undertake the first official investigation of some of the royals' accounts, including those of the Duchy of Cornwall. The agency's conclusion that the duchy's accounts were not crystal clear prompted MPs on the Public Accounts Committee to announce the first-ever parliamentary investigation of Charles's finances. Pete was summoned by MPs to be public. In the previous year 2003, he wrote, Charles had undertaken 517 engagements, met 10,000 people, received 9,000 guests, written 2,000 letters, visited 18 regiments and raised £109 million for charity. Pete omitted to mention that about half of that money was contributed by the taxpayer, in the form of government contributions. 52 photographs of Charles in the review's first 36 pages represented him as the greatest charitable entrepreneur in the world. Michael Fawcett echoed Pete's pitch to one donor. His Royal Highness lives modestly. He hasn't got a yacht and doesn't eat lunch. In both instances that was true, but he failed to add that beyond the £4.1 million Charles received from the government for his official duties, his personal annual income from the duchy for the year in question was £11.9 million. Unlike other members of his family, since 1337 the heir to the throne had enjoyed a guaranteed stream of income from the Duchy of Cornwall. Created by Edward III, the duchy owned about 57,000 hectares of farmland and commercial property across the country, including shopping centers and offices, worth £463 million. Financially independent of any state control, Charles did not have to answer to anyone over his use of the money, which included his employment of 124 staff, 85 of whom worked full-time. Among them were 4 valets, so that 2 would always be available to help change his clothes, which he did up to 5 times every day. The duchy's finances were deliberately opaque. The country's 4th largest landowner selected various descriptions of itself to suit each audience. It was a private trust, a private estate, a part of the crown, or a legal entity, except when circumstances made it advantageous to say the opposite. Payment of taxes was expected, but was still entirely voluntary. By developing a mystique, Charles's various managers used the duchy's immunity from income tax, inheritance tax and capital gains tax to increase its value from £110 million in 1996 to £463 million in 2003. The only constraints were that the duchy was obliged to reinvest any capital gains in England and Wales, and that any investment over £500,000 required Treasury certification that the arrangement was commercial. The Prince of Wales was entitled to the duchy's income, but was not allowed to spend any of the capital, that is, by selling any of the duchy's assets on himself. To comply with that rule, Highgrove had been bought by the duchy, then rented to Charles for £336,000 a year. In a quaint arrangement, he paid that rent out of income he received from the duchy, all without paying taxes. Before the hearing at Westminster, Pete's cleverly worded review persuaded the MPs on the committee of Charles's good intentions, but he failed to dampen their curiosity. Not least because, under Pete's supervision, the duchy's income was due to rise by 11% over the next 12 months, to £13.2 million, and Charles would increase his personal spending from £4 to £5.2 million. Considering the prince's conduct over the previous 15 years, the MPs were hardly sympathetic, and decided to probe further. After conversations with the Treasury official responsible for the duchy, the EMP's researchers concluded that the estate had increased in value every year, and was expected to be worth £505 million in 2004. Discovering the reasons for that success was difficult. Accountants employed by the National Audit Office found obscurities and potential conflicts of interest in the duchy's scant accounts. One example was the sale, for £2.3 million, of trees planted by Charles on duchy land to the duchy itself. In that circular deal, the prince pocketed the money without paying any tax. What he did pay after deducting his expenses remained entirely voluntary. Free of any scrutiny, his advisors had boosted his income by moving money from the duchy's capital account to the revenue account, refusing to explain their reason adequately. Everyone understood the real purpose of the maneuver. Charles wanted more money, not least to pay his staff. The more he claimed as official expenses, the less he voluntarily paid in income tax. At their public hearing, the MPs asked Pete how many of Charles's staff of 124 were genuinely working in an official position. The duchy's accounts described 94 people as official employees, but the MPs were suspicious. They also wondered whether Camilla's personal upkeep, including her hair, clothes and jewelry, should be set off as a tax-deductible item on the grounds that the costs of her appearance were incurred for her official engagements. After all, they said, she undertook very few public duties. Pete resisted giving detailed answers. The secrecy of the arrangements, he told the MPs, had existed for 700 years. And since the duchies of Cornwall and of Lancaster the Queen's estates were private, outsiders had no right to know specifics. They are not public bodies, he said. They are well-run private estates specifically created to provide income for the sovereign and for the heir to the throne. Echoing David Airley's justification for the Queen not paying taxes, Pete noted that the monarch's and the heir's private fortunes were protected from taxes and from investigation in order to protect their impartiality and financial independence from the government. The MPs were not convinced. The duchy, some concluded, was a tax fiddle, and should be made clearly legitimate and more accountable. Gordon Brown, then Chancellor of the Exchequer. He does not deserve to be the target of these shoddy and underhand tactics, said Brown. Events would show that the masters of such shoddy and underhand tactics were Charles's own staff. 18. Whitewash. Michael Pete published his report about Prince Charles and the Burrell trial on 13 March 2003, the eve of the invasion of Iraq. With luck, Charles's advisors calculated, media interest would disappear within a day. People's expectations were muted. Announcing his inquiry 4 months earlier, Pete had promised that there would be no whitewash. That assurance was challenged within his report's first pages. In a joint conclusion, Pete and Edmund Lawson declared that they would not express any view about the truth of George Smith's allegation that he had been raped by Michael Fawcett. The report's summary, however, judged no one believed Mr. Smith's rape allegation, and because Smith declined to pursue his complaint with the police, he was therefore lying. That conclusion was clearly questionable. Victims of sexual abuse often fear confessing an attack to officials, and Smith's own explanation about avoiding embarrassment in front of his children was credible. Moreover, some in Highgrove did believe Smith, as had Diana and her staff at Kensington Palace, but the report minimized Diana's involvement. Interpreting Fiona Shackleton's expression of remorse at the meeting with the police on 30 August 2001 was another potential trap for Pete. Shackleton's comment, "I'll tell George Smith that if he brings it into the open, then we look versus heavily into his background etc. ruin chances of getting another job," incriminated Charles. Pete took an opposite line. In his report, he simply denied that there could have been an improper motive, that is, to suppress the truth about Charles's £38,000 payment to Smith. But he gave no credible explanation for that denial. On the question of whether it was Shackleton or McCorquodale who first said rape, at the meeting with the police, Pete and Lawson decided, based on Michael O'Kane's notes, that it was McCorquodale, and rejected the two police officers' testimony that Shackleton broke the silence. Either way, it was immaterial. Their forensic examination of that unimportant question obscured the relevance of Shackleton's outburst. I was given written instructions by my boss to make the whole business go away, which I did, but it was one of the lowest points of my 22-year legal career. This appeared to imply that Charles had ordered her to suppress Smith's allegation, a serious matter. That was the interpretation made by Michael O'Kane after the meeting. But for obvious reasons he decided to take it no further. Pete and Lawson dismissed O'Kane's straightforward conclusion. Instead, they wrote that they were puzzled how the reference to Charles could be misinterpreted, and said nothing more. Except, they pushed the blame onto Shackleton, who, they wrote, could not make an admission of impropriety, because that would be untrue, since Charles was indisputably innocent. From that circular argument they concluded that the issue remains something of a mystery. Charles was exonerated and Shackleton portrayed as unreliable, a judgment that she regarded as a betrayal of her selfless devotion to Charles's cause and a personal insult by Pete, an old family friend. Distortion, Pete's critics said, had suffocated fidelity. Moving on, the report considered the allegation that Charles had improperly influenced the aborting of Paul Burrell's trial. Since Pete had been involved in those discussions, he asked Edmund Lawson QC to investigate that accusation without his participation. His conclusions were incorporated into the report. Lawson, well known at the bar as a chain-smoking bully, was an unfortunate choice. He lacked both the skill and the reputation to produce a convincingly independent result. As it was, he relied on a memorandum from Stephen Lamport to Charles following the first police briefing about Burrell and Brown, on 3 April 2001. There is no alternative but for formal charges now to be made against both men. Charles, wrote Lawson, accepted that advice for the time being, but still wanted to explore whether a prosecution could be properly avoided. Lawson's premise was deliberately misleading. On several occasions either Lamport or Shackleton, acting on Charles's behalf, sought to prevent a prosecution. Before 3 April, Lamport had told the police that Charles was keen to stop Brown being charged. On 2 May, Shackleton's message to the police and prosecutor was emphatic. The Prince of Wales is distraught. He does not want it going any further and is determined. 3 months later, before the police briefing at Highgrove, Charles had tried through Bolland and Shackleton to bring proceedings to a halt. Lawson ignored Shackleton's messages. Instead, he concluded that Charles considered it inappropriate for there to be interference in the prosecution process. Shaw and Alex Carlile. It's drivel and defamatory, Carlile would later say, insisting that the defense was seeking only to protect the royal family and was certainly not threatening Charles. Pertinently, Carlile was not asked personally about his threat by Lawson, who instead focused on justifying Charles's concern. To avoid the intense media interest, Lawson wrote, Charles had asked Pete to summon the meeting on the 11th of September 2002, the eve of the trial. Lawson admitted that the private secretary's task had been to persuade McCorquodale and Gibbons to withdraw their complaint, but what followed was fiction. To disguise the pressure that Pete unsuccessfully exerted on both executors, Lawson distorted their statements to the police and dismissed their criticism of Pete. The executors' accounts, he wrote, were consistent with Shackleton and Seabrook's descriptions of the same meeting, and generally with Sir Michael's recollection. That again was not true. To seal his apparent intention of acquitting Charles of any blame, Lawson quoted Carlile, who had spent many hours warning the prince's advisors to stop the prosecution. The suggestion that there was any attempt to interfere in the prosecution by Charles is absurd. Lawson failed to elicit a similar quotation from Shackleton, Lamport, Bolland or others who, unlike Carlyle, were in actual contact with Charles. That left the most important mystery: the Queen's recollection. To demolish the account that the Queen had inquired about the crowds outside the Old Bailey as she was being driven towards St. Paul's, Lawson described how, before they set off from Buckingham Palace, Philip had allegedly told Charles that the Queen's recollection had been triggered a few hours earlier by the publicity about the trial. Apparently, it was only on that morning, 11 days after the trial had started, that she considered the relevance of her conversation with Burrell. Lawson did not adequately explain why she had not revealed the meeting earlier. He mentioned a conversation between the Queen and Philip before they drove to St. Paul's, or why Charles had never spoken to her about Burrell or the trial. Lawson's description of what followed the Queen's recollection made little sense to the police or to some of the lawyers involved. He wrote that Charles had told Pete about the recollection only on Saturday the 26th of October, the day after the St. Paul's service. This timeline was inaccurate. Robert Seabrook had been told about the recollection the previous day, and had immediately gone to Clarence House with Shackleton to advise Pete to inform the prosecution as a matter of urgency. Yet William Boyce was told only on Monday, 3 days later. Lawson also reported that Shackleton had given the news to Commander Yates, despite being told by Yates that it was Pete who had telephoned, that he was 100% certain of that. The effect of Lawson's apparent distortion was to impugn Shackleton towards those suffering cynical suspicion that the Queen's recollection had been invented in order to prevent the royal family's embarrassment, or was in any way improper. Lawson was witheringly dismissive. Their suspicion, he concluded, finds no support in the available evidence, because there is simply none. At no stage, he wrote, did Charles or anyone on his behalf try to stop the prosecution. That was plainly untrue. Bolland, Shackleton, McCorquodale and Gibbons all described various such attempts, as did Lamport, O'Kane and the police officers. McCorquodale's conversation with de Brunner after the trial drew a direct link between the meeting on the 11th of September, when Pete failed to persuade McCorquodale and Gibbons to withdraw their complaint, and the maneuvers by Charles and his officials to end the proceedings. The police's investigation and subsequent conduct were criticized by Lawson's report, but consistent with the whole exercise, Scotland Yard would successfully persuade the Guardian to write, wrongly, that neither Pete nor Lawson had criticized its officers. To achieve what many royals considered the police's own whitewash, Scotland Yard produced a 13-page report by William Taylor, a former commissioner of the City of London Police, which cleared de Brunner of having misled Charles and William at the meeting in Highgrove. It's water under the bridge, Taylor said on the day his report was published. Nothing radical or unexpected was found. Regarding the briefing at Highgrove, he reported that he had no opinion because that issue was not addressed by me. He blamed his inability to interview Charles for that omission. Taylor's faintest criticism was confined to the comment, some issues arising from the investigation remain unresolved. Sir John Stevens, Scotland Yard's chief, added, the officers concerned in the inquiry have my full support. I suspect that a lot of people are looking for blood on the carpet. But I'm afraid that sometimes the facts are things that have to be accepted. Charles and William were reported to be very disappointed. Burrell described the report as scandalous, because it ignores appalling blunders. Everyone wants the fiasco of my court case to be forgotten about. Single quote. Lawson's fee for compiling his report was never disclosed. He died 6 years later, without receiving an honor, which he could normally have had expected. The next section of the report, an investigation into the sale of gifts to Charles, was completed by Pete. He described his inquiry as comprehensive. The rumors about Fawcett the fence were denounced by Pete, who stated that none of Charles's staff, especially Fawcett, had received improper payments or other benefits. Although he revealed that Fawcett had been given valuable Benefits. By suppliers, including a Rolex watch worth £2,500, membership of Mosselmann's Dining Club worth £3,000 per annum, a Tiffany watch, a Pasha pen and several consignments of champagne, as well as other unknown gifts. He blamed such errors on a few officials' casual understanding of the lax rules in Kensington and St. James's. Those had been infringed, he conceded, but Fawcett had sold official gifts only with Charles's authorization. Any mismanagement was limited. The headlines about Fawcett had been inflamed by rumors caused by jealousy and friction, and not by any hard evidence. The report was handed out at a press conference for 50 journalists at St. James's Palace. Those present were given no time to examine the dense text about an intricate saga before Pete pleaded mea culpa on his employer's behalf. Lessons would be learnt, he said, and the management of Clarence House was changing. Charles's household was under-resourced, for an executive that raised millions of pounds every year, and employed 700 people in the Prince's trust. Charles was incredibly busy, and to improve the management Pete would hire more people, to be financed from the duchy's income. He linked the reorganization to the exit of Bolland and the imminent resignation of Fawcett. To those journalists who connected the departure of the two men to Pete's revenge against those close to Camilla, Pete scoffed, ridiculous. Instead he blamed Bolland for disturbing relationships among the royal family, and censured Fawcett for organizing extravagant parties. That was all. In his own statement, Charles, who was visiting Bulgaria on the day of the report's publication, declared, "The review does not make comfortable reading in some parts, but I accept full responsibility for all the recommendations." Single quote. Pete could congratulate himself. Ignorant of the many intricacies of the saga. The media overlooked Charles's culpability. The whitewash was masterful. As intended, journalists focused on the alleged rape of Smith. Most news stories included the allegations of a cover-up of a homosexual rape, and Fawcett's departure after 22 years in royal employment. By the time Charles returned to London, the worst was over. The only unfortunate repercussion, for Charles in particular, was Fawcett's departure. His one-time valet was irreplaceable, and in truth unsackable. More even than Burrell, Fawcett knew secrets that might endanger Charles's succession. Accordingly, his exit package was sufficiently generous to avoid any temptation for him to sell his story. He received £500,000, the right to remain in his Clarence House. The first commissions were for William's 21st birthday party for 300 people at Windsor, and a contract to supervise the rebuilding of Clarence House. No one at Fawcett's farewell party in St. James's Palace doubted Charles's intention to keep his fixer close. Pete's report states para 2.80, page .69 that Lawson did interview Gibbons, but Gibbons denies that. 19. Revenge and Dirty Linen. The publication of Paul Burrell's book A Royal Duty on 20 October 2003 caused an even greater earthquake than expected. The Mirror's 10-day serialization started with Diana's handwritten letter to Burrell in 1993 predicting that there was a plot by Prince Philip to kill her in a car crash, possibly by brake failure in order to make the path clear for Charles to marry. The image of the unloved princess isolated in Kensington Palace, writing that she was longing for someone to hug me and encourage me to keep strong, was a devastating indictment of the royal family. Charles was portrayed as a heartless schemer who had married a 20-year-old virgin in order for her to bear him an heir while he continued his affair with Camilla. In her letter, Diana accused Charles of putting her through such hell, with the cruel things he had done to her. "I have been battered, bruised and abused mentally by a system for 15 years now," she wrote, "and as a result had cried more than anyone will ever know." Suddenly, Muhammad Fayed's ludicrous conspiracy theory about an establishment plot masterminded by Prince Philip to prevent the pregnant princess marrying his Muslim son by arranging the fatal car crash in Paris gained credibility. By the end of the first day of serialization, Burrell's eyewitness account of Diana's battle was generally accepted as truthful. But no one could explain why Diana would commit such thoughts in a note to her butler. Her close friend Lucia Flecha de Lima believed all the letters were fake. Burrell, she would say, was perfectly capable of imitating Diana's handwriting, a charge that Burrell would deny. The following day, the Mirror published Philip's letters to Diana. In one, he reflected that Charles would not be in his right mind to leave Diana for Camilla. In another, he denied that he had encouraged Charles to return to Camilla should the marriage to his young wife fail after 5 years. Diana had written back, "That made me feel like being offered to your family on a sale or return basis." The correspondence between the two, described in detail by Burrell, included Diana's comment, "I have a husband who does not love me anymore and by his own admission never has divorced from her." Quoting intimate letters between Charles and Diana, Burrell reported in Diana's own words her despair and her fears about Charles's demand for a divorce. Painted as a traitor to Diana, Charles was once again accused of being unfaithful first. Overall, the serialized material cast Charles and Camilla as ruthlessly selfish plotters against a vulnerable young mother. "I do not have in my possession the letters Prince Philip wrote to the princess," Burrell claimed. But Sarah McCorquodale had always suspected that he had taken those letters from the mahogany box and made copies. He would later admit that he had indeed done so, and had then sent the letters to America for safekeeping. He clearly did not possess Diana's original letters, and Philip's were never recovered. By any measure, Burrell's book was a catastrophe for Charles. Citing the worst ever opinion polls for the royal family, Bolland wrote in his News of the World column, "I warned Charles that the Burrell trial would lead to disaster and revelations and I urged him to stop the trial." Had Bolland not been dismissed, St. James's Palace could have made further attempts to negotiate an arrangement with Burrell, a possibility apparently not considered by Pete. Burrell's own hypocrisy was plain. Although his book was presented as a tribute to his beloved princess, he betrayed her secrets for about £4 million, the amount he would have received from the book's global sales, newspaper serial rights, and interviews. In his account, he ridiculed the police for failing to understand that gifts were an unwritten perk of the job, and sentimental symbols of time spent working for a senior royal. But the negatives of intimate family photographs, the photo albums and Diana's letters to William were not proven to be gifts, nor had they been handed over to Burrell for safekeeping. He never adequately dealt with those inconvenient truths, while his assertion that 20 telephone lines of my closest family and friends were bugged, as documentation later proved, was denied by the police, and never substantiated. Burrell's defense of Diana's reputation appeared self-interested to anyone who recalled his pledge in a letter to William. "I will never betray you. My middle name is loyalty." In a published comment after the serialization started, William castigated Burrell. "We cannot believe that Paul, who was entrusted with so much, could abuse his position in such a cold overt betrayal. It is not only deeply painful for the two of us, it would mortify our mother if she were alive today." His statement ended with a plea to Burrell to stop his revelations, a request to the public to boycott the book, and a suggestion that he and Burrell might meet. "The princes can't take any more," Richard Kay was told by Colleen Harris, who had drafted William's declaration. The meeting never happened. To Burrell's good fortune, the general public ignored his sophistry amid the renewed ridicule of Charles. The prince told friends of his fear that his visits to the theater with Camilla would no longer be greeted with affection. A fundraiser at Holyrood organized by Higdon attracted fewer Americans than before the trial. Mark Bolland echoed the public's distaste with the royal family. "They did nothing to help Burrell after his arrest and many who work for them actively sought his prosecution." Single quote. The consultant turned columnist blamed forces among the courtiers for preventing Burrell and Charles from meeting to resolve the fate of Diana's property. Their reward, wrote Bolland, was now to read about the royal family's cruelty towards Diana. Their treatment of Burrell was an own goal of astonishing proportions. Damaged and hurt, Charles and Camilla avoided meeting the Queen and Philip when they next stayed at Birkhall, 2 miles from Balmoral, and they also stayed away from Sandringham. Even Charles Spencer joined in the reproaches. Prince Charles employed incompetent or dishonest staff, he told a journalist, also claiming that during the first days after Diana's death, while Kensington Palace reeled in anguish, Burrell was searching for valuable items to sell. Burrell's book had sparked a new frenzy. In return for payment, George Smith, too, was persuaded to extend his allegations. The former junior butler was angry about the Pete report, especially its protection of a much more powerful member of the royal household than I was. Under the headline, Charles and his valet. The true story, Smith claimed in the Mail on Sunday to have witnessed a shocking incident between Charles and another unnamed royal servant while he served Charles his breakfast in bed. His account was not credible, not least because Charles did not eat breakfast in bed. 1 week earlier, traveling in the Gulf, Charles accepted questionable advice from aggressive solicitors that Michael Fawcett should try to prevent the publication of Smith's new allegations in any more detail. Fawcett's lawyers, paid for by Charles, obtained an injunction and, to preserve their client's anonymity, also obtained an order forbidding the media from reporting that the injunction existed. As a libel injunction, the court would have needed to be persuaded that it was likely, based on all the evidence, that there was no truth in Smith's allegations. This injunction provided another reason for the media to inundate Charles with questions. His spokesman, as expected, denied Smith's story, but since Charles's office had also denied Andrew Morton's accurate description of his marriage and Diana. Instead, the credibility of Smith's allegation was given fresh life by Bolland, who described how Pete had telephoned him on holiday to ask whether Charles could be bisexual. I was astonished at the question. I told him the prince was emphatically not gay or bisexual. Pete reportedly denied ever having asked the question, but the additional slur stuck. Bolland's denial had raised the possibility of the heir to the throne being bisexual, and that was enough. Amid talk of a witch hunt and a vendetta by critics and the media against every cast member, Charles, Fawcett, Smith and Diana, the monarchy's future was again brought into question. Fawcett's super injunction riled supporters of media freedom. Applying to another judge, the Guardian had the ban overturned. That enabled the newspaper to reveal that Fawcett had won the injunction. However, at 6:50 p.m. the same day, Mr. Justice Enriquez, sitting in a traffic jam on London Bridge, reinstated the injunction without allowing the Guardian the opportunity to argue its case. In the familiar madness of British justice, Enriquez's ruling was overturned the following day by Mr. Justice Tugendhat. With the super injunction removed, Fawcett was not only named, but was linked to a sex incident with Charles. Once again, the prince had brought on himself the worst of all outcomes. The resulting burst of derision spurred Pete, with Charles's approval, to re-enter the fray to deny the unspecified allegation against Fawcett. He proceeded to produce an artless own goal by arousing the public's curiosity about an allegation that until then had been unexposed. The story, said Pete to TV cameras, without explaining what he meant by story, is totally untrue and without a shred of evidence. He named 3 reasons for discrediting the calumny. Firstly, because the Prince of Wales has told me it is untrue and I believe him implicitly. Second, anyone who knows the Prince of Wales at all would appreciate that the allegation is totally ludicrous and indeed, risible. Third, the man who made the allegation had suffered from health problems, and his other allegations had been investigated by the police and found to be unsubstantiated. Single-handedly, Pete inspired a major crisis. Across the world, the super injunction had never been obeyed. Beyond Britain, Charles was being explicitly linked to a homosexual act with a named member of his staff. The salacious rumors and outlandish conspiracy theories started by Diana's death now extended to her ex-husband, portrayed as a scandalous adulterer surrounded by perverted men. Charles, always an easy target, had been stripped bare by a bad situation worse. Echoing the opinions of its readers, the newspaper blamed the royal family's barbaric treatment of Princess Diana that reduced this vulnerable woman to the state where she tape-recorded lurid allegations by one of her husband's servants about goings-on in the royal household. Pete's attempts at ending all the speculation had brought his employer's slow resurrection to a grinding halt. Charles returned home from the Gulf and India, his first visit to Delhi since Diana sat alone on a bench in front of the Taj Mahal for the cameras to find all the old feuds and past indiscretions once more dominating the news cycle. None of the principal participants could stop themselves. Pete's ally the Daily Telegraph criticized Bolland for meeting Burrell, and mocked his recent comments as sour grapes for failing to receive an honor or even a farewell party. Bolland duly replied in The Guardian, depicting Pete as a crank, spendthrift and meddler. In the Daily Mail he said that Pete represented the faceless, antediluvian, snooty men in suits, responsible for the Burrell debacle and the shipwreck of Charles's reputation. To underline his anger at Charles's attack on him, he described Clarence House as a very medieval environment full of jealousies and intrigues and backstabbing and plots. Readers may have wondered why he needed to point that out. It was how the public at large now viewed Charles's world. To capitalize on the renewed warfare, Burrell joined in, writing in the Mirror that his book was but the tip of the iceberg, and that if the dark forces threatened him or his family he would publish more revelations. There are many, many more secrets I have not written about, he hinted. Very personal, very damaging, not very pleasant. As he had told Richard Kay before the end of the trial, it's not what I put into the book, but it is what I keep out to protect Diana's reputation. Much more, Kay knew, could be included in another book, including revelations about incidents during Burrell's 12 years' work for the Queen at Buckingham Palace. That fertile area was off limits, but only for the moment. Bereft of substantial allies in the media, Charles adopted Bolland's tactics. Since Burrell was writing for the Mirror, it made sense for Pete to approach Rebecca Wade, later to become Rebecca Brooks, and newly moved from the News of the World to become the Sun's editor. Pete explained that Charles was open for business, and over the following months the Sun's journalists enjoyed an easy relationship with the heir to the throne. And it would be the Sun that produced a secret video of Burrell admitting that he lied at the Diana crash inquest. I didn't tell the whole truth, he was heard saying. Perjury is not a very nice thing to contemplate. Single quote. Disenchanted by the doubts cast on his credibility in Britain, he then snapped. Quite frankly, Britain can fuck off. A plague on all your houses was Britain's riposte. Charles's popularity fell back to the dismal levels reported in the 20. Drowning not waving. The aftermath of the serialization of Burrell's book was painful, and eroded any goodwill Charles had generated over the previous 6 years. Camilla disappeared from public view. By the time she surfaced again, in February 2004, she was still being portrayed as a kept woman who preferred to do as little work as possible. Cocooned from the outside world, she glided between London, Highgrove and Burkhall in her expensive jewelry and fine new clothes, while making it clear that she could not stand abroad. To fuel the poor press, a story surfaced that she disapproved of Charles's friendship with Antonia Wellesley, the attractive younger wife of the heir to the Duke of Wellington. Camilla was credited with having introduced Antonia to David Somerset, the Duke of Beaufort, with whom she felt she had more in common. Miranda Beaufort, the Duke's second wife, was not grateful. Christopher Wilson, a journalist who covered the royals, described Charles's fury that a whispering campaign to destabilize Camilla had started. Without Bolland's protection, the gossips, especially Charles's old friends, Angered at being excluded by Camilla, dug up the deathbed confessions of Kanga Tryon about her long affair with the prince. Kanga's graphic account of their romance during Charles's stopovers while driving between Highgrove and London was sold to a newspaper. In the wake of that revelation, the Chatterers revived stories about his affair during the 1980s with Eva O'Neill, a German divorcee to whom he had been particularly generous. None of this was pleasant, but then came something truly damaging. Peter Setlin, the former actor employed by Diana between September 1992 and December 1993 to improve her confidence while making public speeches, had decided to profit from the recordings of her confessions to him during their sessions. The tapes, found in Burrell's attic during the police raid and recovered by Setlin from the police after his victory in a court battle launched by Sarah McCorquodale for them to go to Diana's estate, were sold to the American TV network NBC for a reported £700,000. In the first broadcast from Beyond the Grave, Diana spoke about her misery, her suicide attempts and her confrontations with Camilla. "I had so many dreams. As a young girl hopes that my husband would look after me, he'd be like a father figure, he'd support me, encourage me, say well done. But I didn't get any of that." In the next installment, she confessed to her affair with her police bodyguard Barry Menaki. At that time, she revealed, Charles only wanted to make love once every 3 weeks. After Charles discovered the relationship, Menaki was chucked out. And then he was killed in a motorcycle accident in 1987. "I think he was bumped off. He was the greatest fellow I've ever had. The biggest blow of my life." Nearly 20 years after the event, Diana described her sobbing pleas for help to the top lady. "And I said, what do I do? I'm coming to you. What do I do?" And the Queen replied, "I don't know what you should do. Charles is hopeless." Single quote. If it were possible, the prince's stock fell even further in America, while his humiliation in Britain was complete. A meager respite was the support from George Carey, the former Archbishop of Canterbury, for Charles and Camilla to marry. In his disclosures, revealed while promoting his memoirs, Carey sniped at Diana's cunning use of the media and, after revealing his meetings with Camilla in the late 1990s, contradicted the public perception of an ogress or temptress. "I came to the conclusion she cannot be like that." He wrote, "The present situation is unsustainable and hypocritical. We need to put the case for a marriage with Camilla. She'll be splendid as a king's consort." Single quote. Carey's lone voice did not influence Hugh Van Cutsem, one of Charles's oldest companions. In October 2004, the Van Cutsems sent out invitations to 650 friends announcing the marriage of Edward, their eldest son, to Lady Tamara Grosvenor, the daughter of another of Charles's great friends, the Duke of Westminster. The Queen, Philip, Charles, William and Harry were all invited to the wedding at Chester Cathedral. Naturally, the monarch and her family would sit at the front. The Van Cutsems explained that Camilla, although invited, would have to sit at the back, and could not enter the cathedral through the main door. Charles was outraged. He interpreted the seating plan as a continuation of the feud started by the false accusation about Edward Van Cutsem being implicated with Tom Parker Bowles overtaking cocaine. For Camilla, to be cast into the cathedral's outer reaches was the outcome of Emily Van Cutsem's peak that Camilla threatened her long relationship with Charles and his sons. The ill feeling between the two women had deepened since Hugh Van Cutsem tried to restore his friendship with Charles. To Camilla, the Van Cutsem's sentiments were irrelevant. She refused to be marginalized. Neither she nor Charles troubled themselves to understand the dilemmas caused by their relationship. Camilla had become accustomed to her life of luxury. At her behest, Michael Pete provided a chauffeur-driven car, while at Charles's insistence she flew only on private jets. This lifestyle only encouraged her habit of unpunctuality. Frequently Charles shouted from the bottom of the stairs at Clarence House, "Come on, get a move on." "Where are we going?" she would ask as she rushed down. "Haven't you read the brief?" he would snap, as if to a slow learner. Emily Van Cutsem naturally heard on the grapevine about this wine merchant's daughter's struggle to get to grips with her duties. The stories reinforced her resistance to Charles's demand that Camilla's status should not be diminished in the cathedral. In the end, to placate Camilla's fury, Charles sent his apologies. On the day of the wedding he was required to visit the families of troops of the Black Watch. The snub to Camilla fed the rumor machine. Her rusting reputation, carked her enemies, was not going to be saved by the appointment of Peter Mimpress, a lawyer, to build up her charity work. This second spat with the Van Cutsems also revealed the state of Charles's relationships with his family. For months, his staff at Clarence House had noticed that William and Harry entered the building through the servants' quarters, so as to avoid Charles and Camilla. In their opinion, Charles's lifestyle had blinded him to his son's personal troubles, as well as to their coolness towards Camilla. Harry was the more worrying. Ever since his confession 2 years before to smoking cannabis in Highgrove with people he met at a local pub, Charles had struggled to control the party prince, as the media had dubbed him. Paparazzi had sold photographs of Harry emerging bedraggled with a topless model from Boji's nightclub in South Kensington, then chasing Chelsea Davy, his Zimbabwean girlfriend, across Africa, and finally being ordered to return early from a holiday in Argentina for misbehaving at endless parties. Just 6 weeks after arriving back, on the eve of going to Sandhurst, he appeared at a fancy dress party in Nazi uniform. The photographs were published just before a commemoration service for the more than 1 million people murdered at Auschwitz. "Prince Harry," said Colonel Bob Stewart, a popular army commander and future Conservative member of Parliament, "must be an enormous idiot with minimum common sense." Single quote. Apparently oblivious to his younger son's continuing misery over Diana's death, Charles focused on countering the bad publicity. He appointed James Lowther Pinkerton as his son's private secretary. Acting as a guardian, the former SAS officer was expected to care for the two boys around the clock, and supervise their visits to nightclubs. Charles's treatment of this domestic turbulence appeared perfunctory. It was mirrored by his maladroit attempt to automatically become head of the Commonwealth on his mother's death. "I didn't get through to Pete about the importance of Charles showing that he understood the Commonwealth. The well-dressed, well-spoken flunkies around him never had an answer except, he has a very busy schedule." Single quote. Pete's indifference was aggravated by Charles's official visit with Camilla to Jordan in 2003, and by another trip to Saudi Arabia with a last-minute stop in Bam, a city in northeastern Iran, after an earthquake had killed 40,000 people. This was home territory for Charles. He wanted to highlight a joint charities appeal for the 75,000 people left homeless and to praise Iran for opening up its nuclear program for inspection. In return, his hosts lauded his pro-Islamic sentiments and presented him with a sack of pistachio nuts. McKinnon heard that Jack Straw, the foreign secretary, had encouraged the visit as a way to improve relations with Iran, so he asked Straw to goad Charles into showing the same enthusiasm towards the Commonwealth. "He doesn't listen to us at all," Straw replied. Charles, he explained, had not even visited the USA for 4 years, because his Arabist sympathies made him critical of American policy. McKinnon turned again to Pete. "We'll look into it," said that important functionary, in what McKinnon described as his mirror policy, namely, looking at himself. Charles's private secretary, McKinnon had found, was never the easiest man to deal with. Unsurprisingly, the combative New Zealander found it even harder to arrange the next meeting between Charles and the High Commissioners. "We'll give you dates when we're available," Pete replied. McKinnon interpreted this as, Charles is at the center of the world and he will be chosen head of the Commonwealth regardless of the circumstances. Single quote. "They don't know him," he again told Pete. "I know the prince better than you," came the reply, "and he knows the Commonwealth. And they know him, particularly that he's funny." Single quote. Look at his travel schedule. Mackinnon produced a list of Charles's foreign trips over the previous 10 years. He only goes to Canada, Australia, New Zealand, plus many visits to Transylvania and the Middle East. It looks ugly and it is ugly. It's all to Arab countries so he can collect money for his charities. Their dictatorship. Why does he prefer to meet dictators and not democratically elected leaders of the Commonwealth? Single quote. He doesn't like long-distance flights. All the sympathy for its people suffering. No, said Pete. He has a very busy schedule. And it is all decided by the Foreign Office. His manner seemed calculated to make Mackinnon feel an idiot. It's the ghastly British brush off, the New Zealander decided. It wasn't just Pete. Foreign Office officials, he knew, would tell him, the prince decides where he will go, not us. He next played a trump card. Within 24 hours of the Queen's death, he told Pete, the government would authorize a proclamation that Charles was her successor. He would be the new king. But, he warned, the government could not include in its statement that Charles was also the head of the Commonwealth, as it could not assume his acceptance by all 52 countries. At least one unidentified government or party, he predicted, would publicly repudiate Charles for political reasons. We need to mitigate the risks by removing the Commonwealth from the proclamation. Single quote. Jolted by this suggestion, Pete reported the conversation to the Foreign Office. Mackinnon was summoned by Straw and asked to confirm that Charles would automatically become the head of the Commonwealth. Mackinnon said he could not do that. This is what you're facing, he explained. You need to work off the shoe leather to get acceptance of Charles. Under pressure in the aftermath of the Iraq War and the Allies' failure to find evidence of Saddam Hussein's supposed weapons of mass destruction, Straw's interest faded. Next, Mackinnon approached Downing Street. Preoccupied with his own survival, Tony Blair agreed that the Commonwealth should be omitted from the proclamation. On hearing the news, Charles was shocked, and the Queen surprised. How much time might they have before they reached the precipice and were embarrassed? Elsewhere in Buckingham Palace, a committee chaired by the Duke of Norfolk was scheduled to refine plans for London Bridge, the code name for the Queen's funeral. Charles risked a smooth succession slipping from his grasp. Another unresolved constitutional obstacle was his relationship with the Anglican Church. Repeated attempts to persuade him to repair the damage caused by his comments to Jonathan Dimbleby about his accession oath had been rebuffed. Unhelpfully, Charles still insisted on making a pledge to be defender of faith rather than of the faith. Rowan Williams, the new Archbishop of Canterbury, had been one of many to remind him. Compared to Robin Yonrin and others at Buckingham Palace, Charles was seen, according to a senior government official, as a millstone and a dragging anchor and not a driving force. Until he agreed to the usual wording, his ambition to marry Camilla would be stymied by Whitehall. To negotiate a solution, Downing Street established a committee, described as a workstream, under the civil servant Anthony Wally Hammond. During the negotiations, Charles finally realized that pursuing this fight was damaging. He retreated and agreed to say the historic oath. As consolation, he would be free to hold a multi-faith ceremony after his coronation. The committee was disbanded. Removing that obstacle did not improve relations with Buckingham Palace. Taking his lead from his master, Pete urged his officials to avoid fraternizing with the Queen's staff. "You're wasting your time," he said. "There are a lot of fuddy-duddies over there. They don't know what's happening in the real world." Charles particularly disliked symbolic customs such as the gentlemen-at-arms and the yeomen. Their ceremonial parades with pikes and axes pleased the Queen, but he regarded them as evidence of Buckingham Palace being stuck in the Dark Ages. He dismissed the monarch's birthday parade as a waste of money. Inspecting the guard was, for him, a chore to be got rid of despite the traditionalists' protests. He had even laughed when a historian suggested that the coats of arms on Windsor Castle's ceiling should be repainted. His disdain divided his household. The conundrum about whether Charles was a modernizer or an autocrat was aired in public at an employment tribunal hearing in November 2004. 2 years earlier, Elaine Day, Mark Bolland's assistant, had complained about her promotion prospects. In a memorandum, she had expressed her dismay that after 5 years' employment she was undervalued. Bolland forwarded her typewritten complaint to Charles. The prince was unimpressed. As an outspoken opponent of the modish prizes for all philosophy, he supported success based on talent, aspiration and work. "What on earth am I to say to Elaine?" he had replied by hand to Bolland. "She is so PC it frightens me rigid." Predictably, he vented his anguish. "What is wrong with everyone nowadays? What is it that makes everyone seem to think they are qualified to do things far beyond their technical capabilities?" After denouncing the ideological corruption of proper education, he continued, "This is all to do with the learning culture in schools. It is a consequence of a child-centered system which admits desk, and used it to support her case that humiliation and sexual discrimination were common at St. James's Palace." Charles only later became aware that, when sending his formal replies to letters, Day occasionally enclosed a photocopy of his notes on the original message in the same envelope. Her employment, he realized, had been a mistake. Day had filed her complaint the previous April, and now published Charles's handwritten note. The media blasted the heir's elitist attitudes, cosseted as he was by valets, butlers, cooks, secretaries, gardeners and chauffeurs. Day's complaint appeared to be given added weight by the abrupt departure of Rupert Lendrum, an equerry, and other staff. Charles's focus switched once again to Michael Fawcett. "I can't do without him," he told Sarah Goodall, who was employed as his clerk for 12 years but was later also fired, because, she believed, Camilla suspected that she had become too close to Charles. The blame for managing the shambles fell on Pete, who according to Malcolm Ross, the controller in the Lord Chamberlain's office at Buckingham Palace, offered Charles solutions without properly considering the human and financial cost. Day lost her case. In every case that came before judges or tribunals in the period covered by this book, Charles was always the successful party, suggesting an inherent royalism amongst England's judiciary. To the prince, with the public as unrelentingly hostile as ever, they have 21 new enemies. "Nobody knows what utter hell it is to be Prince of Wales," Charles said in November 2004. He had just spoken at the memorial service for the poet Kathleen Raine, who had died at the age of 95. Her mystic philosophy had encouraged him throughout his adult life to proclaim his intolerance towards the materialism of the modern world and to fight the battle, to advance ancient insights. "Wisdom," he said in his address, "is born not of reductionist analysis but of contemplation and ultimately revelation." Spiritualism, encouraged by Raine, was guiding his life. "May God rest her dear departed soul," he ended, "and may flights of angels sing her to her rest." He did not seem concerned that his reference to himself, an outcast prince unsuccessfully rebelling against the state of the world, was at that moment, amid all the scandals, singularly inappropriate. Regardless, he carried on with his causes. Those same mystic sentiments encouraged his faith in complementary medicine, although he no longer had confidence in the management of his foundation of integrated health, fearing it had not made a significant impression. Not least because Michael Fox, its chief executive, had failed to raise sufficient money, and had employed some unimpressive people. To solve what he described as a crisis, Michael Pete arranged to be appointed the foundation's chairman to oversee Fox. His standards of attire, Pete complained, leave much to be desired. He forgets that he represents HRH. Like Pete, the majority of board members were dissatisfied with Fox, not because of his appearance, but following an unfortunate controversy. Largely due to Charles's aggressive campaign, complementary medicine's status had markedly improved. In May 2003, his foundation hosted a relaunch addressed by Nigel Crisp, the permanent secretary at the Department of Health. The antagonism towards alternative medicine within some NHS circles was diminishing slightly. Charles wrote an article in The Guardian to assert with some confidence that the NHS should provide such treatments to prevent and cure allergies. He urged the government to research coffee enemas and carrot juice for the treatment of cancer, but at the same time cast doubt on nanotechnology, a method to manipulate materials 1/millionth the size of a pinhead. Scientists, he added, did not know everything, and should be challenged. His disapproval of orthodox medicine provoked Michael Baum, a cancer specialist, to advise that the ignorant should remain silent. My 25 years in cancer research, wrote Baum, are just as valuable as the prince's power and authority, which rest on an accident of birth. If homeopathy is correct, much of physics, chemistry and pharmacology must be incorrect. Single quote. The criticism bounced off the prince. Boldly, he urged the government to oppose EU directives that banned the sale of untested herbs produced in China and sold as homeopathic remedies in Europe. The shrubs, according to the EU's experts, could cause serious harm. Initially, Charles's private protest to John Reid, the health secretary, was rebuffed. Reid sent him an advance copy of a paper that endorsed the EU rules for the statutory regulation of herbal medicine and acupuncture. Undeterred, Charles met Tony Blair, and after their meeting wrote that the Brussels directive requiring medicines to be licensed would have a deleterious effect on the complementary medicine sector. I think we both agreed that was using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Blair replied sympathetically, the implementation as it currently stands is crazy. We can do quite a lot here. We will delay implementation for all existing products. He weakened the rules so as to delay the new laws until March 2011, and praised the prince for his contribution. Charles tempered his successful lobbying with self-deprecation. I think you will know by now to your cost, he wrote to Blair, that there are matters about which I care deeply. But perhaps now I am too dangerous to associate with. Such humorous sign-offs were the nearest he got to self-criticism. The following year, 2005, Charles individually encouraged both Michael Fox and Michael Dixon to approach Alan Johnson, the new Secretary of State for Health, to provide government finance for the foundation. Johnson, a supporter of complementary medicine, agreed on the eve of the general election to give £900,000 over 3 years to 2 universities to study the benefits of such therapies, and to organize the self-regulation of 10,000 practitioners of complementary medicine. The foundation also received funds from the Prince's Charities Foundation, giving it an annual turnover of about £1.2 million. A further £90,000 was donated by Robert Wilson, chairman of Nelson's, a manufacturer of complementary medicines. At the time, Wilson was financing a campaign to promote his company's products intended for use during childbirth. The use of Bach flower remedies is another way of helping to reduce maternal anxiety in pregnancy, ran one ad. Although there was no scientific proof to support that assertion, Charles approved the advertisement and, to show his appreciation for Wilson's donation, invited him to dinner at Clarence House. Emboldened by government support, he also stepped up his promotion of complementary medicine as a cure for cancer. His favorite remedy was called the Gerson therapy, advertised as a natural treatment that activates the body's extraordinary ability to heal itself through an organic, plant-based diet, raw juices, coffee enemas and natural supplements. At a healthcare conference he told 200 professionals, I know of one patient who turned to Gerson therapy having been told she was suffering from terminal cancer and would not survive another course of chemotherapy. Happily, 7 years later, she is alive and well. So it is vital that, rather than dismissing such experiences, we should further investigate the beneficial nature of these treatments. Single quote. Prodding doctors to reconsider their use of chemotherapy as a treatment for cancer, and instead to offer their patients 13 glasses of fruit juice and 5 coffee enemas per day, and weekly injections of vitamins, raised inevitable criticism. Charles made no distinction between leading a healthy lifestyle in order to prevent cancer, and the use of nutrition to cure the disease. Most doctors believed the Gerson diet probably hastened death. His embrace of the blood flow theories advanced by Andrew Taylor Still, the inventor of osteopathy, raised yet more doubts. Charles is a master of quackery, maintained Edzard Ernst, who classed Still's opinions as pseudo-science. Fox was asked by Charles to neutralize Ernst's defiance, so in 2005 the foundation published Complementary Healthcare, a guide for patients, which recommended the use of acupuncture to cure addictions and osteopathy to cure asthma, as well as listing homeopathic solutions for other complaints. The publication sparked a further riposte from Ernst. He had just completed a study for the World Health Organization analyzing the cost-effectiveness of natural cures. On the basis of 27 economic evaluations, he concluded that there was no proof that the therapies provided any value. In a bitter exchange with Fox, he criticized the foundation's new brochure as misleading, and failing to provide any information about the effectiveness of the treatments. "I knew I was declaring war against Charles," admitted Ernst. His battle isolated him throughout Exeter University. Stung by his own appointees' opposition, Charles encouraged Pete to mount a challenge. Pete commissioned the company Fresh Minds to produce a series of interviews promoting non-chemical therapies. Fox opposed the idea. "It isn't the right approach," he told Pete. He feared a damaging debate. Pete simply government ministers of the value of alternative treatments, and directly challenge Ernst's negative reports. This new directive, Pete and Tom Shebier agreed, could threaten the foundation's charitable status, but neither chose to question the prince. Instead, Pete recommended that Charles appoint Christopher Smallwood, the former chief economic advisor for Buckingham Palace and Barclays Bank, to report on the cost-effectiveness of natural cures for the NHS. The report, Charles directed, would be presented to the government to support his argument that the NHS's use of complementary medicine would save taxpayers billions of pounds. Once again, Fox opposed the appointment. "Pete was talking about marketing the foundation, and I didn't understand where he wanted to go. It was more important to secure more money for research to produce the scientific evidence in favor of complementary medicine." Fearful that the foundation was heading in the wrong direction, he continued, "Pete didn't understand healthcare delivery, how to get change in the NHS or the complicated, fragmented world of complementary medicine. Nor, he believed, did the accountant understand Fox's own efforts to introduce better regulation of practitioners of alternative cures." Pete ignored Fox's criticisms. Their relationship finally came apart over the private secretary's aim to make the charity financially self-sufficient, regardless of where the money came from. He accepted a further donation from Robert Wilson, which Fox opposed as a conflict of interest. They agreed that Fox should resign. "I'm surprised you're leaving," Charles said. After 7 years, Fox knew it was pointless to explain why. He was followed by the charity's accountant, who, in what proved to be a fateful decision, Pete replaced with George Gray as the foundation's finance director. Naturally, Charles did not consider offering any payment to Christopher Smallwood for his work, and, delighted by the commission, Smallwood did not ask for a fee. The Fresh Minds research, partly funded by Dame Shirley Porter, the controversial former Conservative leader of Westminster Council, was limited to a survey of the published literature and interviews with 6 experts. "That was the best we could do," Smallwood would later concede. There was no other data he could use. Homeopathy was an easy target for the critics, and Smallwood played to the enemy's strength. Endorsing the placebo effect, he had recommended in his draft the value of the watery mixture. In his draft, Smallwood suggested that about £480 million could be cut from the NHS's prescription drugs bill if 10% of GPs offered homeopathy rather than standard drugs, even for asthma. A further £38 million could be saved by prescribing the herbal remedy St. John's wort to 10% of depression patients, and that milk thistle could treat liver problems. Smallwood did not cite any medical tests as proof. A pilot study, he wrote, showed that the use of complementary medicine had cut the number of consultations with GPs by 30%, and the prescription drugs bill by 50%. He concluded that the national use of homeopathy would save £4 billion from the NHS's drugs bill. After reading that, Charles would feel vindicated. Smallwood and Ernst met before Ernst had read the material, and his mood changed during their conversation. He disagreed with Smallwood's conclusions that complementary medicine was effective in 3 areas, including acupuncture, and was appalled by Smallwood's endorsement of homeopathic mixtures. The bottles, he complained, are mostly filled with water. Smallwood, a reasonable man, departed acknowledging that he and the fiery German would never agree. Ernst, however, was indignant. In an increasingly acrimonious email exchange following their meeting, he told Smallwood that his draft was strewn with errors. By focusing purely on value for money and ignoring whether people's health benefited from complementary medicine, the report was worthless. He added that his own report for the World Health Organization showed that this form of medicine was not cost-effective, and had actually added to the NHS's bill. Moreover, a dozen scientific reviews had shown that homeopathic remedies were useless, especially in the treatment of asthma. The solution to rectify all the mistakes, he suggested, was that he should write the report for Charles. Smallwood, with Pete's support, rejected that offer. In response, Ernst asked for his name to be removed from the final document, adding, "You wrote the conclusions before you looked at the data." The dispute should have ended on that note, but in August 2005 the outraged professor spoke to the Times. Somehow the paper had obtained a copy of the draft chapters. Despite agreeing to Smallwood's request for confidentiality, Ernst volunteered his comments. Aiming directly at Charles, and intending to destabilize Smallwood's conclusions, he told the paper, "These are outrageous estimates without any strong evidence to support them. The report glosses over the science and its methodology is deeply flawed. It is based on such poor science, it is hair-raising." He added that Smallwood had selected all the positive evidence and he left out all the negative studies. He concluded, "The Prince of Wales also seems to have overstepped his constitution." Smallwood was furious that his uncorrected drafts had been leaked and his reputation publicly trashed. "Ernst broke our confidential agreement and was absolutely outrageous," he fumed, before emailing the professor that he would regret his behavior. He wanted Ernst's head. So did Pete, and so did Charles. A few days later, Steve Smith, Exeter University's vice-chancellor, received a written protest from Pete. Acting not only as Charles's private secretary but also as a foundation trustee and its chairman, he complained about Ernst's disreputable breach of confidence, and enclosed a letter just published in the Times from Richard Horton, editor of The Lancet, which echoed his outrage. Horton's anger was unexpected, since The Lancet had just published a commentary by Ernst on another draft report about complementary medicine. Equally surprising was Pete's reliance on Horton, who had stated in his letter that complementary medicine is largely a pernicious influence on contemporary medicine, preying as it does on the fears and uncertainties of the sick. He would subsequently write that Smallwood's published report contains dangerous nonsense. Smith telephoned Pete for Clarence House to interfere in a spat between academics, he said, was unusual. He asked whether Charles really wanted an investigation into a minor breach of etiquette that was not a sacking offense. After consulting the prince, Pete replied that he did. Accordingly, Smith asked the university's Research and Ethics Committee to investigate whether Ernst had breached Smallwood's requirement of confidentiality. The German rejected the allegation and, in his defense, argued that Charles was both challenging academic freedom and denying that a doctor had a public interest not to be silent. 13 months later Ernst was found culpable, but the offense was deemed too trivial to merit even a reprimand. He would remain at Exeter until his retirement 7 years later, with full permission to criticize the prince. As usual, Charles divided rather than united. Pete's usual snake pit stuff, according to one eyewitness, pushed Smallwood to the sidelines, and palace politics took over. To assert Charles's primacy, Pete and Shebbeare asked the prestigious King's Fund to host a conference to discuss Smallwood's report. The opening speaker was Peter Hayne, the Labour Secretary of State for Northern Ireland. To Charles's satisfaction, Hayne had announced his intention to introduce complementary medicine in Northern Ireland through the NHS. In turn, the King's Fund endorsed some alternative therapies and urged the government to finance more research and to promote cooperation with NHS doctors. The Department of Health agreed to study whether Hayne's initiative in Northern Ireland should be copied in England. The foundation appeared rejuvenated. Part of the credit, Charles acknowledged, was owed to Kim Laveley, the new chief executive appointed by Pete. Laveley, a former director of consumer organizations including which, was, like Pete, unfamiliar with the NHS. She was also not a professional fundraiser. Nevertheless, she was told to find donors and to follow Pete's mantra to get a more balanced look at alternative medicines. Pete's new direction presented Laveley with a divided board. The diehards wanted the foundation to focus entirely on promoting complementary cures to the public, while others offered their support of Charles's ambition to integrate natural remedies into the NHS. After successfully reasserting Charles's cause in Whitehall and in some universities, Laveley encountered another problem. During her quarterly meetings with Charles, the prince would support both strategies, but would then veer off to talk about some particular passion. "We must push Jerson," he said over cups of tea. Laveley was not surprised. At meetings with health ministers, Charles would ignore the agreed agenda and switch to preaching about the importance of Gerson's therapy. Usually in these sermons he referred to some personal experience of the previous 24 hours. Laveley's skepticism about Gerson, she could see, did not please her employer. Without any scientific evidence that coffee enemas would cure cancer, she told Charles, the foundation's credibility would suffer. "Well, get the evidence," Charles spluttered. Patiently, Laveley explained that only controlled trials could produce scientific proof, and that finding cancer sufferers prepared to risk their lives to justify Gerson would be difficult. Charles's anger mounted. Hovering over every discussion was Professor Ernst's public rebukes about homeopathy. The German's criticism, Laveley discovered, drove Charles crazy. "There are different types of evidence," retorted Charles, "and the evidence of experience is just as important as scientific evidence." To calm his irritation, he regularly lapsed into reflections about the harmony of the projects and places he knew, before ending the meeting. Clearly, he was reluctant to discuss the charity's administration with Laveley. For him, the natural world was much more relevant than the practical one. As the standoff continued, Charles was unwilling to approve the additional money Laveley repeatedly requested to keep the foundation from insolvency. Any hope that Pete might support the practical agenda evaporated. At board meetings, he closed down any discussion that contradicted Charles's convictions. A look of iron resolve would cross his face as he protected his employer. At her meetings with the prince, Laveley encountered the same resistance. "How do you get to their offices?" Charles had asked Pete, seemingly unaware. Where the foundation had relocated, London area disliked by Pete. "By bike, of course, sir," replied Pete. "Oh," said Charles, wincing. "I would so like to do that." His hands were clutched tightly, hiding his chewed fingernails, as he drifted into a description of his visit to the Physic Garden in Chelsea. With sudden animation, he described the plants growing there for use in complementary medicine. "You see, it is not just me who believes in this," he sighed. Lavely departed without any agreement about finding money. Sensing the direction of the tide, Pete lost interest and resigned as chairman, to be replaced by Tom Lynch, an Irish businessman who promised cash. Like so many donors, Lynch had been enticed to keep an eye on the charity, but Clarence House transferred his donations to other trusts and not to the foundation. Charles's campaign had reached a crossroad. His support for treating the mind, body and soul was undermined when, addressing an audience in May 2006, he referred to the origins of diabetes and heart disease as a disturbed flow of blood. The sacred geometry of the body, he continued, composed by a spiral of numbers called the Fibonacci sequence, was his diagnosis for the cause of those illnesses. Complementary medicine, he said, including Gerson's therapy, provided the proper cure. Harmony was the answer. His suggestions were ridiculed by doctors and scientists alike. Homeopathy, admitted Michael Dixon, was Charles's Achilles heel. There was so much more that was credible. The herbal practitioner Simon Mills had become disillusioned. The complementary medicine team, he lamented, had failed to get their act together. Instead, they had engaged in pointless territorial and professional disputes. "There is an absence of leadership," said Mills. "There's no Mr. Complementary Medicine." Charles could not fight the battle alone, but his frustration that his wishes were not being obeyed paralyzed the foundation. "In the vacuum," recalled Mills, "we didn't deliver a fully argued opinion against Ernst, and so there was no lobby to bridge the division between complementary and orthodox medicine." He abandoned the foundation and the campaign. By 2007, the beginning of worldwide financial turbulence coincided with the crisis at the foundation, just as David Brownlow, a self-made entrepreneur and publicist known in Clarence House as a king of donors, was appointed as president of the Prince's Foundation for Integrated Health. To Kim Lavely, Brownlow showed little interest in his new fiefdom. The absence of leader once again told that merging was the answer, but as before the chief executives and their boards refused to sacrifice their independence. Charles, they knew, enjoyed saying, "All my charities have created." Numbers were important to him. Unable to overcome these objections, Shebbeare struggled to achieve a single economy. Among those who supported a merger to solve their own charity's financial crisis was Lavely. Charles begrudgingly met her plea for money, persuading Robert Wilson to pledge a further £150,000, making a total £194,000 for the year 2007, while the government contributed an extra £110,000, bringing the taxpayer's stake to £1 million. In Lavely's opinion that was still insufficient, yet no one offered more. Mark Leishman, Charles's deputy private secretary newly responsible for the medical charity, focused entirely on implementing Charles's wishes to promote Gerson and other therapies. Lavely was bewildered. "It's driving me crazy," she told Leishman. "Close the foundation down. You aren't providing the money to make it work." Single quote. Leishman too was powerless. He could only refer it up. Proper management was impossible. Lavely resigned. Automatically, she was removed from Charles's Christmas card list. She was not replaced. Instead, George Gray, the finance director, was made temporary chief executive. Disaster struck the following year. The audit of the 2008 accounts revealed that the financial director, George Gray, had stolen nearly £253,000 from the foundation. He would be convicted of theft and jailed. The foundation, Charles and Michael Dixon agreed, could no longer continue with the prince as sole standard bearer. The £1 1 million donated by the Department of Health had been spent. The collateral damage to Charles's reputation was a warning about the result of mismanagement. The fraud was a shock, admitted Dixon. The brand was sullied. He and the other trustees resigned from the board, and the bankrupt foundation closed. Not only was Charles embarrassed, but the pathway in integrated health course at Exeter University was wound up. Edzard Ernst was, as usual, available to comment, particularly about the prince. Under the banner of holistic and integrated healthcare, he told The Guardian, he promotes a quick fix and outright quackery. Single quote. Charles found the renewed criticism very difficult, said Dixon. The prince was surprised by the vindictiveness making him out to be a monster. Concluded, the attacks made him more determined to make his case. He had courage to stick to his guns. Single quote. 22. For better or worse. To resolve Camilla's status once and for all, Charles proposed marriage. Charles went down on his knee, said Camilla, describing the scene at Burkhall. She was 57 and he 1 year younger. Their first dalliance had begun 33 years earlier. Their second, in the late 1970s, satisfied a woman spurned by her husband. Their third affair, starting in the mid-1980s, was a union of two unhappy middle-aged souls seeking relief from broken marriages. Nearly 20 years later, their relationship had survived exceptional obstacles. She suffers indignities and vilification, said her promoters, because she loves Charles. Her reward for decades of frustration, Charles reasoned, would be a blissful traditional wedding. To Charles's fury, the Evening Standard ruined his careful preparations. On the 11th of February 2005, the Standard's front page boasted an old-fashioned scoop. Robert Jobson, the paper's royal correspondent, never revealed his source. Charles was indignant. Instead of announcing the forthcoming wedding, a personal triumph for the prince, with a dignified flourish, Clarence House was forced to rush out an untidy press release. The Standard's editor was crossed off the royal invitation list. In St. James's Palace, Michael Peet stood in front of oil portraits of Charles's predecessors dressed in their military uniforms. All the ducks are in a row, said the ruffled private secretary with a grimace. Over the previous 3 years, during conversations with journalists, he had cultivated the image of a self-confident establishment fixer. Standing stiffly before those same people, he now explained the procedure that would enable the two divorcees, one of whom was the heir to the throne, to do as they wished. The marriage would be a civil ceremony at Windsor Castle, followed by the Archbishop of Canterbury blessing the newlyweds in the castle's St. George's Chapel. Certain of his preparations, he then handed out a short statement by Charles. Mrs. Parker Bowles and I are absolutely delighted. It will be a very special day for us and our families. Their engagement was welcomed by the Queen. Peet returned to his office, anticipating a smooth climax on the wedding date of Friday the 8th of April. To his staff, he presented himself as the marriage broker. Camilla, he told colleagues, had been content to muddle along. The prince was not keen, but, Peet puffed, my job was to get them married. Many of his staff doubted that he wielded such decisive influence, but his self-importance reinforced the impression of a loyal courtier who had successfully masterminded a blend of the civil and church ceremonies to make the day palatable to Charles and his family. Within days, Peet's plans had unraveled. It seemed that every hour after the announcement some learned lawyer or religious scholar would bring up another insurmountable obstacle. The first was the Marriage Act of 1836, which specifically forbade the marriage of any member of the royal family in a civil ceremony in a register office. Two subsequent acts, in 1949 and 1953, upheld that law. The intention was indisputable. In a memorandum written in 1948, a Home Office lawyer recommended that the ban on civil marriages for royalty be kept in the 1949 Act. His recommendation was accepted. According to the 1949 law, Charles could be married only by Anglican clergy, and the advice the prince received when he divorced Diana confirmed that. The ceremony for members of the royal family had to take place in a church. Subsequently, the Anglican Church reaffirmed its moral obligation to refuse to unite two divorcees. Pete had not only ignored the 3 marriage acts, but also the law about weddings conducted in a register office. Civil marriages had to be held in public places, and Windsor Castle was the Queen's private home. If Charles requested a registrar to officiate in the castle, the Queen would be obliged to allow access to the public, which was out of the question. Pete and Charles were comprehensively trounced. Pete blamed his deputy Kevin Knott, who resigned shortly afterwards. Charles Falconer, the Lord Chancellor, was also accused of providing inaccurate legal advice. Pete asked Downing Street for help. Tony Blair was preparing for his 3rd general election. Although the opinion polls were favorable, saving Pete was not a priority. However, he felt there was no alternative. To limit the royals' embarrassment, and without sufficient time for new legislation, Falconer and Blair decided to overlook the statutes. Just as Henry VIII expected his Lord Chancellors to change the law or face execution, Falconer took it upon himself to declare that the 3 marriage acts could be ignored. The advice written in 1948, he professed, was too cautious, and the act had anyway been overruled by Labour's human rights legislation. The royals could after all be married in a register office. Charles was saved, but he failed to savor the irony. He had denounced that very human rights law as a threat to sane, civilized and ordered existence. St. James's Palace's mistakes were protected by a cover-up. Citing public interest, the government refused to release the legal advice underlying Falconer's decision to override the established law. The final hurdle was the venue. Since Windsor Castle could not be opened to the public, Pete was told that the ceremony should be held at the Register office in Windsor Town. 2 weeks of turmoil had somewhat bruised Pete's self-image, but another eruption was still to come. A YouGov opinion poll confirmed that Charles's reputation had not recovered from the Burrell saga. The majority of Britons, 60% to 21%, reluctantly accepted that tradition would prevail when the Queen died, but preferred William as king, and only 16% welcomed Camilla as the next queen. Within Clarence House, there were fears that the newly married couple would be booed on a cold morning outside the Windsor Register office. Anticipating the public's animosity, Pete had originally announced that after Charles's accession Camilla would be named Princess Consort rather than Queen, and until then she would be Duchess of Cornwall. His self-esteem was again dented when government lawyers quietly admitted that the marriage would not be morganatic, that is, a marriage between people of unequal social rank, which prevents a husband's titles and privileges passing to the wife, and that Camilla could and would become queen. The shambles Pete has presided over, Mark Bolland wrote gleefully in the Sunday Times, brought shame and ridicule on the couple. The final ignominy was the Queen's unexpected disclosure, while hosting a dinner for Charles and Camilla at Buckingham Palace, that she would not be present at the town hall ceremony. Charles was inconsolable. In spite of having finally achieved his ambition, at every spare moment he would telephone friends and sympathetic officials to complain about his fate. He believed he was at the mercy of history, events, his family and his advisors. He needed to get things off his chest, recalled one person on the list for regular tirades. He needed to let off steam. He would go on forever, far into the night. To alleviate the tension, one confidant half-jokingly asked whether the Queen might abdicate. "No," replied Charles, taking the question at face value. "Can you imagine her looking out of the window of Clarence House and waving to me as I paraded in a carriage down the Mall?" Single quote. He was also upset by the absence of any media excitement about his wedding. His feelings did not remain private for long. Asked by news photographers to pose for them while skiing in Closters on the eve of his wedding, He complied, and behind a forced smile whispered to his sons, "Bloody people. I hate doing this." In the front row of journalists crouched Nicholas Witchell, the BBC, reluctant to remove his sunglasses or to answer Witchell's inoffensive questions. Charles asked William, "What do we do?" "Keep smiling," replied his son, whose relationship with Kate Middleton had just been revealed. Charles did not apologize to the journalist. The Queen was anxious to avoid unnecessary controversy, so rejected her son's proposal for a glittering dinner party for 650 guests at Windsor. She also vetoed the employment of Michael Fawcett to supervise a modest celebration at her home. Her frostiness towards Camilla continued even during the weeks leading up to the wedding. She excluded her future daughter-in-law from both royal ceremonies and official dinners. To minimize public displeasure, palace briefings described Camilla as an unwilling bride, and a bundle of nerves who would gladly remain in the shadows, silent and supportive, with no ambition to be queen. Since most Commonwealth countries, including New Zealand, disliked the prospect of Queen Camilla, an inaccurate impression was promoted. "When he becomes king," wrote Charles's longtime supporter Jonathan Dimbleby in The Guardian, "she will not be queen. The essence of her role is not constitutional but personal." Single quote. In the same vein, courtiers gave the impression that Charles had dithered about marriage until he was persuaded by the Queen of the importance of averting a constitutional crisis if he were still unmarried at time of the succession. The protocol problems about seating Camilla on state occasions would have been even more embarrassing than they had been at the Van Cutsem wedding. As Supreme Governor of the Church of England, Charles could not live in Essen. One of those influencing him to overcome his reluctance, it was hinted, was his old friend Richard Chartres, the formidable Bishop of London. The wave of disinformation about Camilla being a protesting bride was soon ridiculed. This was a woman, her critics reposted, who had always posed as reluctant to get her way. She had feigned resistance to marrying Charles. Then she had hesitated about accepting a royal title. And finally she was pretending to oppose being crowned queen. That was all nonsense. She relished the prospect of the title of princess consort. As Duchess of Cornwall, she would rank above Princess Anne and Sophie Wessex, both of whom would be expected to curtsy to her and to acknowledge that Camilla could choose who to speak to and expect no one to leave a room before her. To modify her expectations, a courtier let drop that the Queen, referring to Camilla's wedding ring, made from special Welsh gold, commented, "There is very little of it left. There won't be enough for a third wedding." Single quote. The guest list for the reception at Windsor included those loyal and the Duchess of Devonshire, who had allowed their homes to be used by the couple during their secret affair. Among those who declined the invitations were members of several European royal families, in retaliation for Charles's past refusal of their own invitations. The excuse of one Swedish royal was a trip to Japan to open an IKEA store. Among the guests who eventually declined were the Van Cutsems. Hugh Van Cutsem wrote that they were committed to a prior engagement. Mark Bolland was not invited. Honesty about their relationship, he wrote, just after the wedding, did not come naturally, even with each other. It was forced upon them by Diana's revelations. He continued, while the royals pretend to work hard, they holiday for nearly half the year and only put in a 3-day week. Camilla does not even pretend. With limited stamina, she has never worked and hates being on public display. Now Charles and Camilla must persuade the public that they can be satisfactory monarchs. Single quote. There were invitations for the comedian Joan Rivers and for American financiers of Charles's charities. But there were concerns about the American fundraising operation. For the first time questions arose about Robert Higdon's expenses. The running costs of the foundation were 52% of its income, rather than the customary 10 to 20%. A scandal had also arisen at the New York Academy of Art, supported by a $100,000 grant from the foundation. The Academy was charging $1,000 a head for dinner in Charles's room, and one director was suspected of fraud. There was also unease about the American Young Presidents Organization, a group recruited by Higdon to pay a minimum £30,000 per person for a tour of Clarence House and Windsor Castle, ending with dinner with Charles. The absence of popular excitement was capped by anticlimax. On the 2nd of April, 6 days before the planned wedding date, Pope John Paul II died. Under pressure from the Queen, and after the Archbishop of Canterbury decided to fly to Rome for the Pope's funeral, Charles agreed to postpone the ceremony for one day so that he could be in Rome as her representative. The next morning, a small, enthusiastic crowd cheered modestly outside Windsor's register office before the marriage, which was witnessed by Charles's 3 siblings. He and his new bride returned with some tears of joy to the castle for the Archbishop's blessing in St. George's Chapel. Few monarchists were placated by Charles. As the Queen emerged into public view, she smiled, then walked briskly to a side room invisible to the celebrities, writers, charity workers and Charles's old girlfriends filing into the state apartments. She was, as planned, just in time to watch the Grand National with Andrew Parker Bowles and other racing enthusiasts and then enter the reception. Charles looked warily at Andrew Parker Bowles. There was a call for silence. "I have 2 important announcements to make," said the Queen. "I know you will want to know who was the winner of the Grand National. It was Hedgehunter." After the laughter subsided, she continued, "Secondly, having cleared Becker's Brook and the chair and all kinds of other terrible obstacles, they have come through and I'm very proud and wish them well. My son is home and dry with the woman he loves. They are now on the home straight. The happy couple are now in the winner's enclosure." Single quote. Amid the cheers of approval, few noticed that the Queen did not mention Camilla by name. Nor did she speak to her during the party. "I can't believe it," the new bride repeated to her friends in the room. "I can't believe it." The Queen was also noticeably cool towards her son. She had given him a brood mare as a wedding present, and a promise to cover her and pay the expenses for the foal. Not interested in racing, Charles had not appreciated the gift. When the Queen telephoned a few days later, he ordered his valet, "Tell her I'm busy having a dinner party." Single quote. After her speech, the Queen re-entered the side room to watch a replay of the big race. To her irritation, the event had not been recorded. "Someone forgot to push the right button, ma'am," explained a nervous courtier. The Queen curtailed her stay and headed for the exit, passing Michael Fawcett. On the way, "Oh look," she said loudly to Philip, "there's Fawcett. He's got so fat." Single quote. Charles was waiting for her on the steps outside. "That went rather well," she said, according to a lip reader hired by the Sun. "Yes," he replied. "We're leaving now. Oh, I really want a picture of us all." The Queen stood for just 52 seconds, then, without another word, walked away. 23. Resolute rebel. Marriage changed Camilla. Responding to Charles's order that she receive special treatment, the staff in Clarence House learned about it. "Your Royal Highness," always to reply, "Yes, ma'am," and to ensure that all her demands were satisfied. Before visiting friends, she adopted Charles's habit of sending her hosts a list of her likes and dislikes, especially foods. On her arrival, she might expect a curtsy. In the splendor of choosing to live in any of her husband's 6 homes, she was not concerned that his annual household costs had risen to over £5 million. When choosing where to stay, she described the Castle of May on the north coast of Scotland as gloomy. She could just tolerate Birkhall, but preferably without guests, not least because she had been forbidden to change anything. To overcome Charles's order, she had scanned the Faro and Ball color chart for identical matches so that Charles would not notice any new paint. She was not heard to commiserate with the Queen, who she knew could not afford to redecorate and rewire dilapidated parts of Buckingham Palace and Windsor, although some of the interiors of both buildings, beset by leaky roofs, crumbling masonry, antiquated plumbing, drafts and asbestos, had not been repainted since the coronation in 1953. Instead of her usual pub lunches, she enjoyed driving with an armed escort to meet friends in expensive restaurants. She was a happy woman in control of her life, married to the Queen's heir. She imposed limits on the number of her solo public engagements. Her principal task, she would say, was to keep Charles happy. No one doubted that since their marriage her husband looked more relaxed. With a tease or a chide, without stirring his anger, she supported his ambition to win public acceptance. To reinforce his wife's higher profile, Charles requested that flags should fly on public buildings on her birthday. Soon after their wedding, they stood together at Trooping the Color and at a ceremony to commemorate the fallen in the World Wars. Unfortunately, despite Clarence House generating favorable media comment about Camilla, the polls were still against her becoming queen. Beyond Charles's control, 2 downmarket TV dramas based on his infidelity were in production. According to the eager promoters, Camilla would feature in one as a screaming bitch, and would describe herself as a slut, while Andrew Parker Bowles would be presented as a philanderer and Princess Margaret as an alcoholic, bisexual nymphomaniac. Even Giles Brandreth, a monarchist former Tory MP, had proposed a documentary to Channel 4 based on the Camillagate tapes, portraying her as Charles's surrogate mother. The popular quip that the age of deference had been replaced by soap opera was being reinforced in the most literal way. Charles as usual appeared undaunted and undeterred. He unexpectedly agreed to the Foreign Office's proposal that he and Camilla make an 8-day state visit to New York, Philadelphia and Washington to meet President George W. Bush. The government needed to promote British tourism following the foot-and-mouth outbreak and in the aftermath of the bombings in London in July that had killed 52 people. Bush was receptive to the idea. In the wake of the Iraq War, his tardy response to Hurricane Katrina and the rising price of oil, he hoped that a royal visit might improve his own low ratings. The mutual interests of the British and American governments meant that the minimal affection between the two men was ignored. For 4 years, Charles had deliberately not visited America. Only 2 years earlier, angry about the Iraq War and Bush's dismissal of climate change, he had stayed away from the state meal at Buckingham Palace during the president's visit. That snub was disregarded, and the Foreign Office reluctantly agreed to charter a large jet. To offset Camilla's fear of boredom, Robert Higdon promised her a good time. Rightly concerned that the media would compare their visit to the epic White House dinner 20 years before, featuring Diana's memorable dance with John Travolta, Camilla insisted on tipping the program in her favor as much as possible. In addition to a combined 12 Foreign Office members and police protection officers, Charles and Camilla brought 16 staff, including Hugh Green, Camilla's hair stylist, Julia Biddlecombe, her makeup artist, and a wardrobe assistant to care for the 50 dresses selected from hundreds sent to Clarence House for approval. Camilla was determined that she should look her best. No one expected America's arbiters of style to become excited about the middle-aged couple. The country's anger about Charles's mistreatment of their beloved Diana was easily reawakened, and Charles suspected that he had ceased to be of great interest. But no one anticipated New York's merciless response to the Duchess's physical appearance was not a kind word for Camilla's dresses or teeth. Mark Bolland, still in attack mode, joined the chorus. "She's a horsey home wrecker," he wrote, observing that Camilla had an unsuitable hairstyle, too much makeup, and overdid the jewelry. "An old and not particularly attractive couple," wrote another columnist, was hardly likely to encourage tourism to Britain. Higdon's spectacular reception, held at New York's Museum of Modern Art, was mentioned only to list those celebrities who chose not to appear. At best, the media reaction was somewhere between lukewarm and indifferent. Their next stop was Washington. Higdon's presence alongside the prince was alarming the Foreign Office. Charles's emissary, the diplomats heard, had alerted his network of 90 donors to keep the weekend free. Contrary to the foe's wishes, Charles planned to use his trip to raise money for his charities. Higden was already unpopular among British officials and charity executives. In London, while one former British ambassador in Washington dubbed him the loiterer, another senior official called him creepy, because he was getting a high salary and not raising enough to justify himself. In 2004, Higden's personal income increased by 33% in 1 year to £310,000, £194,000 in salary, £106,000 in bonuses, £10,600 in benefits, yet the foundation had given only £1 million to charities in America. That left £3.8 million in the American Foundation's bank account. No one could explain why Charles had not distributed more. So far, Higden's proximity to the royal couple had protected him. His perfect manners, charm and good looks disarmed would-be critics. Nevertheless, to reinforce any supervision that Tom Shebier was able to impose, Leslie Farrer, an accountant, was appointed to oversee his activities. But Higden had more worrying enemies. The Daily Mail probed his background to discover the family home in Florida, a shabby building inhabited by his father and mother, respectively a car salesman and a bank clerk, far from the plush Ivy League background their son had always suggested. Among America's meritocrats, Higden's rags to riches story was laudable. After all, he had raised money for Ronald Reagan's presidential library, and he remained Nancy Reagan's preferred social escort. On that basis, he managed Margaret Thatcher's international travel and raised money for her foundation too. But those relationships were no more than past glories when he arrived with Charles and Camilla in Washington expecting to escort Nancy Reagan to President Bush's state dinner in the White House. Searching the seating plan, he could not find his name. "It blew my mind," he said, "that I wasn't invited. They didn't want to acknowledge my role, because Buckingham Palace people are mean. The system doesn't encourage people to be nice to each other." Someone said, "Who's Robert Higden? Let's keep him out." The insult was made worse when President Bush's wife Laura asked Camilla, "What would we do without Robert?" Her guest agreed, but proved powerless that night against what another victim called the cruel snobs around Charles's. Higden was left to pick up scraps. It was a horrible guest list. Most of those invited were undistinguished unknowns. Single quote. Among the unknowns was Joseph Albritton, the former chief executive of Riggs Bank, which had recently been fined $25 million for its disregard of money laundering laws. The bank also later pleaded guilty to a series of illegal transactions with the former Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet. Albritton had, however, given a £190,000 donation to Charles's foundation, and loaned his Gulfstream jet. In return, thanks to Higden, he had spent a night at Highgrove. Without any true stars at the dinner, most agreed that the event was dull. That was not the fault of the guests of honor. Over the previous 5 years, President Bush had hosted just 5 state dinners compared to the Clintons, 31 in 8 years, because he did not drink, did not dance, and preferred to be in bed by 9 p.m. Everyone departed relatively happy, although neither Charles nor Camilla commiserated with their prize fundraiser. Instead, the prince was puzzled by 2 newspaper breaches of his privacy. First, the News of the World had discovered that Harry had banned Camilla from being present at a parents' night at Sandhurst, where he was training to be an officer. Charles was surprised that a journalist could somehow know about his private phone discussion with Harry. Second, the Mail on Sunday had obtained 9 of his private journals, which recorded his thoughts about a range of subjects. The newspaper's source was Sarah Goodall, an ex-personal assistant in his private office, angry that she had been summarily dismissed. The paper planned to publish one of the journals, about his 1997 trip to Hong Kong for the transfer of power to China, which was titled, The Handover of Hong Kong or the Great Chinese Takeaway. In the journal, Charles referred to the Chinese leaders he met as appalling old waxworks. The paper justified the breach after Charles missed the state banquet that was being hosted by the Queen for Hu Jintao, the Chinese president. Charles's excuse for that absence was the delayed departure on his chartered jet from Washington. Few in London believed the clash of timing was a coincidence. His track record with China was well known. 2 years earlier he had refused to go to the state banquet at Buckingham Palace for Lama, a sworn enemy of China. Charles's preoccupation with the lack of democracy in the country ignored the protocols of government. As king, he would be expected to visit China or host its president, regardless of his opinions. More important, he also ignored the rapid economic growth and social progress in China and Tibet under Yang's and Hu's governments. Stuck with opinions forged 20 years earlier, Charles was not recognizing the new social harmony that Mao's successors were introducing to forge better relationships with other countries. If his behavior continued, relations with China would suffer. Pete heard about the Mail on Sunday's intention to publish the Chinese journal, and called Peter Wright, the editor, to protest that it could not appear without Charles's agreement. Wright mentioned the legal arguments in favor of publication in the public interest. They disagreed whether the journal was private or not, although neither disputed that at least 13 copies had been distributed and read by some 40 people. Later estimates were that 75 politicians and media figures had in fact already read the journal. After their conversation, Pete did nothing to stop the newspaper's plan. On 13 November 2005, millions of people read Charles's denunciation of the Chinese leaders and his dismissive remarks about Tony Blair's focus groups. Only after the prince's confidential thoughts had been broadcast around the world did Pete consult lawyers. "It's a matter of principle," he said belatedly. "Like anybody else, the prince is entitled to write a private journal without extracts being published." He was advised to apply for an injunction to stop publication of future extracts as a breach of copyright and breach of confidence. Once again, he failed to anticipate the potential damage of a courtroom battle. In his submission, Pete explained his employer's role. The Prince of Wales avoids making public statements on matters which are the subject of disagreement between political parties. He does not campaign on contentious issues but occasionally raises questions about matters which he regards as being of public concern. The prince had not, he emphasized, bombarded ministers with his views but has written to them from time to time on issues which he believes are important. The Mail on Sunday possessed evidence to contradict that statement. Not only did Charles's journal substantiate the description of his duties on his own website, to protect national traditions, virtues and excellence, but his letters to ministers clearly sought to change policy. In its defense, the paper denied that Charles was entitled to prevent legitimate scrutiny of his secret defiance. The moment Mr. Justice Blackburn, in charge of the hearing, began speaking in the courtroom, the Mail's lawyers assumed defeat. The judge suggested that Charles's privacy had indeed been infringed. Fighting against an apparently royalist judge, the newspaper argued that the public had the right to know about Charles's attitude towards China. To support that argument, the paper delivered a bombshell. In a statement offered to the newspaper, Mark Bolland delivered his payback for all Charles's ingratitude. The prince, he said, was aware of the political and economic importance of the state visit. Charles was motivated to make a public stand against the Chinese, hence the decision to boycott the banquet. Driving in the dagger, he drew a parallel with Charles's deliberate snub of a 1999 state banquet, because he did not approve of the Chinese regime and is a great supporter of the Dalai Lama whom he views as being oppressed by the Chinese. To inflame the wound, Bolland described how Charles routinely meddled in political issues, and wrote in extreme terms to ministers, MPs and others in power. The prince, he said, saw himself as a dissident working against the prevailing political consensus. While employed in St. James's Palace, Bolland had read highly politically sensitive correspondence from Charles that denounced elected leaders in extreme terms. The prince bombarded ministers with letters and secretly briefed the media on delicate matters of diplomacy, or, to cite a particular instance, on GM foods through the Daily Mail. The prince's very definite aim in all this activity, as he explained to me, was to influence opinion. Although Charles knew that he ought to avoid contentious subjects, he ignored that requirement, if he felt strongly about particular issues or government policies. In order to promote himself, said Bolland, Charles had asked Richard Aylard, when he was private secretary, to portray him as a wise man, a thinker and a changer of views. Later, he had ignored Stephen Lamport's cautionary advice to be silent, and instead had either authorized friends and employees such as myself to make the prince's views known. Masterful in news management, the prince was delighted at the coverage he had engineered in 1999 to publicize his boycott of the Chinese president's visit. In a democracy, Bolland concluded, the price of political activism must be transparency. The public, he believed, was entitled to know Charles's opinions. The judge was not convinced. Moreover, in restricting the evidence of Charles's interference in British politics, he prevented the newspaper offering as further proof of the heir's calculated political warfare his opposition to various government policies in fields including education. Since the early 1990s, Charles had publicly criticized the intellectual fanaticism of political correctness. He openly accused void where children were not taught the 3 R's. 30% of school leavers were either illiterate or enumerate. Our language has become so impoverished, so sloppy and so limited, he said in 1999, that we have arrived at a wasteland of banality, cliché and casual obscenity. Criticizing Tony Blair's government, he compared the virtues of traditional educationalists to the new establishment, that was overbearing, arrogant and destructive. The result was an entire generation of culturally disinherited people. Praised by conservatives, Charles was derided by the left. He is talking rubbish, said Labour's London Mayor Ken Livingstone. This is sun speak, scoffed Labour Cabinet Minister Clare Short. Instead of retreating, Charles intensified his criticism. The Labour government's education policies, he riposted, represented the brutal vandalism of the roots of our tradition. The result was the destruction of our cultural, historical and moral heritage. No hard-bitten Tory could have been more damning. I think he should think carefully before intervening in that debate, said Charles Clarke, the Labour Secretary of State for Education, in 2004. He doesn't understand what's going on in British education. Because of his class and privilege, Clarke added, alluding in part to Charles's support for fox hunting, the prince was old-fashioned and out of time. Charles immediately counterattacked. In a speech at Lambeth Palace he criticized the travesty of the truth of Britain's demoralized education system. For the last 30 years, he said, I have done all I can to give young people who have limited opportunities a chance to succeed. That is what my prince's trust is all about. Which politician, he asked, could claim to help hundreds of young people every day, benefiting 500,000 of them over 30 years? The Labour Party, he said, had failed the working class. There has often been a very patronizing view, an old-fashioned view, that says that certain people can't do certain things. In his efforts to show that there was an alternative to uninspired teachers burdened by red tape, excessive testing and constantly changing curricula, Charles had for some years invited 100 English and history teachers to a summer school in Devon to instill pupils with the value of good manners, reading in the classics. I know that my ideas are sometimes portrayed as old-fashioned, he said. Well, they may be. But what I am concerned about are the things that are timeless, regardless of the age we live in. Also, I have been around long enough to see what were thought of as old-fashioned ideas have now come into vogue. Said, resulted from a profound malaise, a deep disease, a disintegration and dysfunctioning of the natural harmony in the human existence because the soul was declared as a moribund and derided concept. Such proselytizing was relevant when assessing Charles's impartiality, especially once he became king. In the Mail on Sunday case, the trial judge restricted any exposure of that bias and rejected Mark Bolland's evidence. Both Mr. Justice Blackburn, and subsequently the judges in the Court of Appeal, ruled that Charles's copyright and confidentiality of a private document had been breached. His personal rights, said one judge, outweighed the significance of the newspaper's right to freedom of expression under the same Human Rights Act that Charles had called rubbish. Few others in Britain would have been similarly protected, but despite the ruling the damage was done. 3 months later, Charles was the subject of a Channel 4 documentary, The Meddling Prince. The accusation stung. On the night the program was broadcast, he hosted a dinner at Clarence House. The contrast between the rarefied atmosphere in his home on the Mall and the tough counterattack orchestrated by his new spokesman Paddy Haverson, formerly employed at Manchester United FC, reflected Charles's unapologetic rejection of his critics. Michael Peet issued a lengthy statement denying that the heir to the throne was a meddler. "The prince," he said, "cares deeply about the well-being of the United Kingdom and everyone in it, and wants to add value to his position by helping people and making a difference. Some," he went on in a statement crafted by his employer, "sought Charles's silence, but he wanted to make an active contribution to national life, for those who might not be heard. There was a difference," he said, "between being the sovereign and being the heir, and between political issues and public policies linked to Charles's charities. It would in my view be more damaging if the Prince of Wales did not take advantage of his position to help with issues which matter to ordinary people but which have not found their way onto political agendas." Single quote. Within Clarence House, the statement seemed reasonable, but beyond the palace, officials and politicians were not impressed. Unlike any other political player, Charles demanded the right of influence, but refused to be held to account. Sometimes his meddling led to significant change. His agitation against GM crops had contributed to the multinational biotechnology corporation Monsanto's termination of GM research in Britain. His condemnation of modernist architecture had also borne fruit. Other interferences had accomplished little or nothing. In a letter to the Environment Minister, he urged the Royal Navy to patrol areas where the illegal overfishing of another minister to finance the preservation of 2 Antarctic huts built by Shackleton and Scott. But there were also political protests, some winning popularity with the public. He asked the Education Minister to improve the standards of school food, and Tony Blair about the limitations of Lynx helicopters operating in high temperatures in Iraq. The delay in the helicopter's replacement, he complained, because of significant pressure on the defense budget, is one more example where our armed forces are being asked to do an extremely challenging job, particularly in Iraq, without the necessary resources. In his reply, Blair admitted the helicopters' limitations, which he had failed to do in Parliament. In another letter to the Prime Minister, Charles supported the controversial Badger cull, intended to combat the spread of bovine tuberculosis. "I for one cannot understand how the badger lobby seem to mind not at all about the slaughter of thousands of expensive cattle and yet object to a managed cull of an overpopulation of badgers. To me this is intellectually dishonest." Disregarding the prince's familiar lament about the farmers, Blair did not support the cull. In another letter to Downing Street, Charles expressed his anger that the Office of Fair Trading was a serious obstacle to developing dairy cooperatives of the necessary size and influence. Unlike the equivalent agencies in Denmark and Germany, he believed, the OFT had misinterpreted EU competition rules. British civil servants were regularly accused of gold plating, or unnecessarily adding to the complexity of directives from Brussels. The supermarkets' stranglehold was reducing the prices paid to farmers. It would be splendid, Charles wrote, if the government could find innovative ways to give the necessary lead, to encourage the purchase of British agricultural produce to support British farmers, so the countryside will survive. As ever unapologetic about his campaigns, Charles admitted in a television interview that he was a nuisance. I mind deeply about this country and the people here. But often his attempts to galvanize interest in his work were fruitless. After Blair won his third election victory in May 2005, Charles's hope for forging a better relationship with the government foundered on the Prime Minister's unpopularity over the Iraq War. Blair was fighting his own battles, particularly to resist his Chancellor Gordon Brown's demands for his resignation, and had little interest in managing a smooth succession from the Queen to Charles. Even less important was the prince's precarious relationship with the Commonwealth. But the Queen had Yanran. The issue was duly discussed, after which Yanran told Mackinnon, "We've been thinking that he might visit Malta." Single quote. "Malta's down the street," snapped Mackinnon. "He needs to go further." Yanran asked whether Charles should host the banquet at the next Commonwealth Heads of State meeting in Uganda in 2007. "That's going too fast. He'd irritate everyone. He can go to receptions but not replace the Queen." Mackinnon's impatience was aggravated by the announcement from Clarence House of another foreign trip by Charles and Camilla, but not to a Commonwealth country. On their first wedding anniversary, Charles had agreed to visit Egypt and then, in a familiar deal, to travel on to India. The agreement papered overstrained relations between him and the Foreign Office officials appointed under Blair. Reflecting the Prime Minister's own attitude, the new breed considered the royals a waste of time. Often appointed on the grounds of politically correct diversity rather than exceptional talent, the new officials clashed with the older, traditional faux staff about Charles's insistence on private planes, especially for flights to Europe. After one particularly nasty spat, he had reluctantly agreed to fly commercial in Europe. On his return, he refused ever again to take a BA plane. He wanted the convenience and not to mix with hoi polloi, observed one Mandarin. Charles nevertheless did make some concessions. In 2006 Clive Alderton, the foe's representative in Calais, was appointed to arrange his foreign trips rather than Pete. To slowly introduce the prince across the Commonwealth, civil servants from India and South Africa were seconded to work in Clarence House. Charles's charities were also to be used to ease his introduction to Commonwealth countries. Finally, he agreed to visit Pakistan with Camilla in late 2006. Just as they arrived in the region, Pakistani forces attacked a suspected terrorist base. Diverted to a safer area, and accompanied by boorish officials and indifferent journalists, Charles was greeted by few local people for a tour of an organic farm and an archaeological site. Mackinnon was unimpressed. "That was for the Foreign Office, not the Commonwealth," he said. Soon after, Charles briefly visited Sierra Leone. "That trip spread the angel dust for Britain, not the Commonwealth," Mackinnon noted this time. 11 weeks later, Charles and Camilla started a 10-day trip to 5 countries in the Arabian Gulf. Charles's sympathy for Islam was well established. In 1986 he had written to Laurens van der Post after a visit to Saudi Arabia and Qatar. "This tour has been fascinating and have learned a lot about the Middle East and Arab outlook, also begin to understand their point of view about Israel. Never realized that they see it as a U.S. colony. I now appreciate that Arabs and Jews were all Semitic people. Originally, plus it is the influx of foreign, European Jews especially from Poland, they say, which has helped to cause great problems. I know there are so many complex issues, but how can there ever be an end to terrorism unless the causes are eliminated? Surely some U.S. president has to have the courage to stand up and take on the Jewish lobby in U.S. I must be naive, I suppose. Single quote. 7 years later, in a speech in Oxford, he had expressed the hope that the West could overcome its unthinking prejudices against the Muslim religion. After describing Islam's mystical power to unify man and nature, religion and science, mind and matter, he said that it can teach us today a way of understanding and living in a world which Christianity is poorer for having lost. He appeared particularly to commend those aspects of Islam that influenced European society before the Enlightenment in the 17th century, despite European rulers' deliberate impoverishment of Muslims. In Charles's admiration of the pre-industrialized world, he was not bothered that, whereas 68% of Englishmen were literate when Napoleon invaded Egypt in 1798, an era when only 3% of Muslims could read. The reason was that ownership of a printing press in Egypt, and across the Ottoman Empire, was a capital offense. To stifle democracy, a new means of communication had been suppressed, casting doubts over Charles's admiration for Islam. At the same time, both the Prince and Michael Pitt rejected invitations to visit Israel. While Charles had often spoken about resolving the misunderstanding between the three Abrahamic faiths, Judaism, Islam and Christianity, he seemed willing to ignore Islam's rejection of Western ideas of liberty and equality and, more important, the separation of religion from the state. He had even proposed to build a mosque near a new duchy development of 1,200 homes in Cornwall, even though no Muslims lived in the area. His uncritical sympathy alarmed the Anglican Church. Dr. Michael Nazir Ali, the Bishop of Rochester, cautioned that the heir to the throne should recognize the value of Britain being a Christian country. You cannot defend every faith, because there are very serious differences between them. His objections were ignored. Charles was enthralled by the Arab world, and particularly by the Saudi royal family. In Riyadh, his fellow royals hailed him as a trusted friend, especially Prince Khalid Al Faisal. In 2001, the two princes had jointly exhibited their paintings, and Khalid had been invited to dinner at Highgrove to raise money for the Oxford Centre of Islamic Studies. To Britain's Arabists, Charles was a hero who compensated for Tony Blair's indifference towards the Gulf rulers. Whereas the Prime Minister's satanic verses, after his life was threatened by a fatwa imposed by Iran's Ayatollah Khomeini. Charles not only disapproved of liberals' defense of Rushdie's perceived jeer at Islam, but in August 2005 he had flown to Saudi Arabia for King Fahd's funeral, even though the monarch had done little to stop Saudi-financed terrorists murdering Europeans and Americans. Charles's influence was clearly limited. He had failed to persuade the Saudi government to release Sandy Mitchell, a British medical technician imprisoned and tortured for 32 months on trumped-up charges of planting terrorist bombs. Nevertheless, he was entranced by membership of the Club of Kings, and by his host's generosity. On a previous trip, Prince Khalid had given Charles a Rolex Daytona watch, which he duly turned over to Michael Fawcett. Camilla received jewels including a ruby and diamond necklace. During the same visit he also accepted a multi-million-pound donation for his foundation. Charles was aware that winning similar popularity among Britons would be more difficult. 1 year after the wedding, less than 20% approved of Camilla becoming the next queen, while another poll showed that 53% would prefer William to succeed as king. But then there was a ray of hope, as 20 years of tabloid persecution abruptly ended. On 9 August 2006, Clive Goodman, the News of the World's royal correspondent, was arrested for phone hacking, and shortly afterwards the source of his scoops about Charles, Harry and other royals was exposed, namely, listening to the recorded messages on their mobile phones. Goodman would eventually be convicted and jailed. Charles stopped offering cups of tea or lunch to the editors of the Mirror, Sun and Mail. Without fear of exposure, the royal family would have a chance of appearing quite normal. The improvement had started 4 months earlier. On the 21st of April 2006 the Queen celebrated her 80th birthday with 26 members of her family at a dinner party in Kew Palace hosted by Charles and organized by Fawcett. The tensions between the Queen and her eldest son had subsided. His tribute at the meal to "Darling Mama," and the "many wonderful qualities she has brought to almost an entire lifetime of service and dedication," was reported without the simultaneous publication of awkward revelations. Similarly, in a television tribute, Charles reminisced about his childhood and how his mother had visited him in the nursery at Buckingham Palace wearing her crown as she practiced for her coronation. The program was well received. Building on that slim success, Charles's spokesman revealed that he had invited 200 victims of terrorist attacks, including the survivors of the Islamic attacks in New York in September 2001, and in Bali in 2002 and 2005. This was often his way. One night after dinner in 2011, he and Camilla would fly from Scotland to London to tour the riot-damaged streets of Tottenham. At the request of William Castell, the former chairman of the Prince's Trust, they met in a debris-strewn pub with broken windows. 2 glasses of double malt whiskey awaited the royal couple on the bar. Emerging from the wrecked building, they walked down Tottenham's main street through the very groups of black youths who had wrecked the neighborhood. "You come to this shithole after the riots," shouted one. "We love you." Single quote. As always, however, it was a case of 2 steps forward and 1 back. In August 2007, Camilla informed Pete that she intended to be present at a memorial service in London's Wellington Barracks to commemorate the 10th anniversary of Diana's death. Once the news leaked, there was uproar. All the old stories of adultery were recycled in the media until, 5 days before the service, she pulled out, releasing a statement that her presence would divert attention from the purpose of the occasion. Charles and the rest of the royal family flew from Balmoral to London, to be greeted by a silent crowd. To avoid joyless solitude in Scotland, Camilla asked Fawcett to contact Sir Donald Gosling, the former co-owner of National Car Parks. Fawcett's personal relationship with the multimillionaire had provided many donations to Charles's charities, and on this occasion he asked whether Camilla and 3 girlfriends could spend a week cruising the Mediterranean on his 250-foot yacht. Gosling rarely declined Fawcett's requests, nor did he this time. During the cruise, Camilla was said to grumble about the restrictions of married life. All week she had to listen to Charles's laments about the world going wrong, and how he was either ignored or misunderstood. For relief at weekends she escaped to Ray Mill while Charles remained in Highgrove. Only there could she feel comfortable. That running sore, Diana, had repeatedly intruded into her life. Camilla wanted closure, and the opportunity suddenly arose. In October 2007, an inquest under the appeal court judge Lord Justice Scott Baker met to hear Mohammed Fayed give evidence that Diana and Dodi Fayed had been murdered by conspirators organized by Prince Philip and the royal family. To avoid any accusations of prejudice, the exhaustive investigation of the crash by French officials had been ignored, and a new investigation headed by Sir John Stevens, the former head of the Metropolitan Police, was presented to the court. It concluded that Diana's love life and her miserable relations with her brother Charles Spencer. Fayed even mentioned her anger with Charles for hosting a 50th birthday party at Highgrove for Camilla in the summer of 1997. He also wanted the world to know of Diana's gratitude to him for an invitation to holiday that summer in the south of France. Fayed's wholesale trashing of reputations climaxed with Paul Burrell telling the court about a handwritten letter Diana sent him in October 1993. It included once again the outlandish claim that Charles was plotting to kill her in a car crash so he could marry their son's nanny. Those suspecting that Burrell might have forged the letter were outflanked by a note by Lord Mishkin, Diana's solicitor, in which he recorded that the princess had repeated the accusations at a meeting in October 1995, although Mishkin had waited until 18 days after her death before informing the police. Nevertheless, after a 6-month hearing, the jury would unanimously reject both Diana's accusation and Fayed's conspiracy theories. Not least because, as the judge said, Fayed had not produced a shred of evidence to support his slurs. The Egyptian was condemned as a fantasist. The judgment about Diana was similarly divided. To some, she was the manipulative schemer described in Tina Brown's recent biography, The Diana Chronicles. To others, she remained the victim of Charles's cruelty. 24. Rules of conduct. "You must be quite mad," exclaimed the Queen. "Work for Charles." After a brief silence, the monarch's evident surprise disappeared. Well, when she found herself under pressure, she rarely uttered more than a few words, and in this case she appeared to resign herself to the news. The audience in the sitting room in Buckingham Palace was over. Malcolm Ross, the controller in the Lord Chamberlain's office, took his leave. The Queen would customarily give a parting smile, a gesture that many in Buckingham Palace treasured, but on this occasion it was absent. The summons to Ross had come not from the Queen but from her eldest son. In a late-night telephone call. "I need you," said the Prince of Wales. Ross's protests were brushed aside. "No, I need you," repeated the pained voice. He wanted Ross to be his master of the household. As Charles well knew, a royal command was rarely ignored. Over the years he had enticed some of the cleverest and richest of his kingdom to serve him. Some had been bruised by the experience but departed in silence, others remained loyal but critical. An important minority, mostly women, were permanently devoted. Ross accepted the job out of duty, and because he expected to forge a good relationship with Michael Pitt. His confidence was misplaced. Within a short time he became alarmed by Pitt's denigration of the Queen's staff as dinosaurs and old has-beens. Shaped by his 18 years' service in Buckingham Palace, Ross had anticipated personal support from Charles. Instead he became isolated. Pitt had proved himself to be a talented financial manager. In 2005 the Duchy of Cornwall made a record £14 million in profits. The following year he could quietly boast that Charles's personal income had risen to £15.1 million, and in 2007 to £16.3 million. During 2007 Charles's advisors sold most of his shares before the stock market crash, and also sold commercial property at the top of the market. Since the duchy did not pay capital gains tax, its value had risen to £647 million. With more income, Charles could increase his staff to 146, including 9 media specialists, 11 gardeners at Highgrove and over 30 employees to support his private secretaries. To minimize his own achievement, Charles for costing the taxpayer just 3.5 pence per person every year. To placate the prince's critics even further, he announced that he had given up polo for the sake of the environment because he usually traveled to matches by helicopter. To economize on water, Charles placed bricks in the lavatory cisterns of his homes, and as proof of his code of duty he had sent 2,247 letters, raised £110 million, £119 million and £122 million for his charities over the past 3 years, receiving about half from the taxpayer, and voluntarily paid £3 million in tax every year, rising to £4.2 million in 2006. The low tax rate reflected his deductible expenses of travel, his homes and staff. Charles's employees no longer included Pitt's former deputy Elizabeth Buchanan. Her departure was not associated with the prince's economizing, rather, her unconcealed hero worship of Charles and her frequent appearances alongside him in photographs had infuriated Camilla. Understandably, Pitt omitted from his latest report the information that one trip on the royal train from Highgrove to Penrith simply to visit a pub had cost £18,916, and that Charles had spent £20,980 for a day trip by plane from Scotland to Lincolnshire to watch William receive his RAF wings. Such costs were food and drink to Republican MPs. By contrast, the Queen would travel by train to Sandringham at Christmas on First Capital Connect. Her ticket cost £50, instead of £15,000 had she taken a royal carriage. To emphasize his employer's benevolence, Pete produced another 60-page brochure, the fifth in 5 years, illustrated with 43 photographs of Charles and Camilla. The text celebrated the prince's championship of his green agenda. Our animals, the brochure revealed of the royal cattle, release less methane because they have better feed and eat more grass. Pete also wrote, Charles is the world's most successful philanthropic entrepreneur. Clearly he had forgotten others, not least Bill Gates. But only Pete would have measured Charles's achievements by mentioning that he had shaken more hands than in the previous year. These presentations masked Charles's continuing patchy understanding of finance. Always eager to increase the duchy's income, especially from its investments, Pete occasionally summoned successful fund managers to explain the world's economy to the prince. In 2007 he invited Ronnie Cohen, the creator of Apax, Britain's largest private 5 minutes later, Charles nodded. Excellent, announced Pete. Now, he asked Cohen, what return do you get on your investments? Single quote. About 11 or 12%. Pete and Charles seemed impressed. How much do you want to invest? Continued Cohen. £6 million, replied Pete. Charles smiled in agreement. Cohen's face fell. He dealt only in hundreds of millions. At precisely 6 p.m. Pete gushed, Your Highness, we have taken far too much of your time. I'm sure you have more important things to do. The three visitors departed with the impression that Charles had done them a favor by listening to their advice. In reality, he had little understanding of his own numerous and complex investments, not because of the limits of his education, but due to a lack of interest in matters he considered unspiritual. Overall, the prince's good intentions remained frustrated by disharmony. During the previous 4 years, Tom Shebbeare had struggled to assert control across his unruly empire. While assuring Charles that all was well, he encountered opposition from the charities, directors to rebrand the corporate center, or to accept any plan to save money. Supervision, he discovered, was difficult because the charities were similar to a federation, and no one was in charge. Because every charity was different, the chief executives resisted mergers of their administration. In 2006 Shebbeare began looking for a building to house all the charities at a low rent. Fred Goodwin told Charles that the prince's trust could not afford to move. In a familiar pattern, the prince accepted this, and so the cost-saving scheme was abandoned. The following year, Charles created a new crisis. During a dinner at Windsor Castle he was told about the fate of Dumfries House, a Palladian mansion in Ayrshire, designed in the 1750s by John and Robert Adam. The building, partly boarded up, its gardens overgrown, was located in a coalfield far from any desired destination and without a view. For 200 years it had been in the possession of the Marquises of Bute, but the family was about to sell up to a local hotelier and auction its unique collection of early Chippendale furniture at Christie's. For Charles, the house and its effects were an opportunity to prove that heritage projects could transform a derelict area. Although he had never visited the mansion, and his charities did not have sufficient money for the purchase, he invited the Marquis to Clarence House to negotiate a deal. Michael Pete was under pressure from Charles to buy the house and its furniture. The original valuation of £25 million, he knew, reflected the drive a hard bargain. But, meeting the Marquis late at night, Pete lacked any leverage. The Chippendale furniture, said Bute, was at that moment packed in lorries and heading south for the sale in London. Pete agreed to buy everything for £43 million. The lorry drivers were told to make their way back to Ayrshire. The following morning, Charles was delighted. He was assured by Pete that the money could be found. As usual, his staff obeyed the order without objection. A new charity was established, which would initially borrow £40 million. The loan, Pete calculated, would be partly repaid by building and selling 770 houses on neighboring farmland that he had bought separately for just £268,000. With planning permission, the land's value would rise to £15 million. Just as he foresaw, after the purchase, East Ayrshire Council rezoned the farmland for housing. The land's value soared, to collapse only weeks later as the global financial crisis hit. Charles's new charity was engulfed by interest and loan repayments. "We were a little unlucky," Pete admitted. "But we were not the only property developer caught out by the crash." Although Charles's income from the duchy had increased to £15.1 million, Pete refused to spend that money on Dumfries. Instead, he and Charles targeted rich donors to raise £20 million to pay off part of the debt and to finance the first renovations of the overpriced hulk. Charles and Fawcett approached a galaxy of property developers, bankers, lawyers, accountants and foreign billionaires from both sides of the Atlantic, Saudi Arabia, Latvia and Kyrgyzstan. Favors were asked from landowners such as the Earl of Leicester, who agreed to host overnight at Hokum Hall, his stately home in Norfolk, a group of Americans arriving by private plane before traveling on to Dumfries the following day. Implicit in the request for donations was the opportunity of a lunch or dinner with Charles, and an assurance that a sizable donation would be rewarded with a room in the mansion named after the sponsor. Among those approached were hedge fund manager Michael Hintz, Sheikh Hamad of Qatar, and Nanashar Alefza, who reportedly gave £1 million each. A group of rich Canadians introduced by Amanda Sherrington, an employee of the billionaire Canadian Weston family, also contributed. By then, there was a pattern to Charles's fundraising events. If they were to be held in someone else's home, the hosts were told the food he would like. If he chose lamb, they were instructed to contact Barrow Gurney, the suppliers of organic meat produced on the duchy's farms. The richest person present would be seated next to Charles. "Look, I think you should write a check for this," the heir to the throne would murmur. During the meal, each guest was given a pledge card. After Charles's speech about Frisson went around the room when they noticed Charles ostentatiously examining each card, and suddenly pens were retrieved and £5,000 became £50,000. The casualties of this frantic scramble for money were the other charities. Since 2003, Tom Shebier had been unable to deliver fully on pledges of additional funds that had been made to newly recruited chief executives. Some were surprised when promised support failed to materialize. In the opinion of one trustee, without embarrassment, Shebier reneged on his promise of money. He wasn't a villain but a courtier who played by the court rules. Another trustee described Shebier as festering on the sea bed, living off the detritus of others. In those circumstances, Mike Lake, hired to become Shebier's successor as chief executive, resigned. The ripples spread further. Julia Cleverton, the chief executive of Business in the community since 1992, left in 2008. Described by one courtier as the obstacle in Clarence House, she was criticized for flabby thinking. The disarray reflected Charles's increasingly insensitive attitude to public opinion. Earlier that year he had been invited to New York, along with Camilla, to collect a Global Environmental Citizen Award from Harvard Medical School. At the Foreign Office's insistence, he was told to fly on BA. Camilla demanded a private plane. The foe mentioned to Pete that the sight of Charles arriving on a chartered jet to receive an environmental prize would be unhelpful. The impact, the official went on, would be similar to Charles's Bentley being driven from London to Prague for his visit there, despite the embassy owning a perfectly good new Jaguar. On Pete's recommendation, Charles agreed to BA, only to be met by Camilla's stubborn resistance. She was proving a demanding spouse. Although Pete had written in his published report that she cost taxpayers a mere £2,000 a year, he omitted to mention that the taxpayer had spent £1.8 million on security around Ray Mill, and a further £200,000 on Camilla's various travels. She also remained vulnerable to the criticism of being work-shy. During the previous year she had fulfilled 38 official duties on her own. The Queen Mother had completed 130 when she was 80 years of age, and 118 at 90. Charles resented the criticism. Camilla, he explained, was not a solo royal but had appeared as his consort at 196 public events. That barely chimed with her excuse that a cut hand would prevent her traveling to New York. After a fierce argument, she retreated and agreed to fly on the BA plane with Charles. Along with 14 staff including her hairdresser, 2 valets, a butler, a dresser, press officers, a doctor and 5. Charles could not resist complaining to Higdon about BA's incredibly uncomfortable first-class seats. To allow time for Camilla to recover from the journey, the group flew first to Philadelphia, where Higdon had arranged a fundraising dinner. Charles and Camilla headed for the city's concert hall to meet Leonore Annenberg, the 89-year-old widow of media billionaire and former American ambassador in London Walter Annenberg. Higdon forgot to mention that the reception would be on the 11th floor. To avoid claustrophobia in the lift, Camilla walked up the stairs wearing a chandelier necklace of 37 rubies and many diamonds, a recent gift from the King of Saudi Arabia. As she shook Mrs. Annenberg's hand, an oxygen tube stuck up the elderly woman's nose blew out and disconnected from the bottle, spewing oxygen around the room. Camilla looked at Higdon and burst out laughing. "We had a great time together," said Higdon later. The presentation of Charles's award, by Al Gore, was greeted as an accolade for 20 years' pioneering work. Nevertheless, the trip offended environmentalists, cost-conscious critics and those urging Charles to show more interest in the Commonwealth, the risk to his status among whose countries had not diminished. The governments of New Zealand and Australia were considering whether to remove the Union Jack from their national flags. Charles and Camilla's presence at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Kampala alongside the Queen in November 2007 barely affected their reservations. Despite his smiles and earnest conversations, he was told that he would again be a bystander at the next summit in Trinidad in 2009. It would be too early to do more, his staff was told by Simon Gimson, a senior member of the Commonwealth Secretariat. He can't breeze into the CHOGM leaders' banquets with the Queen. He'd be resented. He'll have to work his passage. Single quote. As his retirement as Secretary-General of the Commonwealth approached, Don McKinnon was as irritated as ever that, while he had had 30 audiences with the Queen during his 8 years in London, Charles had refused to meet him privately even once. Camilla was not helping. She disliked hot countries, she said, and could not cope with jet lag. She refused to compete with Diana. On the eve of his 60th birthday, Charles overtook his great-great-grandfather Edward VII as the longest-waiting heir to the British throne. As was his habit on such anniversaries, he contemplated the future. As the Queen aged, he had hoped that more frequent appearance over the previous 25 years had barely subsided. Charles's uphill progress was still impeded by many of the old obstacles. Although at times downcast, he refused to admit defeat, and searched for new opportunities to win support. Casting himself as a misunderstood prophet, he appeared in The Passionate Prince, a BBC documentary explaining his insatiable idealism. "I don't call it meddling," he told his audience. "I call it mobilizing." So many of his causes had been unpopular at first, he said, but became justified over time. Perhaps, though, after all this, eventually people might realize some of the things I have been trying to do aren't all that mad. Single quote. Grudging acceptance was the best he could expect. Stability, and no more. Scandals, would secure a bedrock of support. All too aware of his troubled relations with his parents, he knew he needed to heal those wounds. The best place to do so, he decided, would be at the headquarters of the Prince's Trust. Just before his 60th birthday party, he welcomed the Queen and Philip there. "May I say," said his mother to the staff, "that we are both enormously proud to have been reminded here today of his personal contribution to this remarkable organization." 10 years earlier, that scenario, followed by a birthday party at Buckingham Palace for 400 guests, including kings, queens, singers, actors and Camilla, would have been unimaginable. By the third anniversary of his marriage, Charles's domestic life had settled into a happy routine. Although his staff occasionally heard arguments, Camilla had become his anchor and his protector from his eccentricities. "I've been on the tube, you know," he once told a friend after they returned from the theater to Clarence House for dinner. "Yes, but only to open a line," was the accurate riposte. Even Camilla could be amused by Charles's loftiness. That same evening, she had told the staff to leave salads and cold cuts of meat on the sideboard. "Let's see what's for dinner," said Charles after finishing his martini. He walked into the dining room and shrieked. Fearing the worst, Camilla dashed in after him. "What's this?" trembled her husband, pointing at the food. "It's cling film, darling," she replied. However, there were limits to her common sense. In public she appeared as a benign, good-hearted, amusing woman, but in private her expectations continued to grow. Bowing to Buckingham Palace's complaints about his acceptance of free holidays from questionable hosts, Charles had chartered a private yacht for an 11-day Caribbean cruise, at a cost of about £210,000. Camilla later grumbled that the boat was smaller than Giannis Latsis's or Donald Gosling's. Thankfully for the royal, she knew that the latest polls showed a decline in her popularity to just 17% in her favor. Wisely, she realized that a single misplaced interview could torpedo her long-term plans. The contrast with the increasing popularity of William and his girlfriend Kate Middleton was all too obvious. Prince Andrew's behavior, too, was harming Charles's efforts to win support. To the public he represented the worst of hereditary privilege. Damned is useless across Whitehall while undertaking so-called official trips. In the Far East in America, he was chasing women with a protection officer in tow at a cost of between £140,000 and £250,000 per trip, including private jets. Back in Britain, he attracted criticism for inviting John McEnroe and Bjorn Borg to use the tennis court at Buckingham Palace for a charity match sponsored by bankers. More troublesome was his relationship with Timur Kulibayev, the son-in-law of the president of Kazakhstan, who had bought Andrew's marital home, Sunning Hill Park in Berkshire, for £15 million, a suspiciously inflated price suggesting an inappropriate relationship between the two men. But Andrew's worst mistake was his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, an American businessman he invited to Balmoral, Windsor and Sandringham. Although Epstein was already notorious for seeking out underage girls, Andrew refused to end the relationship. Without considering the consequences, he asked Epstein to help resolve his ex-wife Fergie's £2 million debts. Andrew's conduct prompted a visit to Buckingham Palace by a Whitehall official to discuss with the Queen whether the by now middle-aged prince should continue as an official trade ambassador for Britain. Warned in advance about the coming encounter, Andrew asked a public relations consultant to visit him and discuss how his position might be improved. As the consultant was escorted down the palace corridor to Andrew's office, he could hear the prince screaming down a telephone. It was appalling behavior. He was demanding respect for his entitlement, reported the visitor. Prince Edward was little better. As the new president of the Duke of Edinburgh Award he frequently flew, on business, to the Caribbean, including the Cayman Islands and Barbados, where few local young people undertook the award's challenges. For Edward it was an opportunity to play golf in the sunshine, but his excuse quickly wore thin. Prince Michael of Kent was another misbehaving royal who was actually reprimanded for using his position to further his business dealings with unsuitable partners. A Buckingham Palace official told Kent that the British ambassador's privileges bespattered Charles, and to his irritation magnified reports about his own extravagances and mismanagement. And just when he would have benefited from a calmer profile, he was embroiled in another dogfight, once again attracting attention to his hubris. To Malcolm Ross's distress, Pete failed to seal a relationship between Buckingham Palace and Clarence House, and in 2008 he was abruptly dismissed by Pete. This was followed soon after by the unexpected departure of Ross's deputy, Andrew Farquharson. Both had been recruited by Charles from Buckingham Palace, and both, colleagues agreed, were unceremoniously dumped after half a lifetime's work. The two men were irate. The Queen was also angry. "If you take my staff," she reportedly told Charles, "you should look after them." 25. King Medal. The opportunity must have seemed irresistible. Ever since Richard Rogers had been appointed Ken Livingstone's architectural advisor, the mayor had encouraged the construction of tower blocks across London. In response, at a conference at St. James's Palace in early 2008, Charles had criticized the proliferation of skyscrapers, especially the Gherkin Inn, the Cheesegrater, for having vandalized the capital, overshadowing the Tower of London and Westminster. "Not just one carbuncle on the face of a much-loved friend," he said, repeating his signature insult, "but a positive rash of them that will disfigure precious views and disinherit future generations of Londoners." Single quote. In recent months, plans had been submitted for even taller buildings in or near central London, including the Wireless and the Shard, 5 times higher than the proposed Mies van der Rohe Tower at One Poultry that Charles had sabotaged. The Prince's War of 1984 appeared lost. In consolation, some developers had been influenced by the idea pioneered at Poundbury that contented communities were created by building houses that would enhance their occupants' lives. The councils restoring the centres of Birmingham, Manchester and other cities were aware of the value of protecting Britain's heritage, and had taken note of Christopher Smallwood's recent report, commissioned by Charles to show how health and crime levels were influenced by the layout of urban areas. Rashly, as he knew Charles's ways, Smallwood had asked for a £25,000 fee for the 6-month study. Inevitably, he was not commissioned again. Charles's position of authority had persuaded developers to seek his opinion discreetly about ambitious schemes at King's Cross, the Battersea Power Station and the Thames Gateway. Consulting him in advance might avoid a potentially fatal later intervention. "The Prince has a big voice," admitted Peter Freeman, the developer of King's Cross. That strategy had been ignored in 2006 by the developers of Smithfield Market, who intended to demolish the listed 150-year-old Victorian buildings and erect a 7-story office block. After an appeal to Charles by opponents of the scheme, he denounced it, saying it would destroy yet another part of London's heritage. The demolition was stopped, to await the developers' revised proposals. Those were small but important victories. In Charles's opinion, the Poundbury philosophy was still the only route to happiness, even though his Dorset dream was still no more than a large village of 252 homes, lampooned by modernists as Harris theme park. Despite his sporadic forays since 1984, Britain's modernist architects continued to be globally acclaimed. Few were rewarded with more prizes and prestigious commissions than Richard Rogers, now Lord Rogers, the proud recipient of a Companion of Honor from the Queen in 2008. Besides his design of new airport terminals at Heathrow and Madrid, he had carried out luxury developments for the super-rich, most recently at One Hyde Park, a prominent building near Harrods owned by the property tycoon brothers Christian and Nick Candy. Each flat would cost its owner up to £100 million, despite the whole construction being criticized as an eyesore, a home for billionaire oligarchs and Arabs who avoided British taxes. In self-defense, Rogers pleaded that there was no perfect client, which was nearly equivalent to Charles's lament that he had no choice about his parents. Politics and personality divided Rogers and his royal nemesis. For 25 years they had been jousting. Now they were destined for an outright confrontation. In 2009, Charles chose his ground, a Rogers-designed residential development on the site of the old Chelsea Barracks, originally built in 1862, demolished and rebuilt in 1960-62, to be used for its original purpose by the Army. Charles had been alerted to Rogers' design by the classicist architect Quinlan Terry, one of Poundbury's leading designers. In 2007 the 12.8-acre site had been sold by the British government to the Candy brothers and the Emir of Qatar for £959 million. The Candys had been promised a fee of £81 million by the Emir's representatives once Westminster Council granted initial planning permission for the £3 billion scheme. Rogers proposed 320 luxury flats and some social housing in high-tech blocks, built of colored steel and glass. Chelsea's conservative residents were outraged. To them, his monotonous glass buildings jarred with the adjacent Royal Hospital, designed in the 1690s by Christopher Wren. Pertinently, a new extension to the hospital devised by Quinlan Terry perfectly matched Wren's style and showcased Charles's ideas. In the local residents' opinion, Wren's architecture of traditional brick was the ideal model for the barracks. Terry shared Charles's opinion of Rogers. "Modernism," he said, "is the work of the devil." In reply, modernists dubbed Terry, "not a good architect." During 2008, as the Emir's planning application was formally considered, opponents of the development, led by resident Georgina Thorburn, unsuccessfully sought support from local MPs and councillors. To attract attention, Thorburn chained herself to the barracks railings during that summer's Ascot week, dressed in Ascot clothes. That gesture, like other protests extending over nearly 2 years, was ignored by the council. Even her letter seeking Charles's help remained unanswered. In January 2009, Thorburn met Terry. "What took you so long to get to me?" he asked. He sketched an alternative design and sent it to Charles, requesting that the prince intervene. By arrangement, Charles and Terry met at the official opening of the hospital extension. Charles now opposed any design by Rogers. His disapproval had earlier prevented Rogers' name being included in a development scheme for the Royal Opera House. Not surprisingly, he and Terry agreed that Rogers' design was unsuitable. To stop the scheme, Charles decided to contact Sheikh Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani, the Emir of Qatar. He knew the Emir personally, but he should have paused before making a direct approach. Any interference before the democratic planning process was completed risked being seen as an abuse of privilege. Michael Peet had tried, at Downing Street's request, to modify Charles's criticisms of the government, but controlling his protests about architecture was particularly difficult, and Peet was powerless to curb his employer's scorn for greedy money-grabbing property tycoons and their acolytes who employed modernist architects. With a high-minded sense of protecting the interests of the capital, Charles was determined to prevent what he saw as the desecration of Chelsea, especially because at that very moment he was seeking to justify his future role as a meddling king. A test of public opinion had been presented by Jonathan Dimbleby in the Sunday Times in November 2008. Under the headline, "Crown Me King Medal," Dimbleby had written about discreet moves to allow the future Charles III to speak out on matters of national and international importance in ways that at the moment would be unthinkable. Clearly briefed by Charles or his friends to test the water, Dimbleby, who had maintained a good relationship with the prince since his 1994 biography, described murmuring between the palaces, Whitehall and Westminster for tomorrow's monarchy to become more active as we move into ever more testing times. He suggested that in the vacuum of national leadership, Charles should not submit to the constitutional straitjacket worn by his mother. Instead, through Dimbleby, Charles, rather than writing directly to the emir, he addressed his cousin, Sheikh Hamad bin Jassim bin Jab al-Thani, Qatar's prime minister. Charles's letter of 1 March 2009 complained about the destruction of many parts of London with one more brutalist development after another, and continued, this gigantic experiment with the very soul of our capital city and with many others in the UK and elsewhere has reached the point where it is no longer sustainable. Quite frankly, my heart sank when I saw the plans for the old Chelsea barracks site. Urging the Qatari to reconsider his proposal, Charles wrote, "Many would be eternally grateful to Your Excellency if you could bequeath a unique and enduring legacy to London." He enclosed Terry's sketches for a classical scheme. The letter was sent to Qatar in the foe's diplomatic bag. News of Charles's protest soon bounced back to London. The emir had asked his representatives to consider amending the design. Rogers was outraged. His work was threatened, he said, by Charles, acting in an underhand and undemocratic manner. The Candys were also furious. Their £81 million fee was jeopardized because Charles, as Christian Candy sniped, pissed in the emir's ear about how awful the scheme was. Charles himself would tell Vanity Fair, "I just wrote a letter. A confidential letter to somebody I happen to know frequently. I've written letters to people who pay no attention at all." Single quote. At the beginning of April, the Qatariz's media spokesman, a former officer in the Life Guards, passed Charles's letter to a newspaper. Many believed that the leak was intended to help the Candys, and that the publicity-shy Qataris would prefer to pay their £81 million fee to avoid the embarrassment of their secret communication with Charles being publicized. But the ruse rebounded, and the Qataris chose to stick to the contract. As the Candys' hopes of payment faded, Charles became, Pete revealed, very unhappy that the matter had become public. But instead of retreating, he renewed his attack. On the 8th of April, Pete met John Ward, the emir's manager responsible for the development. Ward told him that the ruler was unhappy that Charles was unhappy, and promised that the problem would be sorted out. Since the emir was not wedded to the Rogers design, he would consider modifications. The conversation, however, did not end well. Pete became angry at the Qataris' equivocation over the process to manage Charles's objections. In an echo of other misinterpretations, he failed to understand that the Qataris were seeking to placate Britain's heir, but also to avoid circumstances making them vulnerable to the Candy brothers' legitimate demand for their £81 million. By meddling in their commercial agreement, he was steering Charles towards an embarrassed, privileged access, and secret lobbying had usurped the established planning consultation process. He would later add that most local groups were supportive of his scheme, and that Westminster's planners were going to recommend approval. What utter humbug, Quinlan Terry fulminated, and accused Rogers of hypocrisy. 7 years earlier, after Westminster Council had approved Terry's design for the Royal Hospital extension, Rogers had, in a last-minute bid to avert the democratic process, emailed his political ally John Prescott, the Deputy Prime Minister and Environment Minister, asking him to overturn the decision. Prescott, said Rogers, should insist on a modern building to replace Terry's architectural plagiarism. That secret plea was rejected, but news of Rogers' use of privileged access leaked. Delighted by Terry's riposte, Charles approached Simon Milton, Westminster's deputy mayor responsible for planning. They met at Poundbury, and after their conversation Milton declared his opposition to Rogers' scheme, although he knew the council's officials still supported Rogers. Accordingly, Charles asked Andrew Hamilton, an architectural advisor, to approach the planning officials employed by Boris Johnson, London's newly elected Conservative mayor. Since Johnson's attitude was unpredictable, Charles offered the emir the help of Manon Williams, his deputy private secretary, and Hank Dittmer, another architectural advisor, through the prince's foundation for the built environment. Both could provide support against the Kandis. Belatedly, Pete grasped the constitutional implications of what Charles was doing. In an internal message written in his elegant handwritten script he noted, this would suggest the personal involvement of the prince. John Ward was also upset. Charles's opposition, he believed, would cause a huge embarrassment to Qatar, and would cost the emir money. Not to be deterred, Charles met Sheikh Hamad at Clarence House on the 11th of May. Afterwards Pete noted, the emir was surprised by the Rogers Design S for Chelsea Barracks and said he would have them changed. The accuracy of this memorandum would be disputed by the Qataris, and a judge would agree that Pete had recorded what he hoped the emir meant, rather than what was actually said. By coincidence, 2 days later, as a gesture of reconciliation, Charles addressed Reba, 25 years after his groundbreaking carbuncle speech. I think Reba are completely mad to invite members to boycott the speech. In the event, the meeting was packed. I am sorry, Charles told his audience. If I have somehow left the faintest impression that I wished to kick-start some kind of style war between classicists and modernists, or that I somehow wanted to drag the world back to the 18th century. His speech in 1984, he said, was a protest about the brutal destruction of our towns and countryside because much of the urban realm was becoming depersonalized and defaced. He was applauded, no longer a pariah. Without restraint, he urged Pete to continue lobbying against Rogers. In a telephone conference call on the 29th of May, Pete discussed how to stop the scheme with Simon Milton, Westminster Council officials and a representative of the emir. In another call, he explained to the Qataris' executives that Charles would press for them to use Terry. The prince, he added, was going to fight to the finish. In a note written after the conversation, Pete boldly told Charles that the Qataris understood that using Rogers was a problem. Neither Pete nor the prince, it appears, realized the consequences of seeking to disrupt a commercial agreement. Collateral damage to a professional's income never troubled Charles. But, after receiving legal advice, Pete did finally understand that his intervention was unwise. To protect himself, he made it clear that he had not participated fully in the conference call of the 29th of May, saying that he had abruptly ended his involvement after grasping that it was not appropriate to distance Charles and himself from the accusation of commercial sabotage. Pete would later say that Charles's letter to the emir was not down to any personal opposition, but merely reflected the opinions of local residents. They asked him to do what he could to ensure that their views received exposure. It is part of the Prince of Wales's role and duty to make sure that the views of ordinary people that might not otherwise be heard receive some exposure. For many developers, hearing the views of local residents is very unexpected and unwelcome. They are just wanting to make money. But tellingly, in his letter to the emir, Charles had not once mentioned local residents. He wrote only about his personal abhorrence for Rogers' design, precisely the personal opposition that Pete would later deny had been his motivation. As the Kandis would highlight, while Charles claimed to be supporting powerless local residents, he had not replied to any of the protesters against the building of 2,000 houses on duchy land near Truro. Contradictions rarely stymied the prince. By June, Charles said the Qataris withdrew their application and asked Westminster Council to look favorably on a new scheme. It knocked the stuffing out of me, admitted Rogers. Charles single-handedly destroyed the project. Unelected power, he protested, broke the bond of trust, and was totally unconstitutional. Clarence House replied tersely, the Prince of Wales, like everybody else, has the right to express his opinion. Single quote. Angry about losing both his fees and the scheme, Rogers wrote in The Guardian. He sees this debate as a battle of the styles which is against the run of history because architecture evolves and moves, mirroring society. Charles, He continued, knows little about architecture. I think he pursues these topics because he is looking for a job. He is actually an unemployed individual, which says something about the state of the royal family. The idea that he is a man of the people fascinates me. He is a man of the rich people, that is for sure. Single quote. Rogers' jibes did not compare to the embarrassment heaped upon Charles by the Candys. In their legal claim against the Qataris for breach of contract and the loss of their fees, they demanded the disclosure of the prince's administrative records. Charles resisted, seeking as usual to influence a sensitive decision without public scrutiny. A judge rejected his bid for secrecy, and the royal file, including Pete's revealing memos, was the highlight of a widely publicized trial. For a moment, Charles was also at risk of being sued by the Candys, and being compelled to testify, for inducing a breach of contract. But thanks to a loyal monarchist lawyer, the brothers were persuaded not to summon the prince. At the end of the trial, Mr. Justice Voss was certain that Charles's intervention had persuaded the emir to abandon the Rogers design. In an obscure judgment, he ruled in the Candys' favor that there had been a breach of contract, but also ruled that it was not a bad faith breach. He made no immediate award of damages, but said that a claim would be considered, and advised the Candys and the emir to negotiate a settlement. To recover their fees, the Candys would have to prove that their plans would have been approved by Westminster Council had the emir not withdrawn them. The brothers did eventually receive compensation. Only Charles walked away financially unscathed. Described by The Times as a self-appointed vigilante wreaking revenge on any proposal to build a column of glass and steel, he accepted his supporters' praise. That's another reason why I battle so hard despite the unbelievable abuse that's heaped on me every time I open my mouth, he told them at the next annual conference of the Prince's Foundation for the Built Environment. Richard Rogers and others may have trampled on his good name, but, posing as the traumatized hero, he hoped that after his death he would finally be appreciated. To reaffirm his values, he resigned as president of the Patrons of the National Museums of Scotland to show his disapproval of the modernist extension to the National Gallery in Edinburgh. The alliance between Boris Johnson and Britain's heir was short-lived. Not long afterwards, Charles heard from Prime Minister David Cameron that control of the royal parks had been transferred to the Greater London Authority. "Boris is taking over the royal parks," he screamed. "Why have you given the royal parks to Boris?" Single quote. "The Queen agreed," replied Cameron. "What? Mama down the road. What does she know?" 26. The Divine Prophet. "It's no fun having your head shot off all the time," Charles said, musing about the ridicule heaped on his book Harmony, co-written with Tony Juniper and Ian Skelly. The subtitle, A New Way of Looking at Our World, described his preference for an absolute monarch ruling over a pre-industrial feudal society. Barely noticed by the public, Charles believed in a world guided by the spiritualism practiced in medieval times. In giving voice to his incomprehension of an entire epoch, he appeared to judge people without seeking to understand them. Some of his book reads like the ravings of a Buddhist mystic, wrote the historian Max Hastings, who in his previous jobs as editor of the Daily Telegraph and the Evening Standard had been a long-term critic of Charles. Anyone who reads the Prince of Wales's new book will have little doubt that the chief peril to our royal institution in the decades ahead lies within his well-meaning, muddled, woolly head. Single quote. Charles's book contained multiple inconsistencies. No one could criticize his dislike of political oppression, but his passion made little sense when offset by his disdain for democracy. His condemnations were selective. He particularly sympathized with religious and cultural victims like the Buddhists in Tibet. Still under Laurens van der Post's influence, he attacked those who suppressed spiritual freedom. He had accordingly turned against Nicolae Ceausescu, the former communist dictator of Romania, while ignoring other European communist tyrannies. In 1983 he had publicly opposed Ceausescu's suppression of Christianity. The following year, after reading a letter in the Times describing a particular horror in Romania, he invited Jessica Douglas home, the wife of the newspaper's editor, to brief him at Sandringham. She and a group of friends had established the Mihai Eminescu Trust Met to help Romanian dissidents. In 1984, to create the New Socialist Man, and impose rural systematization. Ceausescu had begun to demolish hundreds of historic buildings in Bucharest and to destroy the country's unique peasant culture. 13,000 ancient villages, including their churches and graveyards, were targeted. Farming communities, many dating back to the 12th century, were coerced into appalling urban tower blocks. Charles was shocked. For some years he had privately criticized the British government's friendly relations with Ceausescu, whose state visit in 1978 had included a night in Buckingham Palace. On 27 April 1989 he publicly attacked Ceausescu's vandalism in a speech to Met supporters in London. Later he confessed to Douglas Home that he had doubts whether his rebuke was wise. As he was speaking, he wrote, "He had a terrible knotted feeling in the pit of my tummy as if the courage is plucked up from somewhere deep inside, but there is something, somewhere, telling one that I wouldn't be true to myself if I did stay quiet instead of taking the risk and accepting the challenge." Later that year, Ceausescu was overthrown and summarily executed. His legacy was a devastated country. Among the regions that suffered was Transylvania, north of the capital, the home of unique Saxon communities. Their secluded lives dated back to the 12th century, when German mercenaries settled in the area to defend the Austro-Hungarian Empire from invasion by the Ottoman Turks. Over the following 900 years these Saxons had intermarried and developed distinctive laws, systems of education, religious practices and crafts. Their customs had barely changed for centuries. After Ceausescu's death, Douglas Home and her group were horrified by an unexpected development. Although the Transylvanian people had been saved from the worst of Ceausescu's brutality, the villages were rapidly being abandoned after the German government offered financial help to Saxons if they returned to their fatherland. Those who remained, mostly gypsies and native Romanians, lacked the Saxon skills to protect their fairy-tale-like idol. Beautiful buildings, churches, bridges and cobbled streets were vandalized or left to fall into disrepair, and the last vestiges in Europe of authentic Saxon culture were threatened with extinction. To rebuild the communities and their heritage, Douglas Home and the Met raised money in Western Europe to hire German and British craftsmen to teach the remaining villagers the Saxon skills of building, weaving and agriculture. The project started in 1999 with 5 villages around Viskri, 150 miles from Bucharest. Met's restoration of houses, churches and castles eventually spread to 96 villages and 4 towns. To encourage interest and donations, Douglas Home asked Charles to visit Viskri. After seeing the picturesque village and its fortified church, built in 1225, he was enraptured. Attracted by Met's devotion to the region's spiritual values, in 2000 he agreed to become the Trust's patron and to support the return of the full architectural cohesion and harmony of medieval streetscapes. In that unspoiled wilderness, Charles had found a divine paradise. And insects that had disappeared from Britain since the Industrial Revolution. Over the next 5 years he returned regularly with British friends, especially John Hatt, a publisher and a favorite among the royal family, Charles's personal doctor, and a botanist who encouraged his enthusiasm for the unspoiled if impoverished countryside. Eventually, Charles asked whether he could buy a home in what he regarded as an idyllic world. In 2006 he was offered the Blue House, a formerly derelict building in the center of Viskri that had been restored with the help of craftsmen brought from Ludlow in Shropshire. Over the following years Charles's staff gave the impression that the prince had paid for the house's repair. In fact, Met paid the bills so that he could spend his time in a human refuge surrounded by unspoiled countryside. Or alternatively, since he was so often elsewhere, so he could rent out the house to tourists, thus supporting the local community. Those fictions glossed over Charles's familiar way with his enthusiasms. Although he did organize the construction of an efficient sewerage system for the town, he only ever spent 2 nights in the Blue House. On subsequent visits to Romania he stayed with Count Tibor Colnoca, the Hungarian owner of a comfortable hunting lodge about 40 miles away. That relationship led to a breakdown between Charles and Met's staff. To their anger, after buying another house in the Saxon area, Charles sold it to Colnoca, provoking protests fed by the Romanians, historic antagonism towards Hungarians. And then, with Colnoca's help, Charles bought a series of houses in Valea Zalănului, in the Hungarian part of Transylvania. For 1 week every year he enjoyed the region's countryside with British friends, showing increasing ambivalence towards the plight of the Saxon areas and Romanian culture. Some Romanians in the capital praised Charles for highlighting their country's advantages, but those living in the Saxon areas accused him of insensitivity, not least for forging a financial partnership with Colnoca. In 2013 he resigned from Met to establish a rival foundation, but kept the Blue House as a headquarters and a guest house. His new organization duplicated Met's work. Its scale was small by comparison, yet in a speech in Bucharest in March 2017, after receiving the Order of the Star of Romania in recognition of his charity work in the country, he would claim to have trained 120 local people and architects. This embellishment of the facts irritated Met's directors. "You can achieve anything in life if you do not mind who takes the credit," commented Jessica Douglas Home, who otherwise remained grateful to Charles for his sympathy to her dying husband and his concern for her afterwards. Overcome embarrassments elsewhere. Putting his trust in the ancient Saxon way of life justified his objections to modern science. Unmentioned were the false pieties exposed by his sudden enthusiasm. To enjoy the beauty of a pre-industrial region, Charles flew to Romania in a private jet. After landing, he hastened to live in comfort rather than among the farming community. Like so many ideological rebels, he never explained these contradictions. He seemed instead to hope that the glowing local accolades would help offset the criticism about the controversies he ignited in Britain, including his promotion of complementary medicine. In the wake of the foundation of integrated medicine's collapse, Michael Dixon had helped to create a new entity, the College of Integrated Medicine. Charles was not formally involved, but he was present at meetings after the college was established. "He accepted that he'd got to be patient," said Dixon, appointed as director. Instead of banging tiny fists against steel walls, Charles reminded him, "We have to become part of the conventional health service involving doctors and nurses." Single quote. Sensing continued opposition from the medical profession, Dixon soon dropped the danger word, integrated, and renamed the organization, the College of Medicine. Orthodox British doctors now agreed to become advisors. The college's first conference was followed by a dinner, sponsored by Nelson's Homeopathic Remedies and hosted by Charles, at St. James's Palace. The gap between the prince and his critics remained wide. He was totally depressed by the opposition to what he was trying to achieve, said Dixon, who also attacked Edzard Ernst as cruel for personalizing Charles as the enemy. Ernst, he wrote, inhabited a gray and nihilistic desert that denies the role of the doctor as healer and condemns us to being slaves of population-based statistical totalitarianism. The deadlock with Ernst about the relevance of scientific evidence to assess the value of complementary therapies was irresolvable. But Charles refused to be deterred. In 2009 the duchy launched Detox Tincture, made up of liquid extracts of dandelion and artichoke, charging £10 for each 50 milliliter bottle, with the promise of eliminating poisons from the body. Instantly Ernst condemned the prince as a snake oil salesman, peddling an expensive hoax. No such mixture, he said, could detoxify a body. Alerted, the advertising agency MHRA asking for the rules governing the labeling of herbal products to be relaxed. After amendments to the label, the tincture remained on sale. Charles's obstinacy was indefatigable. Whenever he was defeated, he tried again to tilt the balance in his favor. Unlike Ernst, he had access to powerbrokers. I cannot bear people suffering unnecessarily when a complementary approach could make a real difference, he told the new Health Secretary Andy Burnham, in 2009. The proof of homeopathy, he argued, was the spectacularly good results of Peter Hain's initiative in Northern Ireland. Charles urged Burnham to approve the NHS's use of homeopathic medicines in England as well. The pliant Burnham agreed. At this time, 20% of Britons were spending a total of £1.6 billion every year on complementary medicines, part of a $100 billion annual global trade. Charles fused homeopathy and other alternative therapies with his environmental campaign. The overuse and abuse of antibiotics, he told environmentalists, could lead to a potentially disastrous scenario. In 2016 he would reveal his use of homeopathic remedies for the duchy's cattle. Even some ardent Republicans were impressed. They might distrust the missionary, but they supported his mission. Charles's cause had won support in Whitehall despite the disapproval of some MPs. In 2010 the House of Commons Scientific and Technology Committee dismissed homeopathy as an act of deception, no more effective than sugar pills. Although the committee acknowledged that homeopathy scored a 70% satisfaction rating among its users, it recommended that, to avoid bestowing an unjustified badge of authority, the NHS should not support such treatments. The committee's finding was rejected. No government, especially on the eve of a general election, could afford to alienate a large section of the public. Popular approval for Charles stretched across the political parties as he notched up another small victory. 3 years later he met Jeremy Hunt, the Tory Health Secretary, at Clarence House. The new minister was a supporter of homeopathy, and reassured the prince that the NHS would continue to consider the use of complementary therapies despite their use being condemned by the BMA as witchcraft. There was little that Edzard Ernst could do but accuse the Prince of Wales of using his position to hinder scientific research while actively promoting quackery. Charles's pseudo-science, he continued, constitutes an attack on rationality and treason against progress in healthcare. The prince's supporters in turn denounced Ernst for was closed. Simon Mills, one of the original supporters of Charles's campaign, acknowledged a bittersweet victory. Ernst did expose a vacuum and he was not punctured. We didn't deliver a fully argued opinion against him, or incorporate the old skills as they've done in Europe. The prince's beliefs excluded any concern for his opponents being cast into the wilderness. He had moved on. At the very moment that Ernst's department was being wound up, Charles spoke about the West facing a crisis of the soul, and in particular a growing risk to the environment. One of its protectors, he thought, was Islam. In a speech to the Oxford Centre for Islamic Studies, he advocated the religion's spiritual principles, which prescribed no separation between man and nature. To convince the doubters of Islam's sacred traditions towards the environment, his office told Downing Street that he wanted to use the G20 summit in London in April 2009 to host a climate change conference. The headline would repeat his warning to a group of businessmen in Rio de Janeiro. "We only have 100 months to act to save the world." Clarence House sent out invitations to national leaders, including several who were not invited to the summit. Among those who accepted were 8 national leaders, including Kevin Rudd from Australia, Nicolas Sarkozy from France, Germany's Angela Merkel, Italy's Silvio Berlusconi, and those from Guyana, Indonesia, Japan and Norway, and Hillary Clinton, America's Secretary of State. Charles had cannily anticipated the politicians' interest in the Copenhagen Climate Change Conference scheduled for the end of the year. One instant success was an agreement by 35 countries to invest $4 billion over 3 years to stop the destruction of rainforests. The conference also identified as an act of villainy the EU's regulation that palm oil should be added to diesel for use as a biofuel, an incentive that had persuaded the Indonesian government to increase the deforestation of ancient woodlands so it could plant palm oil trees. Charles promptly set up a rainforest project to offer to pay Indonesia to stop cutting down its trees. The only irritation was his conduct. Once again, he borrowed the ideas and staff of a well-established British organization for his new charity, rather than cooperating with the existing and effective charity. Charles sought acclaim for his crusade. For 22 years, he wrote in a film script, nobody wanted to know about the environment except a few people who thought it was pretty crazy. He recalled, I was described as old-fashioned, out of touch and anti-science, a dreamer in the modern world, too sophisticated for obsolete ideas and techniques. Up to that point his audience might have been sympathetic, but some potential supporters became skeptical after reading Harmony. Like his claim that, we only have 100 months to act to save the world, his new hyperbole also cost him support. Charles had correctly predicted that his opinions about imminent doom would induce howls of laughter from the usual suspects and unleash the full throttle of their mockery, but the future king was certain that he was in the right. He was on a mission to abolish unquestioning trust in science, which he criticized as being entirely based upon the gathering of results that come from subjecting physical phenomena to scientific experiment, and to launch a revolution against the great juggernaut of industrialization. He was enraptured, he admitted, by the era before scientists, planners and socialists upset the old order. In the pre-industrial world he so admired, people believed in God. Even better was the era before the agricultural revolution, because God's creation was not challenged. In the way of life ordained by the heart and soul of that era, everyone knew their place, and that had been ruined by globalization. We seem to have lost that understanding of the whole of nature and the universe as a living entity, he wrote. The earth could no longer afford consumerism. The age of convenience should be terminated. The destruction of nature is ultimately the destruction of our own inner being, Charles continued. We need to understand that we are born into a universe that has meaning and purpose. He urged the world to abandon its current lifestyle and revert to the pre-industrial era, like the Saxons in Transylvania. In that spiritual wonderland, placed within the divine order, Charles presented himself as the defender of nature. Full stop. And he did not occupy that role by chance, but by destiny. I can only imagine that I find myself being born into this position for a purpose. Single quote. Like all sages, Charles was inflexible, especially about his views on genetically modified foods. Despite 12 million farmers planting GM crops across the world, he reasserted that their use was leading to the biggest environmental disaster of all time. In response to his apocalyptic predictions, Alison Smith, a professor of plant biochemistry, accused him of stoking fears based on his lack of scientific understanding. Millions of people had eaten GM foods since 1996, she said, without any evidence of it endangering health, although it was true that biodiversity would suffer. Steadfastly, Charles refused to debate the issue. He did not trust scientific research, and so would not respond to the challenge by Phil Woolas, the environment minister, to produce any evidence that GM crops were harmful. In his mind, his truth was answer enough. Charles appeared oblivious to the contrast between what he preached and what he practiced. At the beginning of 2009 he chartered a jet for a 10-day environmental tour of Chile, Brazil and Ecuador. The cost was £700,000. 2. Months later he flew in a chartered Airbus A319 to Italy and Germany to promote the British government's climate change policies. The cost was £80,000, instead of £15,000 for scheduled flights. As usual, his justification was convenience and his inordinate amount of luggage, including his own organic beef and other special foods to be cooked in British embassies. On his return he used the royal train for a 5-day, green, tour to encourage young people to tread more lightly on our planet. That journey cost £90,000. Soon after, he traveled on the royal train to a Manchester conference, pulled by a steam engine that produced 90 times more carbon dioxide than a family car. To his credit, he did use the train for meetings. First, for a one-day summit aimed at preventing the demolition of old wool mills in Burnley, and on another day in an effort to preserve the potteries in Stoke-on-Trent. At key moments in those discussions, he made a carefully timed entrance after all the rival parties had gathered. "Right, how far have you got?" he would ask, then contribute to a solution. Those invited to the carriage were impressed, but the vast majority of Britons, suffering in the wake of the financial crash, remained at best neutral about the prince's lifestyle and views. "Life isn't easy," said Michael Peet, repeating his employer's mantra, as he explained to journalists that although Charles's income for 2009 was £17.1 million, his staff had grown to 149 people. "We are trying to be prudent. We are mindful of the current economic climate and are obviously always looking for economies." When pushed to explain, he joked, "To save more money, we could cut the Prince and Duchess down to fewer meals a day." Single quote. Camilla's requirements were not helpful. To promote his campaign to protect the rainforests, Charles had insisted on a chartered plane for a Far East tour including a visit to Brunei. The total cost was £694,000. After a short spell on the tour, Camilla made her familiar complaint that she hated flying, suffered from jet lag, and felt ill in hot climates. She was too exhausted, she said, to continue to Brunei. "I need to plan Charles's birthday," she said on her return home, although Michael Fawcett as usual was undertaking the chores. For future trips, Charles agreed that Camilla should leave in advance for acclimatization. The next official tour was to Mexico. She stayed at Carlisle Bay in Antigua, a luxury hotel of which her former husband was a director of the holding company, but she did stay on for Charles's time in Mexico. He was delighted. And the new coalition government had become reconciled to the couple's idiosyncrasies. Charles's personal agenda, it decided, could be helpful, especially his sympathy for Islam. Every secretary, he sought Charles's help to restore relations, and later to promote the sale of 72 Eurofighter Typhoon jets to the UAE. The sales pitch would fail, but Charles's new role was used to justify an annual increase of 3.6% in his expenses. His personal income from the duchy also rose to £18.3 million. At the same time, the Queen's expenses were reduced by 26% in real terms over 3 years. His mother's strict 27, scrabbling for cash. Manuel Calanques knew that flattering Michael Fawcett would secure access to Charles, and with that the prince's invaluable promotion of porcelanosa tiles. Accordingly, in 2010 the valet was invited to the wedding of Calanques's daughter, and was listed by the company as Charles's private secretary. In the Spanish media, the British guest was called Sir Michael Fawcett. Through Fawcett, Charles had over the years accepted about £1.6 million from Calanques for the architectural foundation, more money for Dumfries House, and also a substantial donation for the Prince's Foundation for Children and the Arts. That last donation was the price for allowing Calanques to invite 250 guests to Buckingham Palace for a dinner captured by Ola, photographer. Under the headline, Prince of Wales hosts a gala dinner in honor of Porcelanosa, Ola's 36 pages of photographs illustrated Charles promoting the Spanish tiles. The company faithfully abided by the prince's stipulation that the photographs should not be available to the British media. "Ask Manuel if I made him look good," Charles said through an interpreter at the end of yet another dinner, this one for 100 architects at St. James's Palace. Calanque's inability to speak English meant he could not enjoy a natural conversation with his host, but he did provide tiles the following year for the kitchen and bathrooms at Burkhall, and thereafter for other royal homes, including Highgrove's garden. In May 2001, at Charles's suggestion, Porcelanosa had exhibited an Islamic garden at the Chelsea Flower Show with cypresses, fruit trees, a marble fountain, terracotta pathways and 70,000 handmade mosaic tiles. That same year, the prince flew to Spain to open a new wing of the company's factory and be its guest of honor at a dinner for 452 people. In return, the company agreed that an extended version of the Islamic garden would be installed at its expense at Highgrove. "We gave the garden to him, and he repaid us with a dinner for our clients," company director Pedro Sudo admitted. As part of this arrangement, Calanque sought and received an invitation to Prince William's wedding to Kate Middleton on 29 April 2011, a watershed moment for the monarchy. In the run-up to the ceremony, Calanque boasted to Spanish journalists that he had provided the tiles for the young couple's personal bathrooms. If Charles's relationship with his parents was set in a permanent frost, his connection with his sons was almost as uneasy. He painfully recalled a visit to Kensington Palace while Diana was still alive, and they were small children. Young Harry ran towards him, then pulled up. "Mummy says I mustn't," he cried, just as Charles was about to hug him. Diana had poisoned the boys' minds towards their father. After her death, the revelations about both parents' adultery and much worse haunted their youth. Grieving, William would say, was especially difficult because it was so raw, and with Diana's story so widely known, there was minimal privacy. Since leaving university, William had not shared his father's interests or offered to continue his charities. Specifically, he refused involvement in the prince's trust. Detached from politics and from Charles's cultural pursuits, he appeared a very different royal from his father. Charles's relationship with William and Harry was not helped by Camilla's presence, a constant reminder of their mother's torment. Having failed to interest his sons in classical music, Charles invited Kate to her first opera, Bellini's La Sonnambula the Sleepwalker at Covent Garden. As usual, Fawcett organized for dinner to be sent from Clarence House and served in the royal box during the interval on Charles's personal china and using his silver cutlery. Sadly, the prince had ignored warnings about the production. "It's awful," he later told the Opera House's chief executive. His hope that Kate might be converted to classical music was lost. Like William, she preferred Phantom of the Opera. Charles had a new fear: that the public's attention was switching to William and Kate. The Canadian government had told Buckingham Palace that a proposed tour by Charles and Camilla should be delayed, so that it would follow a visit by William and Kate after their wedding. The reaction in Clarence House was mixed. Charles was disappointed, while Camilla was unconcerned about Kate taking the limelight. "She didn't give a damn," noted Robert Higdon. "She loved Charles and wanted him to be a success. Charles saw Kate and William as the new stars and feared he'd be in trouble." Camilla also dismissed the presumption that Kate would be the first commoner queen. "That'll be me," she would say with a laugh. Regardless of the opinion polls, that was certainly Charles's intention. In a public display of her status, Camilla had lunch with Kate at a Knightsbridge hotel just before the wedding ceremony, to give her advice about marriage. Many of Diana's old friends were not invited to the wedding, taken off the guest list, it was said, by Camilla Abbey. Many royals drove Audis, and the company had agreed to sponsor a charitable tour of California in July for the newlyweds. Like his father, William was not one to let an opportunity go to waste, and also among the guests were Lily Safra, Don Gosling, Jürgen Pierberg, the nephew of a former Nazi SS officer and a generous donor to Dumfries House, and Joe Albritton of Riggs Bank. 2 years earlier, at Charles's request, Higden had persuaded Albritton to invest about £500,000 in Duchy Originals, the Prince's food brand that produced and sold organic oat biscuits, sausages and a growing number of other products in Duchy shops. By way of thanks, in 2007 Albritton and his wife rode in the fourth carriage behind the Queen at Ascot. Now, on the eve of the wedding, Albritton was asked for more money, this time to save Duchy Originals. Although in the past the brand had contributed about £7 million towards the Duchy of Cornwall's income, in 2009 bad management had caused £3 million losses. Temporarily, Duchy Originals managed to survive with a loan from the Prince's Charities Foundation, a sensitive arrangement because the financial demands of Dumfries House were depriving his other charities of funds. Not only were they financially stretched, but Charles's £2.5 million investment with 3 property tycoons in an environmental development project in Wales had ended badly. Once again, poor financial management was destabilizing his philanthropic ambitions. The savior was Albritton, who at Higden's request agreed to give Duchy Originals $3.25 million in exchange for the rights to sell its products in America, and to spend $2.5 million on the American launch of the brand. Then he was asked for another favor. Just before William and Kate's wedding, Charles agreed to meet President Barack Obama in Washington. The Foreign Office refused to provide a private jet, and insisted that he fly on British Airways. His foreign travel costs, a civil servant pointed out, had increased over the previous year by 18%, to nearly £2 million. He would also spend £29,786 on a round trip with Camilla on a private jet to Balmoral for a 4-day holiday, and £19,583 for a day trip from Aberdeen to London after the capital was blighted by riots. Furious that Pete had failed to persuade the RAF to provide a suitable plane, Charles asked Leslie Farrer, his office's treasurer, appointed in 2006 to supervise the charities, to telephone Higden. "Can you find a private jet for Charles's trip?" she asked. Higden was not surprised. "It was quite normal," he said, "for me to call and ask people like Joe Albritton, can we borrow your G5? People like the Albritons got a fascination of lending Charles their trophy plane. The gift of their plane gave legitimacy to folk from Texas and Colorado." Single quote. Albritton agreed that his Gulfstream would fly empty across the Atlantic to collect Charles, transport him to Washington, and then, after returning him to Wiltshire, fly back empty to Texas. When asked to justify the flights, a Clarence House spokesman replied, "In the current economic climate, it was felt that it was right to accept the Albritons' offer." Single quote. Joe and Barbara Albritton duly took their place in Westminster Abbey for the royal wedding. Other patrons, said Higden bitterly, were not invited. Among those off the list was Kip Forbes, an important donor to Charles's foundation in America. Forbes turned his anger on Higden. The fundraiser himself was also in some difficulty. American donors' interest in Charles and Camilla was still declining. The foundation's annual revenues had fallen to less than £1 million, and half of that income was spent on Higden himself. "When I wasn't invited to the wedding," he admitted, "I knew I was in trouble." Single quote. 4 months later he was shocked by what he interpreted as the high-handed treatment of Joe Albritton by Leslie Farrer. In September 2011 Higden discovered that during Farrer's visit to Washington, the auditors had gone into Duchy Originals. To save Charles's reputation and the company from insolvency, the brand's license rights had been sold to Waitrose. "What about the American rights?" Higden asked Farrer. "Have you secretly sold them?" Single quote. According to Higden, Farrer looked surprised. "You know, Robert," she replied, People are very uncomfortable about you and your relationship with Prince Charles. She went on to say that Higdon's familiarity with the prince had crossed the line. He acted like a friend, while in reality he was a servant. Is my relationship with Charles unprofessional? Asked Higdon. Everyone believes it is, said Ferrer. You're out of your mind, exploded Higdon, and their argument escalated. Higdon dug deeper, and discovered that Duchy Originals, global rights had indeed been sold. The Albritton investment, which he had delivered, had been ignored. Ferrer subsequently insisted that she had told Albritton the full details, albeit after the sale, and the two sides eventually agreed an amicable settlement. In the aftermath, despite 14 years loyal service, Higdon was fired. The reason, he assumed, was his alcoholism. News of his departure was leaked to a newspaper, for which he blamed Michael Fawcett. He's one of the most horrible people I've met in my life, Higdon complained. It was just such a nasty story, criticized Ferrer. We were a team, and Leslie played the alcoholic card and it hit the wall at 100 miles per hour. I had raised $40 million, and it baffles me that they wanted to fire me. They were ungrateful and stupid. Single quote. As with Bolland and others, neither Charles nor Camilla called Higdon after his departure. I loved Charles and I loved Camilla. It hurts that I had a relationship with them and then no goodbye. Not even a Christmas card. It was hard. In their world it is all about them. Charles probably doesn't know about the casualties, but Camilla does. Single quote. Bolland called Camilla to ask about Higdon. Yes, she replied, there was a problem of too many cocktails. Single quote. In New York, Joan Rivers was upset by the dismissal. Not only was Higdon a friend of long standing, but his contribution to both the prince's profile in America and his finances did not deserve to be passed over so carelessly. For a time she considered breaking with Charles, but was persuaded by calls from London to stay loyal. Not without coincidence, Higdon's firing was followed by other changes at Clarence House. A total overhaul of the prince's top team. The clearing of the decks included the departures of Leslie Ferrer and Patty Haverson, Charles's media spokesman. To some it appeared that the Queen's private secretary Christopher Geit was orchestrating the start of a new era, but others denied that Buckingham Palace had any influence. The departures, said Charles's spokesman, were coincidental rather than the outcome of a conspiracy. The resignation of Geoffrey Kent as chairman of the American Foundation after 25 successful years contradicted that bland explanation. Ominously, Fawcett was present when Charles personally told Kent that he would be replaced by an unknown American who lacked the same relationships and flair to lure rich donors. Fawcett's influence was always paramount. The truth was that employment by Charles invariably ended in tears, but the gloss was advantageous. To make Charles more acceptable as the future monarch, he was to be surrounded by new staff. Above all, at the age of 61 and after 9 years' service, Michael Peet announced that he too was to leave. He wanted to earn more money, and his wife complained about Charles's constant telephone calls. At night, at weekends and while they were on holiday. Among his future employers would be Roman Abramovich, the Russian oligarch and owner of Chelsea FC, who was closely associated with Vladimir Putin. At Peet's request, Abramovich had provided his helicopter. Margaret, their staff had been told to leave their apartments in Kensington Palace within 28 days. Peet, however, was allowed to remain in his 5-bedroom flat for a further 11 months, a reward for increasing the duchy's annual income from £10 million to £18. £3 million, and its value to £712 million. Peet was replaced by William Nye, a 46-year-old former Treasury official. Nye was not allocated an apartment in Kensington Palace, or anywhere else. Unlike Peet, he was prepared to forge the close relationship with Buckingham Palace that had never come to pass with Peet. Also unlike his predecessor, he did not welcome telephone calls after 6 p.m., a restriction that Charles would not tolerate for long. Pete did not bequeath a perfect legacy, especially for the charities. In spite of Tom Sheber's efforts, Charles had set up even more of them, the latest being the Countryside Fund, intended to highlight rural problems. Over 20 chairmen were still bidding for his time. Without coordination, the same problems that had been identified in 1997 and again in 2003 had re-emerged. The prince's charities were bureaucratic, expensive, overmanned and increasingly ineffective. Traditional Arts, meant to be a self-financing charity supporting artists, was losing £2 million a year. Business in the community, under its new director Stephen Howard, was criticized as unimaginative and institutionalized, and lacking its former influence in the business community. The Prince's Foundation for the Built Environment had, despite serious debts, dispatched full-time officials to the Galapagos Islands, Mumbai and Sierra Leone. The Prince's Charities Foundation had a £4 million deficit without any reserves. The income of the Prince's Trust, the flagship, was declining, and relied on an annual £15, £8 million from the government. To cover a recurring yearly deficit of £2, £6 million, the duchy lent the trust about £9 million. In parallel, the trust's success was also declining. Civil servants discovered that despite its contractual commitments, the Prince's Trust could not provide enough people to join the government's new National Citizen Service. Even the more flourishing charities struggled to survive the endless management meetings. Arts and Business, which had been successfully managed since 1985 by Colin Tweedy, lost its autonomy in 2012. Many of these financial problems had become more acute since the purchase of Dumfries House in 2007. An added complication in the Prince's life was Camilla's demand for private dinners, jolly gatherings of friends. She wanted Charles to be rid of some responsibilities and people. Among her targets was SANE, a thriving charity for the mentally ill that he had energetically supported. Been close to Charles during his troubles with Diana. Fawcett made onerous financial demands on SANE as a condition for Charles to continue fundraising. Then Tom Sheber intervened and told Wallace that Charles had decided to focus on complementary medicine rather than mental health. Camilla didn't give a damn, recalled Higdon. The Prince's association with SANE duly ended. At that moment, Sheber hoped his principal task was about to be accomplished. Over the past 6 years he had forlornly attempted to merge the charities' administration under one roof. By 2010 he had found a perfect site in King's Cross, but Charles Dunstone, the chairman of the Prince's Trust, opposed the move, and won Charles's backing. That decision set the seal on Sheber's career with Charles's charities. He offered his resignation to Pete, only to be told that Pete had beaten you to it. Sheber's departure coincided with another challenge to the charities' finances, especially from Dumfries House. Besides repaying the original £43 million for the purchase, millions of pounds were needed for reconstruction and new outbuildings to accommodate the working community. A further £600,000 was required for annual maintenance. To bring in additional money, the house was let out for weddings and conferences, was put into use as a hotel, and also promoted as a tourist attraction. 3 months after Jonathan Bryant described his appointment as Dumfries's first manager as a dream come true, he was replaced by Fawcett. Just as he had done at Burkhall, by then rebuilt and open for weddings and conferences, Charles's indispensable aid provided Dumfries's guests with the Sandringham experience. They would be greeted by a retinue of servants, maids for women and valets for men, who unpacked their suitcases, ironed their clothes and filled the well-furnished rooms with flowers. In the previous year premiere mode, Fawcett's catering company had made a profit of about £250,000. Over the following years it would perform even better. Within his first 6 months at Dumfries, Fawcett arranged 4 fundraising events hosted by Charles. In cultivating his network of relationships, the valet-turned-consultant appeared indiscriminate, so long as the millionaires donated sufficient cash. Among those targeted were the Indian businessmen Lakshmi Mittal and the Hinduja brothers, and Mick Flick, the son of a convicted Nazi war criminal whose mines and factories killed thousands of European slave laborers during the Second World War. Others invited included Hans Christian Rausing, the Tetra Pak billionaire and former drug addict, who gave £10 million, and Cyrus Vandrivala, another Indian businessman, who contributed $200,000. Birthday party in 2008. Coincidentally, Charles was at that moment seeking money for Dumfries House, and he accepted Hintz's invitation to the party along with 400 other guests. Soon after Hintz made his donation, he was appointed chairman of the Prince's Foundation for the Built Environment. Within 4 years, Fawcett had helped Charles raise about £19 million to repay the loan from his charitable foundation. More money was raised from rich Sunni Muslims, especially Saudis and Qataris, including Dr. Mahfouz Mare Mubarak bin Mahfouz, a 45-year-old Saudi businessman, and Sheikh Hamad bin Abdullah Al Thani, who had presumably forgiven Charles for the debacle over Chelsea Barracks. Like all donors, both Dr. Mahfouz and Sheikh Hamad were promised that a bench, garden or fountain in the grounds of properties they had never visited would be named in their honor. The seamless process of money-raising would even recruit the Queen to travel to the Goring Hotel in London to meet Sheikh Hamad at a charity reception. None of the donors believed their money was wasted. Charles had hired unemployed local young people to train as plasterers and craftsmen to restore the house and garden, or as chefs to work in the kitchen. Those young people owed their enhanced lives to him. During a tour of the property, one group of visitors listened for more than an hour while Charles explained the importance of preserving traditional farmyard sheds. Fastidious about every tree, bench and compost heap, he soon created a garden at Dumfries that was as immaculate as Highgrove's. Charles's eccentricities were often on show at events to raise money. At one dinner to honor the German industrialist Jürgen Pierberg for his donations, Charles sat between Pierberg's wife Clarissa and Lily Safra. To Clarissa Pierberg's embarrassment, the prince sat with his back to her throughout the meal and spoke only to Safra. By Charles's reckoning, his behavior was not a social sin, but his position in society affirming itself. At another dinner at Dumfries House to thank the Armenian businessman Bob Manoukian, an erstwhile partner of Prince Geoffrey of Brunei, Fawcett, wearing a dinner jacket and with a large diamond stud in his tie, placed himself next to Manoukian's wife. After Charles left the table at 10:30, Fawcett announced that dinner 28, marking time. In June 2012, the 60th anniversary of the Queen's accession was seized on by Buckingham Palace as another opportunity to promote the monarchy. There were concerts, military parades, flight-pasts and a documentary tribute. The TV program, narrated by Charles, showed the heir and the Queen animatedly watching private film of him and his sister Princess and his children on the beach in Norfolk and on the royal yacht. Charles had good reason to involve himself in such a positive record of sentimental family moments. Bathing in the glow of his mother's popularity would ease his succession. The following day, the oldest monarch in Britain's history stood with her husband for 4 hours in the rain on a boat proceeding along the Thames. Despite the BBC's poor production, the spectacle of two elderly people, devoted to duty and service, united the nation. 80% of Britons, according to the polls, trusted the monarchy. 24 hours later, Philip fell sick as a result of his exposure to the weather. "Ladies and gentlemen," appealed Charles to a huge crowd in front of Buckingham Palace for a pop concert and fireworks, "if we shout loud enough he might just hear us in hospital." The Queen was visibly moved by the roar of, "Philip, Philip, Philip." Much more could have gone wrong, but the biggest celebration since the coronation appeared to have restored the monarchy to its previous high point, Charles and Diana's wedding 30 years before. One rare blip was an exchange overheard inside the palace between Charles and his mother. "Have you tried my new strawberry jam?" he asked. "Another time," she replied. One noticeable difference for the public was the entourage around the Queen. On the palace's balcony, with Philip in hospital, just 5 royals, Charles, Camilla, Harry, William and Kate, stood beside her. That reduction, so long orchestrated by Charles, had taken 15 years to accomplish, which was, as Robin Yonran told a colleague, a short time in the life of the monarchy. All 6 of the family were on their best behavior. Discreet Kate was utterly supportive of William, a paradigm of virtue. Harry, on the eve of his second deployment to Afghanistan, was Britain's popular lad, while Charles and Camilla seemed to have overcome their worst moments. Anne, Andrew and Edward and their families were not invited. Andrew was particularly angry at the snub. Denied even an invitation to the Queen's lunch for the livery companies in Westminster Hall, he stayed at home in Windsor Great Park fuming about his elder brother. Charles, however, had general support. "Andrew is a menace and a rudderless wreck," growled one of the Queen's confidants. Andrew's rake's progress had started in 2010. The release by WikiLeaks of a stash of American diplomatic cables included a report by the U.S. ambassador in Kyrgyzstan of the prince's rude and cocky remarks about the French and the Americans during brunch in 2008 with British businessmen in the capital, Bishkek. The ambassador's most damaging comment mentioned Andrew's tolerant attitude towards corruption. The WikiLeaks release appeared at the same time as more revelations about Andrew's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, by then jailed for sexual offenses involving underage girls. Andrew's reputation sank further after he was accused of a relationship with a young girl he had met through Epstein. Although there was no actual evidence of guilt, Buckingham Palace urged newspaper and TV editors to ignore the allegations, pleading, "This is about the monarchy." Andrew would later admit, "You don't get it right all the time. You just have to get on with it. It doesn't bother me really. It's just part of life's rich tapestry." Single quote. Andrew was not only compelled to give up his post as trade ambassador, but also to resolve the latest scandals surrounding his former wife Sarah Ferguson. Plagued by debt, she had been recorded asking an undercover journalist employed by the News of the World for £500,000 for access to Andrew. In a separate incident, she accepted yet another free holiday, this time on Richard Branson's Caribbean island Necker, to celebrate the tycoon's 60th birthday. Such indulgence in unearned privileges, especially by freebie Fergie, always frayed the public's sympathy for the royals, and suggested some ulterior motive on the part of whoever the host might be. Despite Andrew's protests, at Charles's request his daughters Beatrice and Eugenie were removed from official duties and lost their police protection officers. Andrew's enforced departure from public life was matched by Charles's increasing prominence. Every week he took another step to build support. He and Camilla traveled down the Mall with the Queen in an open carriage during a state visit, and at the next opening of Parliament, the two would sit next to her. In a gradual shift of duties, Charles awarded honors, met diplomats and chaired the Privy Council. But just as everything seemed to be under control, a website showed a video of Harry, drunk and undressed, playing strip poker with naked young women in a Las Vegas hotel. Shortly afterwards, a French magazine published photos of Kate topless on holiday in France. The royal family was reeling. Then Prince Philip delivered another blow. In a snub to his elder son, he assigned the shooting rights at Sandringham to Princess Anne and her husband Tim Lawrence, and the shooting at Balmoral to Edward. For Charles, an excellent shot despite handicapping himself with a pair of less powerful 28-bore guns, to be shunted off the royal estates was an embarrassment. He resolved the insult by renting the challenging Invercalled estate Grouse Moor near Burkall, and Friends Estates, for pheasant shoots. The emotional warfare with his father never abated. As he approached his 65th birthday, his £500,000 party at Buckingham Palace would be financed by the Indian businessman Cyrus Vandrivala. Charles despaired that while every royal mishap was given widespread coverage, there was little interest in his official activities. "He bangs on about the same issues," said a senior BBC editor who regularly rebuffed invitations to film the prince. "He's repetitive, dull, tedious and worthy." Single quote. To improve his image, Charles hired Christina Kyriakou, formerly the spokeswoman for the singer Cheryl Cole. Kyriakou's task was to stifle the myths, in all their glorious variety, that he demanded 7 boiled eggs lined up for breakfast, talked to his plants, did not like a single modern building, and relied on untested herbal potions rather than orthodox medicines. More importantly, his staff sought to tone down his public speeches about architecture, alternative medicine and the environment, and to reduce his public appearances in a black tie. Their efforts were undermined by Charles himself. In a video broadcast in 2013, he again extolled the countryside's spiritual dimension, waxing lyrical about the tractors in the fields, the skilled workers, the livestock, the growing crops and the landscape's biodiversity, now so much under threat from climate change, diseases and insensitive development. Shortly afterwards, he allowed the Duchy of Cornwall to sell 55 acres of prime farming land in the Tregora Valley, east of Truro, for a housing development, a Waitrose supermarket and a huge car park. Prince Charles must have the skin of a rhinoceros not to recognize the hypocrisy of it, complained the farmers who grew winter feed and grazed their cattle on that land. Readers of Country Life magazine were also puzzled. In the November issue, guest edited by Charles, he wrote about the folly of losing agricultural land to developers, and condemned supermarket chains. Angelic choir. Self-interest appeared to overrule any sympathy he might have felt for the farmers. In another video message, recorded for Earth Day on the 22nd of April and delivered on behalf of the World Wildlife Fund, he urged people to turn off their lights for the sake of the environment. At the same time, he flew 80 miles from Highgrove to Ascot in a helicopter based at Farnborough, a round distance of 250 miles. In mitigation, to show his concern about social deprivation, he invited the 3 party leaders, David Cameron, Nick Clegg and Ed Miliband, to Buckingham Palace to help launch a program to encourage volunteering and provide work and activities for 2 million young people characterized as the lost generation, and in a second campaign, to help families whose children had been killed on the streets. "I simply can't see what I see and do nothing about it," he said. "I could not live with myself." Single quote. Few could disapprove of that sentiment, but there was a marked change in the public attitude to Charles after Jonathan Dimbleby predicted in November 2013 that, as king, he will not shy away from issues that are contentious or controversial. Dimbleby's authoritative echo of Charles's own refusal to see Purdah as a likely option contradicted Michael Peet's statement to the High Court in 2005, when he challenged the Mail on Sunday's publication of Charles's Chinese journal. The prince, Peet told the judge, does not campaign on contentious issues. 8 years later, Charles was still casting himself as a politician. His lifestyle, trenchant campaigns, contradictions and absence of transparency made him a target for MPs who resented his outspokenness. His latest refusal to be accountable attracted the attention of Margaret Hodge, the feisty Labour chairman of the House of Commons Public Accounts Committee. Like her predecessor, the Tory Edward Lee, she wondered about the duchy's rise in value to £847 million, and the fact that while Charles's income was nearly £20 million a year, his voluntary tax bill was just £4 million. At the outset of the committee's public hearing, Hodge questioned William Nye, and called the duchy's tax payment shockingly wrong. Austin Mitchell, another Labour MP, accused Charles of dodging around to avoid paying capital gains and corporation tax. As the questioning progressed, Nye's dry performance convinced other Labour MPs on the 15-strong committee that the duchy was concealing transactions. It was a witch hunt, said the Treasury official responsible for supervising Charles's Cornish estate. They wanted blood on the carpet. They wanted to find us guilty of something. But the MPs' suspicions about Charles's secrecy proved justified. Soon afterwards, he used the Human Rights Act to prevent access to his tax returns. For Labour MPs, that inconsistency and talent, and that, in their opinion, was lacking. To mitigate this latest humiliation, Charles invited a group of opinion formers for a weekend in Sandringham. As usual, each guest was assigned a servant. The principal worry for the visitors was that they should have the appropriate clothes for lunch, tea, breakfast, church on Sunday morning, and the afternoon outings. Dinner was naturally black tie. During their Saturday walk, Charles spoke about a sustainable environment. As in all such conversations, his guests were careful to avoid debate. Their host, they had been cautioned, was easily offended. "People think I'm bonkers, crackers," he suddenly groaned in the middle of a field. "Do you think I'm mad?" he asked, in a manner that forbade a positive reply. The writers and journalists refrained from any challenge to his beliefs and inconsistencies. In the silence, some of his guests understood that the prospect of being an impartial rather than a meddling prince appalled him. "I have no power, but I have influence," he announced. The group then set off back towards the house. Charles's old-fashioned courtesy convinced some of his guests that any final barriers to his smooth succession had been overcome. William and Kate's wedding, the birth of their son George, and Charles's own marriage seemed to have dried up the public appetite for scandal. The dynasty was stabilized. Finally, Charles could present the code of principles that he hoped would act as a compass to bind the nation. His misfortune, his guests knew, was time. As each day passed, the length of his future reign decreased, and his significance diminished. In the public's mind he was not a hero, and for too many he was defined by his flaws. The 2-hour walk ended back at the house for tea. "Right, we're off," Charles announced, striding out of the house after a quick cup. Jumping into his Aston Martin, he drove at breakneck speed down narrow, twisting lanes, reassured that police motorcyclists had cleared other traffic. His guests followed in a fleet of gleaming Land Rovers. They arrived at Charles's local church in time to hear a short concert. After that, instead of visiting a number of other churches, as Charles would normally do on such weekends, he headed for a village fete. Clearly enjoying himself, he shook endless hands before judging the biggest turnip and best bottled onions competitions. The villagers' flattery was gratifying, but Charles's quirks undermined the public image. One guest, an occasional visitor to Balmoral for grouse shooting, recounted Charles's irritation when one of the small metal peg numbers taken by each gun to show where he should stand was dropped in the heather. Instead of abandoning the worthless object, Charles ordered his aides to riffle through the thick vegetation, then demanded that a metal detector be brought from the castle. The search for a small disc costing a few pence inevitably drew comparison with the large group dinner that night, at a table covered with rose petals and lit by candelabras brought from Highgrove. The conversation was strained. Although the guests had been summoned to contribute their opinions about the arts and culture, Charles did not encourage debate. Friday after dinner was listed as a cinema night. The chosen film was Robert Altman's Gosford Park, depicting upstairs-downstairs life to an audience who were surrounded by the reality of that social order. The film became a regular feature of Charles's culture weekends. By coincidence, that evening his neighbors at Hokum Hall, 18 miles away, had invited the prince and his guests to watch Valery Gergiev, the artistic director of the Mariinsky Theater of St. Petersburg, conduct a private orchestral performance. "We can't go," said Charles, allowing nothing to interfere with the schedule he had organized. Gergiev would be invited to visit Sandringham another year. Michael Fawcett supervised the placing of chairs in front of a screen in the ballroom. In the front row were two throne-like armchairs for Charles and Camilla. Soon everyone was seated, and servants entered with silver platters of ice cream. The film started. Charles and Camilla instantly fell asleep, and the ice cream slowly melted away. On Sunday, female guests had been instructed to wear appropriate hats and gloves for the local Anglican church, St. Mary the Virgin and St. Mary Magdalene. The two who chose to go to Mass at a nearby Catholic church felt Charles's displeasure. By Sunday dinner, some of the guests had become puzzled about their host. His habit of commandeering a small bowl of olive oil just for himself provoked one visitor to recount a story of Charles during a recent trip to India. The prince had invited Jacob Rothschild, and asked that other billionaires be rounded up to accompany him. During the tour, a sumptuous lunch was held in a Maharaja's palace. Unexpectedly, a loaf of Italian bread was placed on the table. As an American billionaire reached out to take a piece, Charles shouted, "No, that's mine. Only for me." In reply to that story, another visitor recalled that on a previous weekend at Sandringham, a guest had brought Charles a truffle as a gift. To everyone's envy, Charles did not share the delicacy at dinner but kept it to himself. Once those stories were completed, Charles's guests did not laugh. There was merely bewilderment. At the end of the Sandringham weekend, the guests were asked not to leave. Until the Monday morning, some were told to leave £150 in cash for the staff, or to visit the estate's souvenir shop. Most would tell their friends that Charles seemed genuine, but that the weekend was surreal. The benefit to Charles was unquantifiable but briefed another set of guests before a private dinner in a restaurant in Cornwall. "There's no need to say Your Majesty. The occasional sir will suffice." Single quote. The first course was a boiled egg, freshly laid that day. Charles explained its healthy properties. The next course was organic meat. The guests struggled for conversation, waiting for their host to speak. His thoughts, it dawned, were somewhere else. "Did you notice the problems of Cornish nationalism on your way down here?" asked one guest. Charles looked puzzled. "Many signposts have been daubed with Cornish names," another guest explained. "One travels by helicopter," Charles replied. Some guests reported that Charles needed protection from himself, but the barriers he erected seemed impenetrable. Seeking to cultivate his image as an ascetic man of principle, he lived in a world of his own. Unwilling to explain to the public how he balanced duty and pleasure, he appeared unable to consistently strike the right trade-off with employees, professional guests, friends or family. One sign of his awkwardness was his fraught relationship with William. He would regularly agonize about the young prince's lack of interest in culture, his reluctance to undertake public duties including ascot, which relied on royal patronage or to take over the prince's trust. Instead, William and Kate chose to retreat to Norfolk, where they could preserve their privacy. Some interpreted the move as confirmation that William was somewhat lazy and spoilt. The distance between Highgrove and Norfolk isolated Charles from his grandchildren, and allowed Kate's mother Carol Middleton to take charge. Charles was aware of the gossip that Carol had plotted Kate's marriage to William. When her daughter had joined the prince at St. Andrews University, she had urged Kate to be patient when William saw other girls, and similarly to remain serene in London during a break in their relationship. Once they were reconciled, and after they were married, William preferred to spend Christmas with the Middletons rather than at Sandringham. Charles's fears about being usurped had persuaded several of the Queen's courtiers to ignore Carol Middleton at social occasions. To counter such gossip, at William's request the Queen made a point of inviting a TV cameraman to film her driving her fellow-in-law around the Balmoral estate. Similarly, the TV presenters Ant and Dec were invited to interview Charles, William and Harry together, to help show them as a united family, but in private Charles and his sons struggled to overcome the barriers of the past. Diana, Camilla and their starkly different interests. Few outsiders knew Charles better than Jonathan Dimbleby, whose latest description, introspective, permanently unhappy, and joyless at the prospect of becoming king, not because he had waited so long, but because he no longer wanted the position. The magazine portrayed a man who feared prison shades once he was crowned, meaning that he regretted how little time remained for him to fulfill his ambitions before he was crowned. Clarence House, in a letter to the Times, dismissed the magazine's article with the assertion that King Charles would continue to champion his controversial causes. "There has been ill-informed speculation recently in your columns and elsewhere," wrote William Nye, "about the attitude of the Prince of Wales to the role of sovereign. Charles," he continued, "was inspired by the examples of his mother and grandfather while drawing also on his own experience of a lifetime sick service. He understood the necessary and proper limitations on the constitutional monarch." Charles's staff were told to put an end to the controversy. Dismissing any hint of the future king as a dissenter had become a priority. In November 2013, to Buckingham Palace's relief, Charles opened his first Commonwealth Conference in Sri Lanka. 9 years, work paid off, said a relieved Simon Gimson of the Commonwealth Secretariat. Mackinnon's stomping foot had worked. Charles was invited without anyone batting an eyelid. Single quote. To celebrate, Michael Fawcett supervised a banquet. Charles wooed 51 Commonwealth leaders, and Camilla smiled beneath a sparkling tiara last worn by the Queen Mother. On official advice, Charles did not mention climate change. "The Prime Ministers of Australia and Canada will either tell you to shut up or walk out if you do," Gimson had warned. Even so, the Canadian and Indian Prime Ministers boycotted the conference in protest at Sri Lanka's abuse of human rights. At its end, the officials concluded that the conference had not been a success, and that Charles had little feel for this historic grouping of nations. 2 years later, the Commonwealth Secretariat decided that only the Queen could salvage Charles's bid for the organization's leadership. Contrary to her original plan, she flew to the conference in Malta and urged the leaders to accept him. Charles's performance during the conference was an improvement, but Camilla, obviously bored during the opening speeches, talked animatedly to her neighbor. People noticed. Charles's succession to the leadership remained in doubt. A more urgent problem was Charles's heartfelt sympathy for Islam. Ever since his opposition to the invasion of Iraq, he had not been critical of the global aggression of political Islam. Speaking at the World Islamic Forum in London in October 2013, he blamed Syria's civil war on President Bashar al-Assad's destruction of the nation's rural economy. 7 years of drought, he said, had driven farmers and their families from the land, and as they fled to the cities tensions had boiled over. Blaming Assad's brutality solely on the depletion of nature's capital reserves, like water and soils, was consistent with Charles's belief in harmony, but seemed to ignore the context of the Syrian conflict within the 1,350-year war between Shia and Sunni Muslims. A subsequent study debunked Charles's claim as exaggerated when the evidence is so thin. 2 months after that speech, Muslims began to murder Christians in Syria, Iraq and Egypt. Churches were destroyed and their priests killed. Finally, Charles acknowledged the threat posed by fundamentalist Islamic militants throughout the Middle East to my own Christian faith. After reading briefs provided by British intelligence that Saudi and Qatari nationals were financing terrorism across Europe, Charles admitted that the world was descending into the dark ages of public executions. Nevertheless, he still equivocated about Islam's ambitions. Unlike many politicians, he understood that only worse would follow if the House of Saud collapsed, or Qatar's rulers were removed. Finally, in early 2015 his views changed. After a hurried flight to Riyadh to pay homage on the death of King Abdullah, Charles began to reassess the popular anger about Saudi Arabia's abuse of human rights and its challenge to Western liberal values. The alarming radicalization of Muslims, he admitted, was heartbreaking. He had spent 20 years, he said, trying to build bridges between faiths, and now realized the danger that very, very few Christians could be left in the Middle East. He expressed genuine hurt about the fractured relationship between Muslims and Christians in the region. What doesn't bear thinking about, he lamented, is that people of one faith, a believer, could kill another believer. That's the totally bewildering aspect. Shocked by the mass murder of Yazidis and other Christians by Islamic State after the American withdrawal from Iraq in 2011, he told an Islamic audience, "The tragedy is even greater because Christians have been in the Middle East for 2,000 years, before Islam came in the 8th century. We were in the Middle East before you." Single quote. The Church of England, he said, would protect all faiths, and he himself would particularly defend Christian values, the values we hold dear. Echoing the widespread years after he had first articulated his desire to be the defender of faiths, and so jeopardized his future role as head of the Anglican Church, he finally accepted the full meaning of the coronation oath, acknowledging that he would be the defender of the faith, namely Anglicanism, which would protect the freedom of other religions in Britain. And then the reconciliation program was abruptly derailed. Since he had turned 21, Charles had met 8 British prime ministers and countless politicians. There was little respect from either side. The 2010 election of the coalition government led by David Cameron, an old Etonian, might have improved relations between the prince and the incoming ministers, not least because Cameron appeared to be an enthusiastic protector of the environment. But Charles was suspicious. In early 2014, floods engulfed Somerset. Long before any government ministers felt stirred to travel from London, the prince was standing in the waterlogged streets with irate locals. The tragedy, he let journalists hear, is that nothing has happened for so long. The government, he told the stranded families, had reduced spending on flood defenses, including dredging rivers. He had trespassed on sensitive territory. Cameron's irritation increased after Charles headed north to more floods in Cumbria. Standing near the new but breached riverbanks, the prince told the latest victims, "We have known for decades that we are heading towards catastrophic climate change and we're at the point of no return. Yet still we procrastinate." He damned critics of this for ignoring the imminent Armageddon. Skeptics rubbish climate science and ignore the accumulating disaster, and refused to make any concessions to politicians. Once he had returned to London, he invited 200 experts to a summit at St. James's Palace. "I have said all this kind of thing before. Endlessly," he told his audience, "and I sometimes feel I am just talking to myself. We have no time left in which to prevent dangerous climate change." Soon after, a flood washed away much of his own garden at Burkhall. Cameron fumed about the criticism and the heated language. Charles's opponents, particularly the climate change deniers, ridiculed his interpretation of the world's likely future. Once again he was causing the political mischief he had so often been asked to avoid. And once again he was going solo. He refused to attend the Queen's banquet at Buckingham Palace for Chinese President Xi Jinping, his third such Chinese boycott, agreeing only to meet him at his hotel in Knightsbridge, the same formula as with Hu Jintao in 2009. The public, he sensed, had swung behind him, and he looked around for other independents from Buckingham Palace. 17 years after Tony Blair negotiated the Good Friday Agreement to end the ongoing civil war in Northern Ireland, one gesture remained: the reconciliation between Charles and the murderers of Lord Mountbatten, his father's uncle and his own early mentor, killed with his nephew and 2 others by an IRA bomb while fishing in Mullaghmore Bay in County Sligo in 1979. At the time Sinn Féin's leader Gerry Adams had justified the murders. 32 years later, the Queen made a historic visit to Dublin to cement the new agreement. Her visit included a meeting with Adams. The following year she shook hands with Martin McGuinness, the Irish godfather and a brutal murderer. After that meeting, McGuinness wore a white tie at a state banquet in Windsor. The symbolism of the royal family's reconciliation would seal the peace, but Charles refused to follow his mother. Those close to the Queen complained that he was putting off meeting Sinn Féin's leaders unless it was on his terms. Officials condemned his behavior as petulant. Eventually, in 2015, Charles met Adams in a university building in Galway, shook hands and spoke briefly about the lost lives. The next day, he drove to the coast to meet the villagers who had lifted the dying Mountbatten out of the water. He was welcomed by Mountbatten's boatkeeper, local fishermen, the coroner, and the people who had greeted the admiral of the fleet every August when he stayed at Classiebawn Castle. Recent years have shown us, Charles told a tearful audience, that healing is possible. 2 days later he shook hands with McGuinness in a Belfast church. In his own way, he had drawn a historic line. That, however, was the limit of his power. The extent of his influence was proven to be much less than the sum of the parts. Among the legacy of contentious issues was a legal battle in the Supreme Court. In 2005 The Guardian had applied under the Freedom of Information Act to see 27 letters between Charles, government ministers and their private secretaries that had been sent in the previous year. 10 of those letters were from the royal hand. Charles had lobbied David Blunkett, the first of Tony Blair's education ministers, to resurrect grammar schools. Michael Meacha, the environment minister, to ban GM crops, and Peter Hain, the new Welsh minister, to launch complementary medicine thereafter he had introduced it in Northern Ireland. Regardless of any misgivings about his conservative prejudices, the Labour government was obliged to protect the heir to the throne, first by arguing. 2012. The upper tribunal ruled that Charles's letters, and the minister's replies, qualified as advocacy correspondence, and there was thus a public interest strongly in favor of disclosure. This was a marked shift from the decision against the Mail on Sunday 6 years earlier over his Chinese journal. Unlike in that case, the tribunal's judges rejected Charles's demand that his letters be classified as a state secret. During the appeal to the upper tribunal, Dominic Grieve, the Conservative Attorney General, had exaggerated Charles's vulnerability. The Prince of Wales is party political neutral. Moreover, it is highly important that he is not considered by the public to favor one political party or another. This will arise if, through these letters, the Prince of Wales was viewed by others as disagreeing with government policy. Describing the letters as particularly frank, and reflecting Charles's most deeply held personal views and beliefs, Grieve urged the court to ban publication, because if he forfeits his position of political neutrality as heir to the throne he cannot easily recover it when he is king. Grieve lost. The upper tribunal ordered that the letters should be released. "I never discussed the issue with Charles," said Grieve, and appealed once more to the Court of Appeal. This application was successful, and publication was blocked. After more trials The Guardian appealed to the final arbiter, the Supreme Court, just as another obstacle to normalizing Charles's succession arose. In March 2015 the Supreme Court declared that Charles was not acting as a private citizen, and ordered the publication of the correspondence. Charles's spokesman expressed his disappointment that the principle of privacy had not been upheld. But after so many years of conflict, the letters were disappointing. Charles's opinions were expressed in a public-spirited but neutral manner, and gave scant ammunition to his enemies. His attempts at persuasion demonstrated only his lack of power. The only consolation for monarchists was that government lawyers had, presumably on Charles's behalf, acknowledged to the Supreme Court that his advocacy letters would need to cease once he became king. Overt lobbying, they recognized, would be incompatible with expectations of impartiality. The pledge was not entirely. 29. The Prince's Coup. 18 years after Camilla's fraught visit to New York, Charles celebrated her 70th birthday in July 2017. The work started by Mark Bolland was nearly complete. The climax was a party at Highgrove on Saturday the 15th of July. Over 200 guests including Camilla's family, her closest friends and many young people invited by Tom and Laura Parker Bowles, and William and Harry, crowded into the orchard room to eat avocado salad followed by tarragon chicken. Charles sat between his friend Sarah Keswick and the Duchess of Wellington. Camilla was between the Duke of Wellington and Jacob Rothschild. Hovering on the side, as usual, was Michael Fawcett, embarrassed by his wife's faux pas. In the printed invitations, Debbie Fawcett had stipulated the dress code as black suit. A groveling apology had been sent with the correct term, black tie. The mistake had cheered Fawcett's critics. Mercifully, the speeches were brief, said one spirited guest. Charles thanked Camilla and his friends, after which Tom Parker Bowles made some tactful jokes about his mother. Once the birthday cake had been cut, the sound system exploded with rock music. The older guests held back as 100 young people invaded the dance floor, partying until after 2 a.m. The gossip around Gloucestershire and beyond over the following days was electric. Thanks to the Parker Bowles' gang, everyone agreed, the party was a success. The only disappointment was felt by the uninvited oldies, quietly muttering, NFI, not fucking invited, irritated by their unexpected exclusion from Highgrove and having to make do with a drinks party at Clarence House. Charles had good reason to feel satisfied. 20 years earlier, after Diana's death, his approval ratings had hit rock bottom. Since then, he had succeeded in overcoming successive crises and critics. Now his marriage to Camilla was accepted, and while there was still speculation about his likely performance as king, his succession to the throne was unopposed by a majority of Britons. All that remained was to remove the opposition to Camilla being crowned as queen. Although she herself suggested that the title was irrelevant, clues about her ambition and Charles's stubborn determination surfaced during the birthday celebrations. Profiles and interviews portrayed Camilla as a woman of charm and hard work, and as the champion of charities caring for the disadvantaged. The resemblance to Diana was not coincidental. To support that image, the Mail on Sunday, featuring an inconsequential but rare interview with the Duchess, prominently protested that Camilla had been fobbed off as the mere princess consort. Now was the time, urged the paper, to lay the ghost of Diana to rest, and pave the way for Camilla to be eventually crowned queen by immediately giving her the rightful title of Princess of Wales's, not least because William and Harry adored Camilla, something of a confection to those who knew the truth. To sustain the campaign, Clarence House released a photograph of Charles and Camilla by Mario Testino, Diana's favorite photographer. Wrinkles and blemishes had been airbrushed from their glowing faces, which exuded the appearance of youth and enduring happiness. Winning public support for the couple as Britain's next monarchs was difficult, but Charles was, as ever, undeterred. Concealed behind his and Camilla's promotion were the final stages of a coup orchestrated by him to ease his succession. Throughout his adult life, Charles had bridled against the efforts of Buckingham Palace, and particularly by the Queen's private secretaries, to influence his activities. Under Christopher Guyt's steady guidance, some of the friction generated during Michael Pete's era had diminished, although one further attempt to merge the palaces, media operations had collapsed on Charles's insistence some years earlier. Despite that obstacle, Guyt's diplomacy had eased the negotiations between Charles and his mother to transfer some of her ceremonial duties to him. At the age of 91, she could no longer undertake many official duties, not least walking up flights of stairs in the Palace of Westminster. Accordingly, they agreed that Charles's destiny as the king-in-waiting would be publicly sealed during the year leading up to his 70th birthday in November 2018. He would lead the nation at Trooping the Color, on Remembrance Sunday, and on all foreign trips. Based on that understanding, Guyte was expected to serve the Queen until the end of her reign. But the continuing discussions had rattled Charles. Guyte was negotiating the Queen's role at the next Commonwealth Summit, to be held in London in April 2018. Most of the 52 government leaders expected the Queen to act as their host, but that was unacceptable to Charles. Despite the difficulties over the previous 20 years, he insisted that his supremacy should be asserted, would continue to maintain his relations with the Arab world rather than develop new contacts in Africa and the Caribbean. Guyte was caught in the middle of an irreconcilable argument, not least because he must have been aware of Prince Philip's opinion of his son. At a recent dinner with friends in Mayfair, Philip had joked about his determination to live beyond 95. The reason for his and the Queen's longevity, he explained amid his friends' laughter, was to keep Charles from the throne. At 91, he said, the Queen was in robust health and, he implied, could well live for another 10 years. Charles would have little opportunity to damage the monarchy if he was king for only a brief period. Philip did not hide his scorn for his son's achievements and vision, and showed little confidence that Charles could impress himself upon history as an exceptional king. Many believed that Philip doubted whether his son, who had barely come to terms with the 20th century, could unify the country in the 21st. His enduring image as a landowner hankering for a forgotten world threatened the institution of the monarchy. His reign would be about the past rather than the future. In a nutshell, some believed that Charles lacked the common touch. The rebel prince, Philip feared, would become a meddling monarch. The risk was the replacement of tact by willfulness, causing a constitutional crisis which would jeopardize the monarchy's very existence. The scenario, depicted in the recent successful play Charles III, of King Charles abdicating rather than sign an act of parliament to limit media freedom, had not surprised the informed audience. Charles refused merely to mutely symbolize British values, he wanted to assert them too. Philip's fears about his son's intentions reflected the opinions of many in Buckingham Palace. The Queen's death could trigger repercussions among the public, most of whom had no experience of a change of monarch. Christopher Guyte's task was to mitigate that uncertainty. To manage continuity and prepare for change was a test of his wisdom. In Charles's opinion, Guyte had failed that test. In early May 2017, without disclosing the reason, Guyte summoned the entire royal staff to travel from Scotland, Norfolk, Windsor and the other royal estates to Buckingham Palace. At 10 a.m. on Thursday 4 May, 500 people gathered in the ballroom. The excuse for the unprecedented assembly was Guyte's announcement of Prince Philip's retirement from public duties. But Guyte's true reason for inviting that exceptional audience was to herald a turning point in the Queen's reign, and obliquely to warn Charles about, and his sons appeared to be pursuing their own celebrity interests at the expense of quietly fulfilling the royal family's traditional duties. Influenced by Charles, neither of the young princes enthusiastically participated in ceremonial events, and all three performed half-heartedly, rather than as the natural focus, during moments of national celebration and crisis. If Charles failed to enhance the dignity of the crown, the Queen feared, the end of her reign would become desultory, and his own reign would lack majesty and grandeur. To resolve that problem, Guyte urged his audience, and members of the royal family, to intensify their support for the Queen. Elizabeth, explained Guyte, wanted all members of the royal family to work as a team on official duties, rather than pursuing their individual interests. Philip's retirement, he said, was an opportunity to pause, reflect and refocus as a family. The discordant relations among the royals, and their self-indulgence, he implied, had to end. The public criticism of Prince William's recent skiing holiday in Switzerland, when the rest of the royals were at a Commonwealth Day service in Westminster Abbey, could not go unheeded. In the few hours after the announcement, the media's glowing headlines about Philip as a national treasure were a successful smokescreen for the Queen's serious message. Unnoticed was Charles's irritation. First, he disliked the melodrama of summoning 500 people to London. Second, he regarded Buckingham Palace's briefing that the Queen would encourage Edward and Sophie Wessex to play a more prominent role as offensive. Third, Guite's call for loyalty to the Queen was a calculated snub to himself. Finally, he resented the criticism of his personal activities. If he allowed that challenge to pass, he might still be denied the prominent role he expected at the forthcoming Commonwealth Conference and other state occasions in London. He refused to be relegated to the sidelines in the years before his coronation. Charles demanded from his mother that Guite be reined in, while his office encouraged media speculation about a regency, a notion firmly rejected by Buckingham Palace. Their dispute had clearly not been settled by the 20th of June, when an obviously grumpy heir accompanied the Queen for the truncated state opening of Parliament after the general election. Shortly afterwards, the careful advancement of Charles and Camilla was unexpectedly derailed by the 20th anniversary of Diana's death. Among the deluge of television programs and newspaper features came the first broadcast in Britain of Peter Setlin's videos featuring Diana describing her adultery, her attempted suicide and her forlorn appeal to the Queen about her wayward husband. The resurrection of marriage reignited the public's antagonism towards Charles. All the careful rehabilitation since the mysterious end to Paul Burrell's trial 15 years earlier evaporated. Worse followed. The high point of the media's coverage was a TV documentary featuring William and Harry recalling their mother's universal fame. With self-indulgent emotion, Diana's sons praised the princess, described their happy memories and intimately recounted 20 years of grief, all without any mention of Charles. In a succession of other interviews, the brothers established their separate identities from Charles. For some, the suggestion of tension between Clarence House and Kensington Palace was reminiscent of the media war between Charles and Diana during the 1990s. Clearly, Guite's appeal just weeks earlier for self-discipline had been flouted by the prince's public soul-searching. Guite's private criticism of the princes provoked William's fury. Harry was more measured. Already planning to announce his engagement to the American actress Meghan Markle, he felt greater affinity than William for his father. Nevertheless, the damage was done. The blowback hurt Charles. Opinion polls showed that his popularity had plunged again. At most, only one-third of Britons welcomed the prospect of Charles's succession, and at least half the population preferred that William should be the next king. Only 14% supported Camilla becoming queen. The public's disapproval of Charles and Camilla was personal, because the polls also found that the vast majority of Britons continued to support the monarchy. By contrast, the Republican movements in the Commonwealth were strengthening. However unjustly, Charles's legitimacy was still vulnerable to a single crisis. Both he and Camilla were distraught. In the future, even when he was king, the Diana anniversaries would continue to deflate his self-confidence and undermine his popularity. His succession once again faced hostility, and more than usually, his response would test how he would behave as king. As the heir to the throne, Charles should have automatically consulted advisors to bridge the gap between his instinctive impulses and the benefit of reason. Over the previous 30 years, that serious counsel had often been missing. By relying on sycophants willing to tolerate his tirades and his rejection of any criticism, Charles had made damaging mistakes. His grudges and disloyalty had deprived him of wise advisors. Many feared the same situation would continue once he became king. One consolation was that the embarrassments had diminished. Many credited Camilla. She offered stability and a circle of loyal friends who did not carp to the media. With her support, Charles's temper had mellowed, but the absence of a counselor like Christopher Guite in Clarence House aroused apprehension about the future king's court. What followed reinforced those anxieties. Charles's answer to Guite's challenge was to re-emphasize his own interests, which was just what Buckingham Palace opposed. He also demanded to take over even more of his mother's public duties. The obstacle, he assumed, would be Guyt, who he felt had become a hindrance rather than a help. Without a restraining advisor, Charles demanded Guyt's resignation from his mother. Faced with that implacable demand from a man accustomed to regularly dismissing his own staff, and despite Guyt being especially trusted, the Queen reluctantly agreed. On the 31st of July 2017, Guyt unexpectedly announced his retirement. Insiders soon realized that his departure after 10 years as private secretary was a coup orchestrated by Charles. To combat one headline, "Turmoil at Palace as Queen's right-hand man to quit," the palace forlornly tried to minimize the mayhem, but the attempt was abandoned after Samantha Cohen, an assistant private secretary, also announced her resignation, followed by Mark Leishman, Charles's private secretary, openly frustrated by the prince. Although Guyt was contractually expected to remain in place until October, he immediately headed for his farm in the Outer Hebrides. To show her personal affection, the Queen later made him a Knight Grand Cross of the Royal Victorian Order, her highest honor. Later he was made a peer. Guyt's demise suggested that as King Charles would only tolerate sycophants in his court, and that spelled trouble. Charles's victory was short-lived. Guyt's fate reopened the debate about whether Charles's forthright opinions threatened the Constitution. The assurance from his staff that he understood the expectation of impartiality from the monarch did not reassure witnesses of his unwillingness to remain an enigma in the shadows. Few believed that he would resist continuing to promote his opinions about architecture, the environment, alternative medicine, education and other matters. There were grounds to fear that King Charles, an elderly monarch in a hurry, would spark a constitutional crisis. One possible cause was his attitude towards money. Few doubted the outstanding value of Charles's charitable deeds, but to continue entertaining rich donors to sustain his organizations, especially the Prince's Trust, which William has refused to take over, would be inappropriate for a king. Fundraising would compromise his status. Persuading Charles to reduce his charitable work was not difficult. Ever since Higden's dismissal, his income from America had declined, and the number of international donors had also fallen. In 2016 he had no alternative but to cut the grants to his charities, some by half, and, to save money, finally begin to merge his 21 organizations into a single entity. On other matters however, in the absence of an independently minded private secretary, there were misgivings about whether in King Charles's court there would be anyone to persuade the new monarch to change his way of life. The legacy of Charles's noble causes, good intentions and interest in individuals has been tarnished by his addiction to luxury, his financial mismanagement, his disloyalty to professional supporters, and the torrid relationships with his family. The release of Buckingham Palace's accounts in autumn 2017 showed that the plane used by Charles for his spring tour around Europe, including his annual visit to Romania, had cost £154,000. His summer break, sailing around the Greek islands on a yacht with Camilla as the guest of shipping magnate Theodore Angelopoulos, confirmed that Charles would not yield to any critic, especially his father. Even in their lifetime, his parents' influence had waned. In the future there would be no one to restrain his self-indulgence. Public approval of the Queen's frugality would be replaced by disdain for her successor's extravagance. Charles appeared impervious to the absence of popular acceptance. The same resilience that had overcome so many humiliations during his life now powered his demands of Buckingham Palace. With Guyt replaced by his amenable deputy Edward Young, Charles continued to discuss the transition of his mother's duties and to plan his response during the 6 months between his mother's death and his own coronation. The monarchy's success, Charles knew, depended on appealing to emotion and mythology. Sensitive to any public resistance, he had agreed with Downing Street that as king he would hit the ground running. Like a political campaign, He would first address the nation and then barnstorm through the country, with appearances in London followed by flights to Cardiff, Belfast and Edinburgh. His message would reflect the king's in Giuseppe di Lampedusa's celebrated historical novel The Leopard. If we want things to stay as they are, things will have to change. Charles was a mortal prepared to bend to the changing reality, but nevertheless certain that his values, spiritual and moral, would unite the nation. At least there would be no further opposition in Buckingham Palace. On his return to London after the tour, his own staff from Clarence House will have quietly replaced the Queen's officials. The handover, he stipulated, would demonstrate the nation's trust of himself and the monarchy, although, according to one senior official, there are doubts whether Charles trusts his own staff. In anticipation of his coronation, the Royal Mint has finalized the plans to replace his mother's portrait on coins with that of Charles. That task was complicated by Charles's requests. Like the Duke of Windsor, the former King Edward VIII, Charles prefers his left profile rather than the conventional right-hand side. The Mint agreed to prepare drawings of both profiles for Charles's approval, but he was dissatisfied with the result. Both portraits showed his thinning hair and reflected his age. He demanded that he should be shown with a full head of hair, and considerably younger. The revised version was more satisfactory. He was less pleased when the Mint suggested that it should also prepare portraits for King William. That, Charles ordained, was pushing fate too far. As king, there seems little likelihood that Charles will be generous towards his two brothers, or will bond more closely with his sons. As in all his personal relationships, it seems likely that he will act alone, without any restraining advisor. For committed monarchists, that independence is alarming. They can only hope for the best. Finally, there was the detail of the coronation. Tampering with the ritual ceremony, Charles has been persuaded, would be folly. The monarch's strength depends upon tradition. Despite the decline of Christianity, the supremacy of the Anglican Church, Charles agreed, will be reaffirmed by the Archbishop of Canterbury's unchallenged authority to crown the prince as defender of the faith. The alternative would be unacceptable to most Britons. Nevertheless, agreement about the final details, the participants and the words remains undecided, except for the finale.